Hello and welcome to Bedtime Stories. This is actually a very special edition. It's going to be a messy bedtime story because my friend Leodan Taru and I are doing a collaborative Podfic experiment sort of thing where we're going to take turns reading. I'm recording and we're in the Discord chat together. And I've got the volume turned up on my laptop, so y'all should be able to hear her just fine. And so the setup is we're gonna flip a coin for who gets to start reading first. It's the choice to start reading first or defer. And Leodan has a little bit that she wants to say as an intro for her Podfic, brand, so to speak, like mine is Bedtime Stories. And then we'll do the coin flip and see who gets to read the tags and stuff.
Hello, I'm Leodan or Leodan Taru on AO3. I do not do voices when I read. I just read how I normally talk. I did phone customer service for about 20 years, so I have a very good telephone voice, I've been told. The mess for me comes from my gaming experience, which is also about 20 to 25 years ago. I played a game called Star Wars Galaxy where I was in a guild called Mos Eisley Syndicate, which is MES. My cantina, as I was a dancer, was called Leodan's Mess, and my website and blogs have followed in suit ever since.
Cool beans. So that was a little lore drop from Leodan. That's to explain why it's spelled MESY for messy bedtime stories. It wasn't a typo. We did it on purpose. Okay.
Yes.
The coin flip.
Are we doing heads or tails?
I'm gonna call tails.
Okay.
Carlbot's about to flip it. I got heads. That means you get to pick.
I will defer. You read first.
Okay. So, another thing that I need to tell everyone before we get started is that I have autism and ADHD, and so that affects my spoken communication. I get sort of spoken typos sometimes, almost like a speech impediment, but it's processing, not, physical. So I might stumble or mutter or stutter a word, and I get distracted really easily. I go on tangents sometimes. So there's going to be commentary. This is not going to be the sort of amateur audiobook type of podfic. So if that's what you prefer, this might not be your thing. But if a more podcast, podfic radio, chatty cold read is your, jam, or you think you might be interested in that, let's go.
I also have ADHD. I will definitely have trouble with some words. And
Yeah.
I enjoy the tangents too, so we're going to feed off each other.
We really do.
We already know this.
Sometimes Leodan's a guest when I'm live streaming podfic, and I'm the only reader. But Leodan never reins me in. Leodan only encourages the rants. So.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
this fic.
been warned.
This fic is.
And I'm here as moral support.
That's right. We've got a guest. Do you go by the full title, or is like Roxy okay as a nickname?
I actually go by Rosie Nature, or just Rosie.
Rosie. Okay. So we've got Rosie here in the chat with us.
Oh,
I was talking and I totally missed it.
sorry. I also have ADHD.
All right.
I'm going to be mute for most of it.
Cool. So my Discord server, by the way, is very neurodivergent friendly. And we know that not all people experience neurodivergent the same way. We don't expect people to behave the same way just because they, have autism or ADHD or whatever. Also, you don't have to disclose any health conditions that you have, but self-diagnosis is valid also. So I just try and have a very welcoming environment. Lurkers are welcome, so valid. You don't have to participate in anything. You can just come chill and have, people in fandom space doing their thing around you. If that sounds interesting, there is a link to my Discord server in my Tumblr blog landing page. So, did I forget anything?
I will put one in the post for this for her server as well when I post online.
Yeah, we will make sure that it goes up because I think it's a pretty chill place. I made it so that me and my friends could hang out and I could do fandom and podfic things for multi-fandoms and many different ships without feeling judged about it. So, okay. I think I was saying Leodin picked this fic, and it is called Train Rides Change Everything. It was described to me as the Omegaverse train fic to start with, so that's what caught my attention. The author is Seriana. Tags. It is explicit. It features both MM and FM / relationships. The fandom is Dao Zu Shi, and it covers all of the adaptations. The cartoon, the donghua. I love Frankencanon. So it's got the donghua, the audio drama, which I admit I have not really listened to much. Heard good things, but I've never tracked it down. The webcomic and the Untamed, or CQL, which is the TV drama. Relationships. It's, Wangxian at its core. So that's Lan Wangji / Wei Wuxian. Also featuring Nia Huaisong / Win Wanshu. I did not know that. Okay. That's a rare pair. Jiang Cheng / Nia Mingju, another rare pair. And Jiang Yan Li / Lan Zixin. I can see it. They're both so chill older siblings,
Oh, yes. They're great older siblings.
There are a bunch of other characters named in the character list. I don't feel the need to read through all that. Basically, the whole crew is here. Here's the fun part. Author's additional tags. Omegaverse. Alpha / beta / omega dynamics. Alpha / omega. Non-traditional dynamics. Mpreg. Abusive Jiang family. Alpha Lan Wangji Omega Wei Wuxian. Implied / referenced abuse. Slut shaming. Tisk tisk. Fluff and angst. Unplanned pregnancy. Feelings. Let me go back and specify that I'm not judging the author for including slut shaming. It was probably Su fucking Shi who did it too.
I call him Sushi.
Yes, I remember you call him Sushi.
I don't apologize for that. That's how I pronounce his name. And that was an inner joke that he is a food.
It's intentional disrespect. There is no respect on his name. Where was I?
So we started with abusive Yuzi Yuan.
Thank you.
Bad parents Zheng Fengmian and Yuzi Yuan. Beta Zheng Cheng. Omega Zheng Yanli. Alternate universe. Modern era. Additional tags to be added, and I think we should hold off on the rest of them until we get to chapters that they're pertinent for.
Okay. Got it. Stats. It was first chapter published in 2024, January. Completed 2024, November. And it checks in at a whopping 508,375 words. So this is going to take a while, but we'll get there. 30 chapters completed. The summary. All it took was a single train ride to change the course of Wei Wuxian's life. With his heat coming early, he ends up triggering a stranger's rut. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect anything more to come of that once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Little did he know just how much a single encounter can impact his entire life. AKA, Wei Wuxian gets knocked up and has to figure out how to deal with the fallout. Oh, that'll be interesting to see.
I'll take the notes. Hey everyone, welcome to my first stab at an Omegaverse fiction. I hope y'all enjoy it. There isn't a lot of smut in this chapter, and it comes mostly in flashbacks as memories. Future installments will have more as relationships progress, though. This is not Jung family friendly. If you're in the camp, Jung, you may not like this. I can agree. Thank you so much to my beta reader, and I'm not even going to try to say that because I will massacre it.
I always read it as Fonsible P-Bone.
Okay, go for it. For going through the world, or for going through this with me.
I've read a couple of that author's fics. They're pretty good too.
Yes.
Shorter than this one, though. Okay,
I have
chapter...
some pretty good ones.
Yeah, chapter 1 is called Everything Has to Start Somewhere. All right, and just checking. We are still recording. It didn't do that battery optimization bullshit on me again. 12 minutes when the story starts. What the hell was he going to do? Wei Wuxian stared at the home pregnancy test sticks neatly lined along the bathroom counter. He'd gone through 5 of them just to make sure he wasn't losing his mind. Each and every single one of those sticks had 2 prominent lines, and with each one, his heart rate picked up a bit more. Panic was flavoring the air around him, adding a sour note to his usual sweet, spicy citrus scent. And he was practically panting by the time realization had fully settled into his brain. If the Jiang found out, would they kick him out? Where would he go? How in the hell was he going to raise a kid on his own? Would the dad want to know? Should he tell him? Ooh, tough question. That sent another jolt of panic through his gut, souring his scent until it resembled rotten oranges and flooded the room. Oh no, imagine being choked out of the room by your very own moods. That makes a bad day worse. Wei Wuxian gagged, opening a window and flicking on the fan to try to air out the space. It was one thing to get mixed up with an alpha in rut for a blissfully hot hookup on a train. Telling that same amazing alpha that their hookup had knocked him up, though. How was he supposed to do that? Well, you could send a text message, I suppose, if you got his number. Hey, yo, remember when we hooked up on the train? It was super hot. Also, I'm pregnant. Oh, awkward.
Awkward.
So awkward. It had never been meant to be more than that one chance encounter. The guy hated him. He was sure of it. Yeah, is that why he fucked you on the train? Who would like an Omega that forgot to take suppressants and went into heat, which sent them into rut on a goddamn train in the first place? This was a disaster. That's because you're a disaster by my darling Chaos Gremlin.
Or you just met your soulmate without realizing it.
Also that. Perhaps it was a fated interaction. Or, you know, how I had canon that Wei Wuxian has ADHD. He forgot to take his meds. It's a thing that happens.
You know, I go with, it was,
Fuck at first sight. Well, yeah. That's a fun flavor of Wangxian too.
Or we can read and find out, because they do explain what exactly happened.
All right, I'll
later.
stop guessing. Let's go. Wei Wuxian began to pace the length of the small bathroom, staring at those damning test sticks on the counter the entire time. He had a decent living here. It hadn't been easy, but it was his and he was happy with it. The work was strenuous, in the good kind of way, and it was rewarding when he saw the fruits of his labor taking shape. Are they farmers? Or builders?
No.
Okay. He had a great friendship with his adoptive brother and sister, and so long as he didn't rock the boat too hard, the madam tended to ignore him, which suited him just fine. Okay, I know we were referencing Madame Yu just then, but because it didn't say Madame Yu, my brain went, brothel? She had very little love for Wei Wuxian, and he did his best to stay out of her way. Now my brain is going through AU, where Madame Yu is the madam of a brothel, and Wei Wuxian, is taken in, like, indentured servitude or something. But that's not...
Oh, that would be fantastic.
But that's not what we're doing here.
Yes, it is not.
They had housed
I
him.
apologize for any puppy noises that might happen.
Puppy noises.
She's being a little bit jealous.
But we love Puppy. If Norbert was here, he'd be meowing up a storm.
Yes.
Where was it? They had housed him, raised him, and ensured he got a good education. All they seemed to want in return was for him to be loyal and not cause any trouble. A kid was trouble, though, wasn't it? Fuck me. That already happened, bro.
You've been thoroughly fucked.
Thoroughly.
Like, I'm pretty sure that you lost your virginity to a stranger.
Ooh. He let it out in a huff and stood in front of the counter, staring at the tests and raking his fingers through his long, dark hair before scooping it up into a makeshift ponytail. Hold up. Do Jiangyan Li and Lan Zixin already know each other, or do they wind up together because their disaster brothers hook up? Don't tell me.
We didn't find out.
It'll be fun to find out.
My favorite term, Raffo. Read and find out.
RAFO. It's even got an
I don't think
acronym.
Wuxian is like a bisexual disaster. I just sometimes think that he just liked to flirt with girls and never went anywhere beyond that.
You don't...
He didn't really have much interest in them. He just flirted with them.
I mean, you can read him in a multitude of ways. You can read him as bisexual, but only romantically attracted to Lan Wangji. You can read him as demisexual, but flirting because of compet. Like, there's a lot of ways you can read him.
The most heteronormative, non-heterosexual character I've ever read.
Yes. I really feel like he's playing a role in public for social acceptance. Also, I think he just enjoys the game of flirting and, like, the attention that it gets him without having to follow through on anything.
And it comes in handy when bartering.
Yes, it does. All the aunties are like, look at this cute little young master, needs food and treats. And all the GAJs in the market are like, look at this cute boy, needs treats. And then, he's got tactics for other people.
Yep.
Okay. Wow, we're not even fully through my section, and I've ranted like 5
All he
times.
has to do is just pat his eyes, and Lan Wangji gives him.
I was reading for a different podfic like 2 days ago, and Wei Wuxian was being princess carried and made a comment about, how he was going to be so spoiled. And I said, if you told Lan Wangji that you never wanted your feet to touch the ground again, they wouldn't. Like, he would princess carry you through eternity. Okay, so he's nervous. He let it out in a huff and stood in front of the counter, staring at the tests and raking his fingers through his long dark hair before scooping it up into a makeshift ponytail. Sweat was sliding down his spine as he paced, nervous energy making his muscles quiver. His rebellious stomach twisted in knots, just like it had for the past couple weeks, and he looked heavenward like the answers could be found there. Fuck. Just fuck. Sometimes that's the only word to express your feelings. This wasn't something he could do on his own. He was going to have to tell the Jiangs and the father. It was the only thing he could think to do. Tonight. He could tell the Jiang tonight at dinner. With that plan in mind, he scooped up the sticks off the counter, taking the test kit boxes with him, and left to get ready. And that's the end of my section. But before I give it over to Leodon, I just want to say I'm very interested to know whether or not he actually tells anybody tonight. Like, is that a plan he carries through with? Let's find out.
You little poor, the vicious reaction belonged to none other than Madame Yin. She had always been...
She's such a bitch.
Yes.
She's horrid.
She had always been displeased with Wei Wuxian and his existence in her home. He had only managed to stay on her relative good side so far for a Herculean effort to avoid her at all costs. When he first presented, Wei Wuxian couldn't be happy about it at all because of this woman. Omegas in her eyes were dirty seductors that wrought destruction on homes. They caused upheaval. What was that?
Her jealousy is showing.
Yes. They caused upheaval in a relatively stable society. Alphas were fine. They were the leaders and the powerhouses. But Omegas were trash to her. She had put the fear of God into him for weeks after his first heat. He'd been convinced she was going to marry him off to the first interested alpha that came by just to get rid of him.
Wow.
Fortunately, Uncle... Huh?
Oh, I was just like, wow. She's managing to be sexist, like, about secondary genders.
Yes.
So hateful.
She's awful.
She makes me mad.
Fortunately, Uncle Zheng was always there to prevent that kind of catastrophic end.
Fortunately.
Although that was about all he was good at stopping. The relationship between Zheng Fengnian and Yu Ziyuan was a testament to what happened in a forced marriage. To put it bluntly, it was ugly. They fought more than they got along, always having various arguments over the smallest things. And when it came to bigger matters, it was constantly a test of will. They were both betas, which meant there was no naturally defined superior in the relationship.
Naturally
Some
defined.
might have... Yes, naturally defined. Might have seen that as a good thing. However, for these two, it was hell. Even if there had been an alpha between the pair of them, and even if it had been Uncle Jiang that held the authority, Wei Wuxian was sure that his uncle wouldn't have been the one to have the upper hand.
She's just meaner than everybody.
Yeah. Wei Wuxian, what were you thinking? Zheng Cheng sounded like a mini version of his mother. Ugh. He was also beta, and had adopted his mother's wicked temper, so it shouldn't have been shocking. But Wei Ying still had hoped he would have at least tried to be understanding instead of instantly getting offended right off the bat. The fury on his face was a red haze of second-hand embarrassment and indignation, likely because he probably believed that this pregnancy would somehow tarnish the family name. Of course. Do not tarnish the family name, right?
Right.
Oh, puppy. Oh, Wei Ying, that was Zhang Yanli for you. She was the heart of the family, the soft soul and fellow Omega, although Madame Yu seemed to like her regardless of that fact. Ali sympathized with him the most when it came to the double standard all Omegas face. Yet, in this moment, she actually sounded as if she pitied him. Wei Wuxian might have been imagining it, but he could swear he could smell her disappointment in the air.
What?
It was a slap to the face that he hadn't expected. Granted, there were a lot of scents right now, so maybe he was just imagining it. Puppy is requesting scritches.
Scritches for puppy.
Everything from outright fury and anger to pity and disgust. He could taste it in the air as his adopted family took in the news of his pregnancy over dinner. It changed the flavor of their scents. The three betas really didn't have much of a scent to speak of, which meant the strongest flavor came from Yanli herself. The only one who hadn't spoken was Zheng Fengmian. He sat there staring at Wei Wuxian quietly, and everyone else reacted. Each vocalized response had Wei Ying cringing and shrinking in on himself. God, this was it. They were going to kick him out. Fuck, what if they didn't? What if they make me abort my baby? He hadn't really thought about that until this moment, but by the time dinner had rolled around and had blurted out his news, Wei Ying was firmly of the mind on keeping the child. He had always wanted it.
Did we lose you? Is my internet on the fritz?
I can hear you. Can you not hear us?
I can hear you just fine. There was silence for a bit, and I was like, was I supposed to be talking? I missed something.
No, that Rosie said that she thinks an Omega wouldn't want an abortion because they're supposed to be nurturing.
I feel like abortion is a very personal choice regardless of gender.
Yes.
I know, but it's like, I know, okay, I know, but it just seems like Omegas wouldn't want to abort, like, the child that is inside of them. It just, like, to me, it just, like, seems to, like, go against their nature a little bit.
I guess I can see where you're coming from. I don't necessarily agree, though. But, I mean, we don't have to agree on everything.
I mean, we have our, like, own, like, opinions, and, like, like, the abortion really hits home for a lot of people, considering what recently happened with the abortion laws. So I get it, it's, like, a very touchy subject at the moment.
My opinion is more that it's an individual choice and, like, personal agency about what's being done with your body or to it. And, you know, who the person who is pregnant is the only one that should get to decide what happens. I think there's a lot of things that go into consideration of whether or not that person wants. And I think that, like, okay, I know it's made up genders, but if you map it onto current society, right? That's like saying that all women want to have children, and if they got pregnant, they wouldn't want to abort because they're more nurturing than men, which one doesn't even take into account non-binary people, and two, again, sort of forces people with uteruses all into the same box. And people are complicated. But I'm not saying that you're wrong, just I have a different viewpoint,
Yeah, and I've got a very similar viewpoint to Xiao. Not that so one thing I'm not shy about admitting, I have had several miscarriages. One of my pregnancies was due to a sexual assault, and I had chosen to keep the child and lost it at 13 weeks. So,
ouch.
It is very personal to every person, and there is no wrong answer to if you do want to keep or abort a pregnancy.
Okay, I'll just keep my comments to myself then.
No, that's not what I'm trying to make you do.
You're welcome.
I was trying to have a discussion.
You're welcome.
I was trying to have a discussion to share with you my viewpoint, and then Leodin spoke, and now it's your turn because I interrupted you. That was rude of me.
No, it's like just seems like I have very much of like a traditional view on abortion. Like I really don't think men should have the choice on what a woman should do with her body. Like it's really the woman's choice, and I actually don't like when it's apparently it's up to the men to think of it when it's really not. I'm just stating it's a stereotype of omegas are.
Yeah, I mean, it's you could say that it's silly of me to get so fired up about a completely imaginary gender role, and I completely agree with you that only the person involved in the pregnancy should decide what happens to it.
Yeah.
So, see, we're not
I think all three of us agree.
we're not fighting. We're just using different words for the same basic feeling.
It's not the father who's carrying the child now, is it?
Goddamn right. It's not the father that changes the poopy diapers either, in the case of many households that I have been a part of.
I don't have a father, so, but I was raised by a single mother, so.
There you go.
Timestamp Cal for disclosure.
Timestamp. 33 minutes for the end of that discussion.
Okay, yeah, we'll want to put that in.
For sure.
People might want to skip.
Absolutely.
Okay. He had always wanted to have kids. He wanted a brood of them, and he really couldn't regret the fantastic sex he'd had that had put him in this mess. Not to mention, this was supposed to be impossible in the first place. He was recessive, and he'd been warned it wouldn't be easy to get pregnant, let alone keep a pregnancy once it happened.
Well, I guess he was different. Special.
Go.
Oh, I said Wuxian's just special like that.
Of course. Wait, was
in
the
canon,
best.
in canon he wants children, so.
Yes, the Wangxian breeding kink.
Yes, I saw a poll on Tumblr about get that man pregnant, and they put him up against the supernatural guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't want kids, but that everyone wants pregnant. And he lost by 0.5%. And all of us are like, this man wants to be pregnant. He's the one who invented Mpreg in MDZS.
I believe in TGCF, there was a concept of the childbearing pills, and I think the similar thing with Scum Villain, but yet there was no indicating of like an Mpreg in Dao Zu Shi, but Wangxian do have a son through adoption. And I'm like, well, like, who's to say that Wuxian didn't invent Mpreg for his, like,
He's got talismans for everything.
Wei Wuxian gave birth to Yuan himself.
Of course he did.
He declares that in front of everyone in dealing with his rescuing Lan Wangji.
We all know it.
Yes, we all know it. He is Yuan's mother.
Yes.
And that's canon. Yuan even calls him Onion. Oh, there we go. Not for the first time that day, Wei Wuxian felt fear. Real, genuine terror filled him as he looked up from his coward position at the dinner table, each face scowling back at him. Ali bore a shocked and sad expression, while Zheng Cheng's face was red-cheeked with barely repressed fury. Madame Yu's blazing eyes and vicious glare cut to the core of his very soul. Uncle Zheng maintained the most terrifying expression of all, with a silent, stony mask. Shit. How could you do this to us? We gave you a home. We raised you, fed you. That fancy education you got, it was because of us. This is how you repay our kindness? Madame Yu was on error now.
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting, but like that is just like how does any of that like how does any of what like they said connect to Wuxian being pregnant?
Exactly.
Like, that's what I don't get. Like, how is him having a roof over his head and getting food like basic human necessities affect like his pregnancy? Like, why does like those?
Why does anyone say that
just,
when a child disappoints them?
like, but
the Zhengs expected Wei Wuxian to be loyal, given when they gave him the bare minimum required to raise a child.
And I think that is so sucky. So sucky.
It's awful.
Okay. I didn't plan this, Wei denied feebly. It sounded weak even to his own ears. My heat came early. I was caught off guard. It was an accident. He couldn't say why, but Wei Ying kept looking to Zheng Fengmian like he would be the one to save him somehow. Disgusting slut. Your filth has stained our good name, Yuan snarled out her insults, venting her anger.
So you just hate it. And of course you're gonna call him a slut because you call his mother a slut, even though his mother was like probably completely loyal to her husband. Like.
Oh yes. Yuan, Uncle Jiang's voice was sharp. That's enough. Madame Yu glared at her husband and threw down her napkin. Don't you dare defend him now. This is your fault as well. You couldn't just leave him be. He would have been fine in the system. What kind of debt did you owe that bitch anyway? Wei Ying flinched. He knew that she meant his real mother, of course. It had never been a secret that Yu Ziyuan detested Wei Ying's birth mother, though he never understood the reason for it. Enough, Zheng Fengmian, hand smacked against the table as his voice rose in volume. What's done is done. We'll deal with this quietly. It was bad. He was going to have to tell him to abort the baby. Wei Ying could feel it. I'm going to keep the baby, he spoke quickly before anyone could try to tell him how to deal with his problem. Silence descended all around the dining room. What? Yuzian nephew Ziyuan was purple with her anger now. And keeping the baby, Wei Ying's voice was a bit firmer now. There was no way he was giving up on this chance to be a parent, not when this was something that shouldn't have been possible in the first place. How could he give up such a precious gift without a fight? His baby was innocent and vulnerable, and he had to protect it. Absolutely not. Madame Yu was seething, while her glare settled on Wei Ying in an attempt to intimidate him. I'll not have some whore birthing a bastard pup in this house. You spread your legs for any else. Ziyuan, enough! Zheng Fengmian shot to his feet to shout at his wife. It was getting ugly fast. He turned his scowl to Wei Ying. You need to think about this, Xian. There are bigger things than your wants at stake here. If this had been a calm discussion, it would almost seem like Uncle Jiang was on his side and was trying to help him think rationally. Sorry. Oh. A bubble of hysteria tried to force its way to the surface, and Wei Wuxian vehemently stamped it down as he straightened his us. And keeping the baby. He didn't want to explain that he was terrified and that he had no clue how he was going to do any of this. Deep down, he just knew he couldn't let them take his child away. Wei Ying's only hope had been that they'd understand just a tiny bit. Unfortunately, even Yan Li was looking at him like he'd grown a second head with his declaration. Why didn't they get it? He wanted the baby. He wanted his own family, his own little family. A real family that he could nurture and cherish. Was that so hard to see? There is no place for here. There's no place for you here if you insist on the stupidity, snapped Madame Yu. Wei Ying looked from her to Uncle Jiang. He was praying that this would be one of those times where his uncle would step in and take charge for once, that he'd protect him. It didn't happen. To his utter horror, Zheng Fengmian said nothing to his wife. Instead, he frowned at Wei Ying, nodding in agreement with his wife, and sighed his displeasure. Keeping the fetus is not the best choice. You aren't married. There will be other chances. What if there isn't, though? I'm recessive. They said it wouldn't happen. The hurt in his voice was obvious. Yan Li let out a distressed sound and clearly wanted to comfort Wei Ying, but she held back when her mother gave her a withering glare. Jiang Cheng was muttering under his breath and glaring at his dinner. I just love that. Glare at a dinner plate, okay?
I guess it's better than spewing poisonous words.
She makes me mad. Madame Yu makes me mad.
Yup.
Yes, fuck you, Madame Yu.
Like this is why it's so easy to make Madame Yu an abusive parent.
Because she is. You don't have to try.
She was. Yeah, you don't have to try. She already is.
Yeah, and people will try to defend her saying, oh, she's doing her best. No, she's not.
She never did her best.
The only time I ever liked Madame Yu as a character was in Sami's, one of Sami's Time is But a Paper Moon series, when her entire thing was, like, she was given another chance. She got to be in a different relationship. Huh?
Like the Yan Li thing, right?
No.
Or is it
It's the one where Jiang Fengmian dies, and she winds up in a poly arrangement with Lan Wangji's mom and Sangsa Sanren.
Honestly,
Wait.
that's the Yang Li fit. That one's not. Sammy's Yanli fit.
Are we
Because
sure?
Sansa Sanren dies in all of the other fits. Yanli's the only one who gets to save her.
I honestly might be crossing two fics in my brain. It's happened. It's known to happen.
No, I know which one you're talking about. It's the Yanli,
The
back,
Sail Away Sweet
the
Sister.
family fit.
It's called
Yeah,
Sail Away
that's
Sweet
Yanli's
Sister.
fit.
There is a fanfic where Madame Yu actually stays like around after she died and like watches what like happened, and she is like, why am I like this? Why am I like this? Or like her and a Fungman like go back to the past, after they died, and Madame Yu is like trying to better herself. 'Cause, yeah. So that's just my
Okay.
own thing.
I looked it up. You're right. I was remembering the pairing correctly. I just didn't remember that it was the same one with Yan Li being the POV character for a while.
Yeah, I've been going through them recently. That's the only reason I knew which one it was.
It's one of my favorites. Like, that whole series,
Oh,
I
yes.
mean.
That whole Paper Moon series is fantastic, and anyone who has not read it should. I'm going to shout out Kisa Hochland for her fantastic podfics of them, too.
She's been doing, like, the whole series, too, right?
Yeah, she has done the entire series. And
That is epic levels of commitment. Because she does the editing with the soundscaping, too, right?
no, she doesn't do soundscaping. She does chatty cold reads of them, where she gives her commentary. And
Who am I thinking of as the one who does
I
the
think
edits?
Auntie Iroh is the one who does music at the beginning and end.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say Carrie Rentakai does soundscaping.
Sometimes, yeah.
But,
Anyway.
Yes, but let's get back to the...
Well, you told people we were going to encourage each other, not restrain each other for off-topic. No off-topic questions.
Very true. Very true. We do feed off each other. Okay. Oh, you can't be serious. Do you expect us to pay for this child? How are you going to care for it and yourself? Do you even know who the father is? That last comment stung. Of course he knew. How could he not? He'd been enamored with the Alpha the second he'd set eyes on him and recognized who he was on that train. Of course I do. I'm not a slut. It was an accident. One he was determined to turn into a happy situation, not a nightmare-inducing abortion that could ruin his chances of ever having another shot of the family ever again. Do you know how dangerous abortions are for recessive Omegas? Do you know what you're asking me to give up? You should have kept it in your pants then, Yuan snapped back wickedly. And she smacked her palm on the table, mimicking Feng Mian's outrage earlier. It wasn't a serious situation. If it wasn't such a serious situation... If it wasn't such a serious situation, Wei Ying might have snickered at the irony of that. Clearly, the doctors were wrong. All you have to do is beg the nearest alpha and you'll have another pup to worry about. I will not have another bastard in this house. Mother! Yan Li couldn't hold back any longer. It was an accident. Can't you see how this is upsetting, Xian? Don't you dare try to defend him. Take a good look, Ali. This is what happens when you are soft. This could be you if you're not careful. Do you think your precious fiance would stick around if you were suddenly heavy with a random alpha's child?
Not random.
Didn't you Sean doesn't want to be with Yonli at this point? Stop trying to. She makes me mad.
Scoffing at the absurdity, Madame Yu's sharp words were enough to make Yonli flinch and go silent. Fuck you, Madame Yu. That's not part of the story. That's me. The last part.
She makes me mad. She makes me mad. I don't like her one.
I don't know anyone who likes her that hasn't written her like Sammy did in Sail Away, Sweet Sister. Wuxian snapped at that. The knife he'd been holding sailed across the room and clattered against the wall behind Madame Yu's head. It had the effect of stopping any further attacks against his Shichi, but it also put all the focus right back fully on himself. 4 sets of shocked eyes locked on him. Stop it. Ali is your daughter. Yes, she is, and she would never end up a whore like you.
Whoa. I guess the slut shaming is actually from Madame Yu.
Yes.
Also, she treats the word whore like it's a curse word. It's not a bad thing to do. It's a profession. Get over it.
Yeah.
Also, there was a old song that was like SLUT, and it was actually Sweet Little Unforgettable Thing. And yet,
Cute.
that spelled slut.
Sweet little unforgettable thing. Cute.
I live in Salt Lake City, Utah, so we have shirts that say SL, UT, Salt Lake, Utah.
No, I know that people use whore and slut as an insult in fics, especially when Madame Yu is doing it because she's judgmental like that. But the entire societal baggage bullshit where some people are judged for having sex for fun or profit and other people aren't makes me so mad, and I could rant for days. So I'm not going to even start. I'm going to leave it there.
Oh, I am with you with that, especially the idiots who do Podfics and red pills. Enough said. Okay. Wuxian flinched as if he'd been physically slapped. I'm keeping the baby. If you don't want to support that, fine. I'll leave. Good riddance. Wuxian, Zheng Cheng shouted at the same time that Madame Yu spat out her heated response. The rest started talking at once, or rather arguing, and Wei Ying stormed out of the dining hall, practically running to escape the entire mess. Tears stung his eyes and clouded his vision as he bolted for his room and stuffed
Baby.
clothes and random. Oh, poor baby.
I guess he literally... I'm sorry. I guess he literally severed ties by throwing that knife.
Yes. Best thing he's ever done, I think.
Sometimes you just gotta cut the bad relationships out of your life.
I say, if you carry the shit around, you're never going to see the flowers that bloom when you use it for manure.
Oh, I like that. You know how when you're listening to somebody and your brain like guesses what they're going to say next? Mm-hmm. Mine went, if you carry all that shit around, you're never going to smell the flowers. I like yours better.
Okay, so his eyes and clouded his vision as he bolted for his room and stuffed clothes and random things in a bag as fast as he could. Just as he was grabbing his jacket, Zhang Yanli appeared in the doorway. Wangxian, you can't honestly be thinking about leaving. She was clearly upset.
Yes, he fucking
Tears were
is.
trailing down her cheeks. I can't stay here. Not after that, Wei Ying answered brusquely. His eyes were red and puffy from his own sobbing, and he swiped his arm across his face to try to get rid of the evidence. His emotions were all over the place lately. They won't let me keep it, Shuji, and all I want is to hold my baby. God, I want it so bad. After that kind of reaction from the people he thought he could rely on, there was no way Wei Ying could be convinced to stay. Madame Yu was likely on her way to accost him more and lay down the law as she saw fit. It made a shiver roll down his spine, imagining being beaten with a switch or worse. The only way he could avoid all that was to leave as fast as he could. Telling the Zhangs had been a catastrophic mistake. What are you going to do? She asked softly. Wei Wuxian had the sense to shrug a little helplessly. I'll stay with Wen Ning tonight and figure out the rest tomorrow. Wen Ning was a true friend and had helped him out of more than a few predicaments in the past. He was the last person Wei Ying could honestly rely on at that moment. Wang Yanli nodded and moved into Wei Ying's space to give him a tight hug. You need to stay in touch, all right? You're my little brother. I'm worried for you. She stepped back and stuffed a wad of bills into Wei Wuxian's hand. Take this, please. You need it more than I do right now. Call me when you make it to Wen Ning's. If you don't, I'll call the police. Wei Wuxian gave a watery chuckle at that and hugged Yanli again. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. I know, it's okay. She was patting his back gently. The soft scent of lotus blossom and sweet berries circled Yanli like a comforting blanket. It always loved hugging her just so he could take it all in. The knowledge that this might be the last time he could do so was upsetting. Mother is going to come lock you in your room. She and Father are fighting, but it won't be long. Even if he wanted to stay and savor the moment, he knew it was not to be. For being a beta, Madame Yu was a force to be reckoned with, and Wei Ying had broken the golden rule tonight. It shamed the Zhang family in a way so unforgivable that Madame Yu...
Oh, it was nursing coming by to check that I was okay in my room.
Okay. It shamed the Zhang family in a way so unforgivable that Madame was ready to lock him away like some criminal. He couldn't let her. She'd force him to get an abortion. She might just beat him to cause the abortion herself.
Oh, she fucking would.
Yes.
I mean, she could make him miscarry.
That's what she's thinking.
Yeah.
Or she would kill him. Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't put her past it. I wouldn't put it past her to try. Even if he vowed to... No. Okay. I'll call you, he promised before rushing past her and down the long hall to escape the Jiang mansion. As he crossed the snow-covered green and slipped out of the small main gate of the drive, he looked back one last time. The simple but elegant sign naming the estate Lotus Pure had always been a thing he'd loved as a child. The beauty, the security, it had been his home. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Cheng's voice snapped through his brain, and Wei Wuxian jumped. Ayo, Zhang Cheng, you scared me. The hope that his brother would maybe understand his side was still there. Good. What the fuck were you thinking? You can't have a baby. Jim Chung was pacing towards him, face still red with rage, and there was a disturbing glint in his eyes. His fists were clenched at his sides, and it looked like he was itching for a fight. I can and I am, Wei Wuxian retorted. without truly considering the implications of his words. Wei Wuxian, this isn't a game. I don't understand you, Omegas. Is it so hard to ignore some dumb smell? Zheng Cheng was seething mad. How can someone's fucking order make you lose your goddamn mind? You're supposed to stay here, and you're going to be my right-hand man with the business when I take over. You promised.
Of course, Jung Chun doesn't get it. Of course he doesn't. He's a beta, and betas don't have the same nose as the alphas and omegas. Of course, it's
Jiang Chung once again judging things that he has no experience of.
Exactly. Every word he said was like a kick to the gut. Zheng Cheng thought he was a slut. He thought Wei Wuxian could control his reactions when he was lost to a heat cycle. They were standing there facing off against one another outside the gates, and it was so unreal. Any other day, he would have enjoyed a good wrestling match with his brother. It would have been for fun with no hard feelings. The way Zheng Cheng's knuckles had gone white with the force of his grip screamed that it wouldn't be a fun tumble to air his frustrations. It was rather terrifying to think Zheng Cheng would try to beat him to a pulp for real. For over a decade, Wei Ying had called this home. Yet here he was learning that he was nothing more than some slut with no control for the eyes of one of the few people he had cherished and trusted most. It hurt. I never said this was a game. I'm being serious, Zheng Cheng. You just don't understand because you're a beta. You have the luxury of getting a choice. I don't. His words were cut off as Zheng Cheng's fist connected with his jaw.
okay.
What the fuck?
Okay, I'm ready to kill this I'm ready to kill this son of a bitch. Literally, son of a bitch. He's literally a son of a bitch.
I hate Zheng Cheng at this point. And we're what, the second portion of the first chapter still?
Not looking good for their popularity amongst the readers.
Yes. But the tags did say this is not Zheng family friendly.
They weren't kidding. Okay, so I need to cut the recording here just for time's sake. If it's much more longer than an hour, it takes forever to upload. So I think this would be
We've got 4 paragraphs and they're all short before
all
the
right.
end, so
Okay,
let's
finish
finish
this
it.
section and then we'll cut.
Yeah. Wei Ying saw stars for a second as pain bloomed across his face. Blotchy patches of black bloomed in his vision as he swayed on his feet from the force of the blow. It wasn't the first time he'd ever been hit. He just hadn't expected it right now, especially from Zheng Cheng. The taste of blood on his tongue snapped him out of his shocked state, and his hand came up to feel his split lip. Eyes wide, he just stared at his brother. What was that for? You idiot, you can't do this to us. Zheng Cheng made to grab Wei Ying's arm, but he deftly avoided it. You think I'm doing this to hurt you? To hurt your family? The pain in his voice was unmistakable as fresh tears slid down his face. Aren't you? Look at everything we did for you. If it wasn't for my father, you would have been put in the system. You sounded just like Madame Yu. It was sickening.
He would have been better off in foster care, honestly.
Yeah. Waiting's stomach twisted as he recoiled from the spiteful words. Cheng, stop. Let him go. Yanli was suddenly there, clinging to Zheng Cheng's arm to stop him from hitting Wei Wuxian again. Xian, go. Wei Ying was dumbstruck at the whole situation. The hurt in his heart, it was crippling his soul. Zheng Cheng was growling at Yanli now, and they were arguing. Wei Wuxian stumbled back a step, then 2. He turned and started to run, legs pumping as he put distance between the junk estates and the shouts of his adoptive brother demanding he come back. It wasn't until he'd gotten onto a bus a few blocks away and scrambled into a seat that he broke down and let out a little sob of anguish. God, how could he be so stupid? Swiping at his face again, he pulled out his cell phone and called one name. Hey, can I crash on your couch? End of section.
Wow, I really hope it goes better when he tells the father. I guess we'll find out in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut the recording here. This will be a good time for an intermission too.
Yes.
Grab a snack maybe. Cause I skipped dinner.
Wending is ever the kind soul.
He's the cinnamon roll. The OG. The cinnamon roll who could kill you but doesn't.
The cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon.
I definitely see the parallels between the Wen siblings and the Zheng siblings, except the Wen siblings are more accommodating.
I think it's like entitlement issues. They're in different socioeconomic brackets too. What?
I mean, in my blood moon, when
You need to do an outro.
Oh, an outro. Yeah, thanks for listening to this episode of Bedtime Stories. We'll be right back with the rest of the chapter. Sorry, messy bedtime stories. I forgot that.
Messy bedtime story.
Hello, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories.
Messy bedtime stories.
Yes, this is messy bedtime stories. Thank you for the reminder, Leoden. So you got me and Leoden back reading the next portion of the Train Rides fic. What's the actual title? Train Rides Change Everything?
Yes.
Yes. Haha. So it's my turn. We're going to be doing some Lan Wangji POV, and then when this section is over, I think we'll switch. Is that what we're doing, or whenever you feel like it's your turn?
Switching every section and then rolling at the beginning of every chapter.
Right. We've got some rules sketched out, but I'm still practicing it. Okay. The meeting was going on longer than anticipated. It was the usual monotonous financial reporting, which was difficult to pay attention to in the best of circumstances. Today, however, Lan Wangji was having a very hard time staying focused. The droning tone of the board members' discussion washed over him, and he kept his gaze focused, naturally upon each speaker. However, his thoughts were drifting. I guess somebody trained him really hard about appropriate eye contact. We've been doing a lot of stuff in therapy about, assertive communication and coming across as trustworthy, etc., etc. And I raised my hand in class because almost all of it was, to do with various body language and eye contact things. And I said, this entire piece of paper is ableist. And they were like, what? What are you talking about? I said, social anxiety, physical infirmities, neurodivergence, take your pick. It's very difficult for some people to maintain or even judge what is appropriate eye contact. To me, eye contact feels aggressive, actually. The
For me, I can focus on paying attention to you or looking like I'm paying attention to you.
Right? If my eyes are on you, my ears are doing something else. It's either my ears are paying attention, and I lip read sometimes. When a word is challenging, I might be lip reading, but eye contact, no. I can't do ears on and eyes on you like eye contact at the same time, can't do it. And then, and I was like, and some people have speech impediments, or like I do when I mess up words, and that's not a sign of poor confidence, although it kind of is, but it's not. I have that too, but it's not exactly. So, and they're like stutters, mumbles, whatever, and I'm like, that's literally how I talk. So, I know you didn't write the worksheet, you got it off some therapist book, whatever. I just need you to be aware that you have to be aware of the people in your classroom when you are teaching this class.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, anyway. His thoughts were drifting. To most outsiders, he looked normal and fully cognizant of what was going on around him. Inwardly, however, he couldn't get the memories of that train ride out of his head. The scent had lingered in his nose for a long time after they'd gone their separate ways. He had given his card out of guilt and offered compensation for the mess he'd caused. It was refused, yet he couldn't stop thinking about what had happened and that man. The feel of his flushed skin, the way he responded, the sounds of his cries of pleasure, how wet and responsive he'd been, and the intoxicating scent of citrus and spice, mingling together in an unexpected and extremely alluring way. It was a scent that he dreamed about, one that stirred his passions and had him shamelessly palming himself in the early morning, trying to find a sweet release to the images that filled his head. Hoo-hoo-hoo! I bet he's getting a little hot under the collar in that meeting. Just thinking of it.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to stand up by the end.
No. I like the nice Easter egg call out to shameless.
Oh, totally.
Someone cleared their throat, snapping Lan Wangji out of his thoughts as he looked at the expectant faces around him. Shit. What had they been saying? I believe you are on the correct path with this plan, he finally answered, recalling snippets of the discussion as quickly as he could. He loaded the ambient sounds into a buffer, but he was not processing at that time. The men around him seemed to nod in agreement, and the meeting continued. When it was all said and done and the conference room was emptying, Lan Wangji was prepared for the questions he knew would come from his brother. Lan Zu Shi never missed a thing, and he had been watching Lan Wangji carefully. Probably because the meeting was so boring, the most entertainment was, what the fuck is up with Dee Dee today? Are you all right? Always one to start gently, his brother's voice was soothing and gentle. You seem distracted. At least Lan Zu Shi had waited for the room to empty before he started to pry. It is nothing. Lan Wangji always gave short answers when he didn't want to talk about it. Mood. Lan Zu Shi watched him. He's like, no, I am not encouraging this conversation. In fact, I am going to walk away if you keep talking to me.
Yes, typical Lan Wangji.
Lan Zu Shi watched him for a heavy, quiet moment and then sighed. You have been working rather hard lately. Perhaps a break would do you some good? Lan Wangji's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, a sign of his annoyance. I can handle it. You do not need to worry. Ever since the family gathering a month ago, Lan Wangji's mood had been off. Lan Zixin had noticed it, yet he'd said nothing up until now. Wait, does that mean that he was on the train to his family gathering? Like when the encounter happened? I'll keep reading. I gotta bounce my ideas off of the chat, but you've already read it, so you can't give me spoilers.
Yes.
He was worried. His younger brother was ever the studious sort, highly disciplined and not one to shirk his duty ever. Yet, in the last few weeks, he'd been absent-minded, slow to decide, and often found himself staring out windows or nothing at all. At nothing at all. Did something happen after the gathering? It was a gentle prod for more. His brother was not one to divulge easily after all. Have you had... Oops, let me start that over. Have you ever had trouble forgetting someone's scent? The question was softly spoken. There was a pause, and Lan Zixin took stock of his brother carefully. Once, yes. I sometimes think I catch a hint of it, now and then. There was another heavy silence. Wangji, did you meet someone? Lan Wangji's hands clenched on his lap for a moment, then he stood, tucking those hands behind himself as he walked toward the floor-to-ceiling wall of windows to stare at the traffic below. It is not what you think. You don't know what I'm thinking. There was someone on the train. Vivid images danced in his head again. Writhing flesh, excited panting, those heated moans, begging for more. He frowned. I found them captivating. Zixin smiled and a brow arched ever so slightly. Did you speak with this person? When his brother didn't reply quickly, Zixin's smile faltered and became concerned. Wangji, you didn't do something improper, did you? It is a very distracting scent. I cannot get it out of my mind. Wangji replied, ignoring the query about propriety. He couldn't answer that honestly without shaming himself and his family. Without admitting it, I guess, because it already happened, yo.
Yes.
The way he'd acted on that train, the things he'd done, to a stranger at that, he couldn't tell his brother how he'd faltered. And that is the price that you pay when your family pursues perfectionism. You cannot admit to mistakes and missteps. And so everyone's just hoarding their shame until they, go to a mental health facility or die.
Yes.
Wangji, turning to face his brother, mouth set in a stubborn line, he was all ready to deliver his assurances. After all, the likelihood of running into that person again was negligible. I have a feeling that he is incorrect. They hadn't exchanged numbers or names. And even though he had given his card, Wangji highly doubted the Omega had kept it. The whole incident was a mere chance encounter, and it was just a memory now. Before he could say anything, though, there was a light rap at the door, and one of the secretaries stepped in. Sir, there's a young man at the desk, and he said he needs to speak with you, but he doesn't have an appointment. He asked me to remind you about his rabbits, and that you would know what it meant. He's being proven wrong immediately, in fact. I'm so glad that the secretary decided to cooperate in passing that message along instead of being like, no appointment, get the fuck out.
Yes.
He's already had such a rough time, you know?
Yes, he's been pining for a month already.
We need these stupid boys to meet again.
Please.
And I need Lan Wangji to eagerly accept, you know, that he knocked the Omega up, and I want Wei Wuxian to be like a pampered mistress, okay? I don't know if that's what's gonna happen, but that's what I need. We'll see. Let's see what I get.
Read and find out.
I'm going to read and find out. If I don't say it out loud, then we can't laugh at me if I'm wrong or celebrate if I'm right later.
Very true. And I'm trying so badly not to spoil it.
Probably sitting there like chewing on your knuckles or something.
Yes.
Aren't they cute? I liked how they looked like they were chasing one another. Kind of a yin-yang thing. The voice echoed in his head with that. Oh, it was supposed to be huskily satiated. Oops, let me try again. Aren't they cute? I liked how they looked like they were chasing one another. Kind of a yin-yang thing. The voice echoed in his head with that husky, satiated sound as his fingers stroked lightly over his hip, tracing the white and black rabbit pair tattooed there. Oh, it's not a tramp stamp, but it's damn close. Madame Yu would kill me if she knew I got this, but so far, it's my little secret. And yours too now. Lan Wangji blinked and stared at the secretary with a carefully neutral expression. Shall I turn him away? She asked, voice tinged with nervousness at that stare. He's not mad at you, you poor secretary. He's just locked down on his self-control so hard that the RBF is just massively bitchy right now. He's not mad at you.
The horny resting bitch face.
That's it. If he had Bishin in his hand, the horny grip would be audible.
Yes.
Bring him to my office. I will speak with him. Wangji was staunchly ignoring his brother's curious gaze. Oh my god, I forgot. Zishin was in the room.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sure Zishin can read his horny bitch face.
Zishin's like, Dee Dee? Is there something you want to tell me?
Yes.
Okay, where was I? Staunchly ignoring his brother's curious gaze and the rapid beating of his own heart. Hadn't he just thought he would never see him again? Yep, well, you were wrong. The secretary... Oh, he was wrong and he's excited about it.
Yes.
It's probably the first time in his entire life he's been excited about being wrong.
Probably. Or maybe on the train was the first time he was excited about being wrong.
Oh, fair point. The secretary nodded and disappeared while his brother cleared his throat, obviously about to ask who this person was. Wangji was too wrapped up in the idea of being able to experience that spicy citrus scent again, though, and barely paid Zishin any notice. I just need to pause and say, the fact that he gave Wei Wuxian his work business card and only gave him the option to contact him at work instead of, hey, here's my number, come by if you want to do this again. Bro, if you'd given him your home number, he would have shown up at your house instead of at your place of work, where your brother also is, and God forbid your uncle was involved in this first meeting, so to speak. Like, you did this to yourself. Where was I? There were many questions. Oh, he barely paid Zishin any notice. Why was he here? Was he all right? How had he found him? 'Cause he's a genius, dipshit. Oh my god. There were many questions. Yet as curious as he was also somewhat eager to meet the man again. No one else would have anything to do with him and rabbits. There was no way this could be anyone but his unexpected partner on the train. New business partner? It was a neutral enough inquiry, yet it still rankled Lan Wangji for some reason. Just an acquaintance. He denied smoothly and turned his attention to his brother. We can finish our conversation this evening. Zishin gave a small nod and smiled. As you say, Wangji. Do not keep your guest waiting. I need to speak with marketing about the new campaign anyway. Giving his brother a little space, Lan Zishin stood and moved to leave without another word. He would hear more tonight, of that he was sure. When his brother said he would do something, he did it. There was no need to worry or wonder until then. I feel like both of the Lan brothers are lying to themselves a little bit. Just a little. So that was the end of my section. That means it's Liaden's turn to read.
Yeah, so we are starting with Wei Wuxian's point of view.
Yay.
Sorry. Wei Wuxian knew who he was coming to see. He had known the identity of his hookup from the moment he met him on the train.
Haha.
Lan Wangji was one of the major leaders of the corporate giant Cloud Recesses Incorporated. Oh, I read that wrong.
It happens.
What? Yes. Lan Wangji, one of the major leaders of the corporate giant Cloud Recesses Incorporated, was hard to miss. He was also fucking gorgeous. He had been listed as one of the most eligible bachelors alongside his elder brother for years. The man exuded perfection without even trying. His flawless skin was the color of pure jade. Nose straight and regal, sinfully full lips that Wei Wuxian was intimately familiar with, and a gaze of molten gold that captivated anyone who looked at him.
Facts.
He was tall and fit, with the powerful frame of an alpha, all broad shoulders and sculptured muscle, deceptively hidden beneath power suits.
Travesty.
Yes, travesty there. His glossy black hair was always stylishly maintained. Lan Wangji was one of the most recognizable people of their generation. I apologize for the puppy.
It's okay, the puppy's excited.
She's jealous I'm not paying attention to her. If it hadn't been for his heat coming on so abruptly, Wei Wuxian would have spent the duration of that train ride trying to learn a few things from the man. Because learning about the various industry ventures and new technologies that CRI was very much involved in. He might have even fantasized about asking for a date if the alpha was receptive towards him. They are fresh. No more.
You need me to take over for a minute?
Yeah, so I'm going to mute and
Okay.
play tug with the person.
Instead, he'd embarrassingly lost all semblance of control and had basically thrown himself at that Adonis of a man. Thank God it had been him, though. It wasn't like Wuxian could really go anywhere on a train that would have been safe, since he had not paid for a private room, opting for frugality, and sleeping, sitting upright instead. He could remember his revulsion at the unpleasant scents of other alphas in the train car. There had been interest and arousal in those off-putting aromas, as the various strangers realized he was going into heat.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, we're at the top of the next paragraph from the one you stopped at.
Okay. Wuxian had panicked and blindly turned to rush out in an effort to escape a bad situation. All he had managed to do was run face first into the chest of the most godly of alphas he'd ever encountered.
Nice. What a lucky day.
Right? And that's such a beautiful sentence.
It is.
The wall kicker was his intoxicating scent. It was a subtle mix of sandalwood and fresh, earthy air. It had been a balm over his frayed nerves that had shamelessly clung to him while he begged for help. Those golden eyes were so intense that it captured Wuxian in their gaze, yet it didn't frighten him. Instead, he felt safe and protected. Wangji had wrapped strong arms around his shivering back and pulled him out of the public car, retreating to a private room with Wuxian. Had it not been for that, Wuxian had seriously considered throwing himself out of the train into the snow with hopes of not killing himself in the process as a means to escape.
I'm sorry. I just realized this is one of those long travel trains, like long distance. Not like a city subway, but like the ones that you have sleeper cars in and stuff.
Yes.
Okay. I'm with it.
The imagery of throwing yourself off of a train to avoid being raped.
Very serious. Very desperate.
Yes.
He was legitimately scared, like valid.
Yeah. Like just that image is so amazing.
It's almost a gut punch, so to speak. Trying to put yourself in his shoes.
As a result of that protective gesture, Wuxian's heat triggered his savior's rut and they'd spent a blissful 2 days fucking in that train car. When it was over and his heat had passed, it had been a little awkward, but he had never expected it to come to anything. Which was why it was hard to fathom that Wuxian was standing awkwardly in a large office with 2 whole walls made of glass windows, waiting to meet Wangji after having pined over the man and their unexpected encounter for the past month. There was a huge polished wood desk, a little fountain, and a sitting area with a comfy-looking couch. A door that sat nestled between bookshelves. Those shelves were lined with interesting books and random artifacts that looked very old and almost otherworldly. There was even a Wuxian on a low table to one side.
I bet. I bet that Wei Wuxian wants to touch everything on that bookshelf.
Oh, yes. You can feel it in the words. His desire to touch. It took a lot of effort to work up the nerves to come here. Wei Wuxian didn't even know what he expected from the powerful and famed Lan Wangji. Would he demand he abort the baby just as the Jiangs had? Would he try to take the baby away from him? Perhaps he would just wash his hands of him altogether. Even when he'd been waiting in the lobby, Wei Wuxian had half a mind just to turn around and bolt out of there as fast as he could. There were friends he could have called, like Wen Ning, that he could have asked for help from. That upset him just as much. Wei Wuxian didn't want to be indebted to anyone, especially for a mess of his own making. It was bad enough that he'd troubled Wen Ning to crash on his couch last night. His friend had been very gracious and understanding, but it still upset Wei Wuxian greatly. If he couldn't take care of himself now, how could he justify this stubborn want to keep his baby? The only reason he was here in this massive office was to do the right thing and inform the father of his unborn child and pray for a miracle in which he wasn't thrown out on his ass immediately. Poor baby has such low self-esteem.
I need Lan Wangji to embrace him and give him head pats and forehead kisses and lots of money. I need but not in a way that would hurt his pride, Not that he has any. Okay, let me take that back. Wei Wuxian's got pride in his skills, but not his worth. If that makes sense, in my opinion.
Yes. He knows his brain is amazing, but he feels like himself is not.
Yeah, and when I said throw money at him, but in a way that wouldn't hurt his pride, I meant he doesn't want to feel like a problem to be solved, I think. I want him to feel like a person that is being supported, not a problem that is being solved. The actions that you take are fundamentally the same, but the attitude and the way you deliver it is different,
Yes. Oh, sorry for the yawn, but it isn't our bedtime stories if one of us doesn't yawn, right?
That's right. If we're not sleepy, how is it a bedtime story?
Exactly. It was only fair, right? Yes, getting the chance to see him again was a bonus he couldn't pass up. Wei Wuxian was secretly looking forward to catching that scent of sandalwood and crisp, earthy air once more if he could.
Ooh. Do you think it's like the petrichor smell? Like the earth just after it rains?
I love petrichor. It is such a good smell.
Yeah.
I would love to know if that... We'll have to ask Sari.
We will.
See what she says. He most assuredly was not here for another hookup. Nope. He was not here to oogle the broad shoulders he had clung so desperately to while kissing those simple lips with the wild abandon. He was not imagining the feel of those strong hands leaving bruising imprints on his waist and thighs while he got railed hard. Wei Wuxian was not hoping for an encore. Nope, not at all. You lie to yourself, boy, you lie to yourself.
Why you always lying?
No one could blame him if he tried to catch a glimpse of Lan Wangji's cough, right? Would it be absolutely wrong of him to brush up close to accidentally cough a seal?
Look at the mental gymnastics he's going through to distract himself from being nervous.
Right? Fuck, no, he was not here to hook up with the man. No. Reining in his overactive imagination and forcefully pulling his son before he embarrassed himself by clouding the entire damn office in his sweet aroma. Wei Wuxian began to wander around the spacious room to try and distract himself. He was wildly curious about the Wuxian and moved over towards it, reaching out to touch the string slightly. That is very old, the voice broke him out of his tactile inspection, and he snapped upright and spun about. Oh, sorry, it's just, I wondered if it was still playable. He was speaking quickly. I wasn't. The food's well taken care of, not that you wouldn't take care of something like that. This was not awkward at all. No, Wei Wuxian put on a winning smile and moved to introduce himself. I'm sure you weren't expecting to ever see me again. He was standing close to Lan Wangji now, though he had trouble meeting his eyes for very long. That intense golden gaze was fixed upon him, and it made him squirm a little and self-consciously slide his tongue out over his slightly swollen split lip.
Ooh.
Just Jim Chung punched him.
No, I was just thinking Lan Wangji's point of view in this instance is probably rage against the machine, like who has damaged my obsession.
Yes, we'll see. We know Lan Wangji is very jealous and can't.
Wei Wuxian might forget slights. Lan Wangji categorizes them and compiles them on his behalf.
Yes, it's like, I was listening to one of Sammy's fics, and it was one of the ridiculous future bullshits.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about how one of the land elders had said Wei Wuxian wasn't part of the land set. And it was 2020, and Lan Wangji still had not forgotten that slight. That is the type of grudge he holds.
He doesn't just hold grudges. He puts them in epoxy resin and shines them to a sheen and remembers every detail.
Yes. But yes, that like what you just said there of who touched my obsession is yes, that's a grudge that Lan Wangji is going to hold on to.
Yep.
Lan Wangji's eyes followed the path of his tongue. His gaze seemed fixed on the faint bruise on his cheek. It made Wei Wuxian nervous. So, do you play? It was better to stick to easy topics to start, right? Wei Wuxian was losing his nerve again, even as he took in the powerful figure that stood before him. His face was impassive, and still a gorgeously flawless complexion of jade, with a pair of golden eyes that seemed to bore into his very soul. His powerful shoulders hidden beneath that tailored shirt, just like Wei Wuxian had fantasized. And his fingers itched to touch him and peel off that blazer of his so he could bask in the sight of Lan Wangji's powerful aura.
Aura.
The desire to touch was so powerful that Wangji had to ball his hands into a fist
Hold
at
on.
his side.
That was Wuxian.
Oh! Okay, let's read that again. The desire to touch was so powerful that Wuxian had to ball his hands into fists at his sides. I do. This one is very old, though, was scrutinizing Wuxian. You came to see me. You knew who I was. When Wangji wanted to touch that bruised lip and had to repress his unusual rage that demanded he seek vengeance on an unknown assailant for hurting the man in front of him.
That's right.
Yep. There was a dangerous tone to Wangji's question, and it made Wuxian nibble at his lower lip, which stung and made him lose his train of thought for a minute before he nodded. I looked you up after the train, he answered awkwardly. I lost your card. His fingers
Bullshit.
scrubbed at the back.
You knew who he was the minute you saw him.
Yes.
But you didn't pursue him just because you knew who he was. Like, he wasn't targeted
Yes.
for his identity as a Lan clan heir. But anyway.
Yes. I lost your card. His fingers scrubbed at the back of his neck just beneath the ponytail that held his hair back at that admission. He felt grossly underdressed for this encounter. His dark jeans were ripped at the knees, and the simple shirt was loose and its color faded from being washed too many times. Even his shoes were scuffed and clearly on their last vestiges of life. All in all, he looked pitiful next to the well-put-together outfit. I see. What brings you here? Did you decide you needed compensation after all? Again, it was a dark and guarded question. Wuxian shook his head immediately. No, nothing like that. Not exactly. He frowned and let out a breath. God, this is so hard. Can we sit? Lan Wangji nodded and motioned to the two chairs before his desk, promptly sitting in one before watching his guests to see if he'd take the other. This put them in close proximity and face to face. There was no obstacle between them, which was something he preferred. He'd already caught the citrus and spice in the air, though it was quite subtle and faint currently. Mine.
No obstacle.
No obstacles and mine.
Yep.
The thought had lanced through him so fast that Lan Wangji had been stunned for a moment and was grateful that his guest hadn't noticed his easy posture. The possessiveness was unbalancing and it concerned him. They were strangers. He did not know this Omega at all. One encounter did not mean he had any sort of perverse right over him. He wasn't marked either, which was good. It meant that there was no competition in the way.
This poor thing is struggling so hard against his instincts to be a gentleman.
Oh, they both are struggling for that, but yes. The corners of his eyes tightened slightly as he inwardly chastised himself for thinking about competing for the rights of the men before him. They barely knew one another. Just pure infatuation, wasn't it? Wuxian was not like most Omegas he had encountered. He was lithe in a poetic and an alluring sort of way, and he was taller than average Omegas, that Lan Wangji was familiar with. His skin was pale and unblemished. Those silvery eyes were mesmerizing. His smile was warm and inviting as well. Put it simply, Wei Wuxian's beauty was unquestionable. The alluring scent that clung to him was driving Wangji a little crazy. Those enchanting lips were so full and slightly swollen, both from being chewed upon just now and from the disturbing wound there. Wangji had the urge to taste them again, taste them against his own once more. Perhaps you should start with your name. Oh, right, I'm Wei Ying, courtesy name Wei Wuxian. I'm the adopted son of the Chung family that runs Lotus Enterprises, although recently we've had a bit of a falling out. He chuckled nervously as he sat down, fiddling with the hem of his shirt. Have you dealt with them ever? I wasn't really part of the running the business dealings, but I know they're pretty involved in some finance and property type stuff. Wangji nodded. Yes, I have heard of them. We've had dealings on a few occasions, though I never met you before. That's not surprising. The madam isn't entirely fond of me, and she's always kept me at arm's length. The less interest I took in the family business, the better. Grinned and shifted on the chair. It was pretty comfy. So why are you here? When Wangji was curious, but he was also losing patience. If this is some sort of strange play by Lotus Enterprises, he was not impressed. Well, you see, I need to let you know something. Firstly, I want it known I'm not here trying to get money or help. I'm doing the right thing, I suppose. He took a breath, and then Wangji's eyes narrowed in suspicion. The right thing? He questioned. He asked carefully, and Wei Wuxian's eyes darted to his lap, avoiding Lan Wangji's intense gaze several times. Yes, I'm pregnant, he blurted out in a rash of air. Looked at the man sitting next to him. It's yours. I thought you should know. Wei Wuxian's posture was tense, bracing for physical retaliation. His arms unconsciously slid around his middle to protect his baby if it came to that. Lan Wangji just sat there in stunned silence. His expression didn't falter at all, and he let the confession settle over him, choosing to say nothing immediately. Visions of that night flooded in his memory again, the wet sound of flesh slapping together, the gasps and cries, the heat, the desire, the all-consuming pleasure, the whining voice egging him to pound into his tight, wet hole, while the alluring scent of citrus and spice swirled around him, making him dizzy. It sent him into a rut at this time, and they'd both been out of their minds with need.
Damn.
I thought you said this couldn't happen. He distinctly remembered the reassurances afterwards. He'd been worried, of course, and had offered to take responsibility. At the time, Wei Wuxian had adamantly denied any chance of becoming pregnant and promised he'd had nothing to fret about. Well, that's what the doctors told me. I'm recessive. They said it would be next to impossible, Wei Wuxian found. Like I said, I'm not looking for you to do anything. I just thought you should know. I'll be keeping the baby. I hope you're okay with that. We can figure out visitation and stuff if you want. You don't have to do anything, though. I can handle it on my own.
He's so brave.
Oh, yeah. So,
I feel like he could benefit from the therapy session I had to go to about assertive communication, being different from aggressive, but but he is definitely standing up for himself. He is respecting himself, so he's winning at that.
Yes. Lan Wangji's brows furrowed in a subtle frown as he stared at the Omega sitting next to him. You think I would abandon my responsibilities? There was that dangerous tone in his question again. No, of course not. I'm just releasing you from those responsibilities. I'll be okay. I can take care of myself. He spoke adamantly and made himself meet the Alpha's gaze as he said it. Wei Wuxian's heart was hammering in his chest, and he had to force his anxiety down, but didn't sour the air with his worry and fears. You're releasing me? The puzzlement was obvious, and that furrowed expression intensified. Have you been tested? This is not a hoax? It was Wei Wuxian's turn to frown. Why would I joke about this? I took 5 home tests. I can assure you they're positive. Here. He started fishing in his coat pocket and handed him a couple of the test sticks he'd brought with him. See for yourself. Wangji reached out slowly and took the pregnancy test sticks from Wei Wuxian. When his fingers brushed against the other's palm, there was a thrill that rushed through him. It was nearly electric, and he itched to touch more. It took considerable restraint to prevent himself from acting like a brute. He stared at Wei Wuxian before looking down and seeing the results with his own eyes. It was like a punch to the gut. This could be fabricated, though, couldn't it? A doctor was needed to be sure.
Uh-oh.
Are you sure it's mine? The question slipped out before he could stop himself. Wei Wuxian jumped to his feet, a snarl escaping his lips as he did so. What do you think I am? I don't throw myself at every gorgeous alpha I come across. You were my first and only partner. As soon as he said it, he could feel the color blooming up his neck and face. Did he actually just admit he was a virgin before that night?
Whoops.
Oh, honey, he likes that.
Oh, he likes it very much.
Yes, as our next paragraph proves. A thrill danced along Lan Wangji's nervous system. Wei Wuxian thought he was gorgeous. It was something that made the tips of Lan Wangji's ears warm with some unknown emotion, and his chest puffed up marginally while he sat up a bit straighter. It took a second for the latter part to register. It had been a first time for both of them.
Nice.
More memories. Right? Oh, more memories flooded his senses of long legs winding around his waist and heels pressing to the small of his back, encouraging him to bury himself in that tight, hot, wet hole. Instinct had made them uninhibited, and their encounter so very sensual. Yes, he likes that very much.
Yeah, he sure does.
A possessive desire to stake his claim made his jaw practically ache and his fingers curl against his thighs to restrain himself from doing something foolish. Would Wei Wuxian welcome such a claim?
Maybe.
Would he be thrilled? Or would he rail against him in violent rage?
Why don't you ask?
He wouldn't like it, Lan Wangji. Why are you so stupid?
Silly boys.
Yes, it's not Wuxian if they don't communicate very well at first, right?
Right. Well, you know, they're at the beginning, they're both doing that thing where they're projecting their imagined responses onto the other person.
Yes. Lan Wangji was quite pleased to know that no other alpha knew the intimate side of his Omega.
His.
Oh, you possessive little boy. You're so cute. It was a treasured secret between the pair of them. He would very much like to keep it that way.
That's a nice sentence there. Treasured secret.
Yes. He hasn't even told Wuxian about it. Secret.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, puppy. Perhaps he could court the man and make his desire a reality. He never considered a partner. Yet, with Wei Wuxian, it seemed natural and very right. Even if they didn't really know one another all that well yet. Just the thought of getting savor the beautiful Omega and relish in his delicious scent to have Lan Wangji imagining a blissful future for the pair. Reality shattered his amorous thinking as Wei Wuxian spoke again. Listen, I know this was a mistake. I'm sorry for bothering you. Don't worry about anything. I'm not holding you responsible. I don't want your help. God, he really did. He really needed it. The guy just called Wei Wuxian a slut, though. He could not let that go easily. Not after everything that had happened with the Zhangs. His pride wouldn't allow it. Oh, waiting.
Baby. Take a deep breath. Don't leave yet.
Wei Wuxian had only taken 2 steps before he felt a hand on his wrist stopping him.
The wrist grab.
Yes, the wrist grab. At least Lan Wangji isn't stupid enough to let him walk away, right?
I was like, you were reading that paragraph and I was scrolling down to follow along. I was like, don't let him leave. Don't let him leave. Don't let him leave.
He looked back to see Lan Wangji standing rather close, his golden eyes wide, and bright with some urgency he couldn't quite describe. And his face pinched in the almost scowl that he had worn the entire time. I did not mean for that to sound so cruel. Try to understand. I have to be careful. That does not mean I will ignore my responsibilities. Whether you release me from them or not, I cannot ignore it. There was a squeezing sensation around Wei Wuxian's heart, and he let out a shuddering breath. He was on the verge of an embarrassing, emotionally charged meltdown, which wasn't something he had planned on. It was just a lot of stress.
People
First,
make bad choices when they're sad or scared or stressed. Throw a little love their way. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's perfect. He does need a little bit of love, right?
Bring out the best. Or however that goes.
First, the blowout with the Zhangs and ending up essentially homeless. Then the nerves about confessing only to be asked if he was sure he had the right father. A shiver rolled through his body as he did his best to push the shame he felt down.
Yeah, Wangji could really have phrased that better.
Yes. What exactly does that mean? Just how are you ignoring anything when I told you I can take care of it on my own? Have you seen a doctor yet? You said this is highly unlikely. Will it be dangerous? The questions were sincere, yet Wei Wuxian took them poorly. All he heard was Lan Wangji fishing for an excuse to deal with the situation in an unpleasant way. You want me to abort my baby, don't you?
Oh no.
Yes, flatly. Oh. Yes, flatly, tears swimming in his eyes. He was going to cry in front of this gorgeous alpha. He shut his eyes and looked away, tugging at his arm to try and break free. The grip tightened instead, and Wei Wuxian was pulled closer until he felt long fingers tipping his chin up. I never said that. I am trying to understand the risks. You said this was impossible. The awkwardness would have been amusing any other time. There was also a comforting scent of sandalwood subtly permeating the area. was like Wangji was purposely trying to calm him down with his own pheromones as they were mates or something. But that couldn't be right. Oh, poor baby. He likes you.
He already... He knows. He's just refusing to see it.
Yes. Wuxian snorted inelegantly. I defy the impossible, it seems.
Haha! Achieve the impossible.
Oh, Easter egg to MDZS.
Well played.
Yes. His free hand reached up to scrub at his face as tears slid out of the corner of his eyes. Bruce's cheeks stung as he rubbed at it and made him huff in defeat. Look, I'm trying to do the right thing by telling you. I also don't want you to feel trapped or indebted or whatever. I can handle this. Wangji carefully searched his face, trying his best to understand the reluctance for his help. I understand. However, I will not ignore my responsibility. I want to help. He hadn't ever thought of himself as having children, yet now that the situation had presented itself, he was not appalled by it either. Part of him was secretly excited by the idea.
Excited.
It made him regret asking if it had been a hoax earlier, although he couldn't discount that possibility, and his brother and uncle would inevitably broach the question themselves as well. It was the only way he could justify why he had asked. Granted, this entire situation was unexpected. It was the very last thing Wangji anticipated happening today. Yet, here they were. Please, let me get you a drink. Puppy, you need to let me read. He was pulling Wuxian over to the sitting area this time, the more comfortable couch and chairs there.
Hey, Leodin. We just hit an hour, so I need to cut the recording here, and then we can start back up. It's just for the upload times.
Yep, thanks for letting me know.
Okay. Hello, and welcome back to Messy Bedtime Stories. It's still Leodin's turn for reading. We just had to end the previous recording for the sake of not having a ridiculous upload time. So with that intro, back to you.
Okay, we are in the middle of Wuxian and Wangji figuring their shit out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, hey, another yarn. Again, bedtime stories need yawns.
Here's one from me. There we go.
He was pulling Wuxian over to the sitting area this time. It's a more comfortable couch and chairs there. After managing to get the Omega to sit up on the leather sofa, Wangji turned smoothly and moved to the table to pour a cup of water.
Sit on his lap.
Right? Put him on your lap. Leia. No more. No. He held the cup out to Wuxian and quietly, geez, let me try that again. I cannot read now. He held the cup out to Wuxian quietly and waited. Then holding it out and quietly waiting.
You got this.
He handed it to a bowl.
You got this. You can do it.
Yes. For his part, Wuxian was sniffling and doing his best to pull himself back together, only embarrassed that he'd just freaked out. His scent was still a bit sour with his distress, and Wei Wuxian had given up on trying to control it. He had been prepared for it to be the other way around. It seemed more likely that the famed Lan Wangji would lose his cool and be the one panicking or denying everything. It had never occurred to him that the passionate alpha he'd met on that train would be so reserved and calm like this. Taking the offered cup of water, he took a large sip and wiped at his face again. I just thought you should know I don't expect anything. He was being stubborn, sure, but he was not going to be accused of being some gold digger with this either. In all honesty, Wei Wuxian really hadn't thought through this urge to tell Lan Wangji he had fathered a child. All he could do was fall back on a dumb phrase of it being the right thing to do. You said as much already. The reply was unnerving for Wei Wuxian in its calm and measured tone. That was the exact opposite of what he'd expected. I also still want to help and take responsibility. It pissed Wei Wuxian off a little. Why wasn't he upset? Aren't you even a little freaked out? He finally blurted. I've been going crazy about this, and you're just so cold and calm, like a damn frozen pond or something.
Oh no, Wei Wuxian. It's the autism, babe. That's so mean to say.
Oh, poor baby.
He's starting fights. He's trying to pick fights.
They're both saying just the wrong thing here. What them? Oh. Lan Wangji ran his fingers through his hair at that, giving himself a slightly disheveled appearance, and let out a heavy breath of air. I may not look upset, but I assure you that I am quite surprised. I was not expecting this. His blunt honesty was refreshing, at least, and Wei Wuxian nodded stiffly. So, what do you mean by taking responsibility? Moving to sit across from him in one of the plush chairs, Lan Wangji tapped his fingers on the armrest for a few moments before speaking.
Can I talk? I want to say something. Okay. What he means, Wei Wuxian, is he wants to wife you up, install you in his home, and pamper you until you look glossy and sassy and happy. And whatever you need to make that happen. That's what he means.
Oh, yes. But of course, we know our boys can't manage to have a good conversation at first, right?
No, they gotta figure this shit out.
Also, hi, Say.
Hello, yes, the author has joined the chat. We have a very special guest.
We had a question for you regarding Lan Wangji's sin. What's that? So we were wondering if the earthy smell was like petrichor. Yes.
Nailed it.
We were right, Dao. Yes, that makes us happy. It makes us all so happy.
You want to know something funny? You said to the author, we have a question. And I was like, I remember that we had a question, but what was it? So I'm glad you were on top of that one.
Yeah, very much petrichor. It's like a favorite smell, so.
Yes, all of us.
We both love the smell.
It's a good smell.
So we were hoping. Excellent. That's both where we went at first, and we're like, we have to ask. Yeah, I tried to describe it instead of just naming it out loud, because not everyone knows what that means, I guess. I don't know.
That's what fucking dictionaries are for, you know?
Yeah, he did a very good job describing it.
You did, and then we
That
guessed it from context clues.
Yes. So, yay! We just wanted to know for sure if we were right. Okay. The last thing he wanted to do was frighten Wei Wuxian off by going too fast. Holding back was difficult, even when every iota of his soul screamed at him to calm and protect.
Claim.
Naturally, I will support your decision to keep our child. I will see to it that you receive proper medical care and ensure your safety.
Nice.
The part of him that wanted to claim the Omega right there, then and there, was riding him hard.
I bet he is hard. I couldn't help myself, I'm sorry.
This is why we're good friends.
Yep. When someone appreciates your silly puns, you don't let them go.
Yes. That demanded deep within him to state his right to mark his Omega and handle everything was being strictly controlled through sheer stubborn will. The entire issue was testing his restraint more than anything else ever had. The way that this Wei Wuxian continually refused to accept his help rankled Lan Wangji that made it apparent that he would have to start small. Going slowly was not what he wanted to do at all. He was afraid that if he did, everything would fall apart. Can you take over for a second?
Yeah, no problem.
Again.
Wei Wuxian was clearly not expecting this kind of response. He fidgeted in his seat, fingers tapping. Okay, so you know that joke I made like a paragraph ago? I figured out an even better one. It's like the wanted to claim the Omega right then and there was riding him hard. And so what I said first was, I bet he was hard. And then later I was like, oh my god, I know what else he wants to ride hard. Okay, and now back to the story. Wei Wuxian was clearly not expecting this kind of response. He fidgeted in his seat, fingers tapping rapidly against the cup he held, and eyes darting around looking for easy escape routes. It was one thing to run from the Jiang. They were betas, and that made it easier to hide in some aspects. Lan Wangji was an alpha, and there was only one way in or out of this office. And also you're under surveillance, probably, so... He was bigger, stronger, and his heightened senses could pick out Wei Wuxian's unique scent easily from within a crowd. Hiding from alphas was difficult in the best of circumstances. Trying to do it while scared was next to impossible. The room that had seemed so big earlier now felt as though the walls were closing in on him.
I'm back.
All right. Poor baby is about to be in the middle of a panic attack.
Okay. You're going to make me get rid of my baby? Wei Wuxian hadn't registered that Lan Wangji had called the baby theirs earlier. His voice sounded small and timid, and he was incapable of masking his worried scent from souring even more and clouding his usual sweet aroma. It tickled Lan Wangji's nose, prompting him to release his own pheromones in an attempt to soothe and reassure Wei Wuxian again. I will not make you do anything you do not want to do. The reply was given in that calm, measured voice. I would very much like to be involved in my child's future if you would allow such. It was a risk to say so much so soon. But he felt reassurance was needed. The memory of the tattoo skirted around his thoughts again, and about how Wei Wuxian had joked of some madam being furious if she found out. Likely it was the young matriarch he had referred to then. The fear associated with this madam was obvious, and it concerned Lan Wangji greatly.
As it should.
Yes. You did? Those beautiful eyes. Oh, those beautiful silvery eyes looked up at him, shock and hope. Lan Wangji nodded and shifted to the edge of the chair he was sitting on to get a little closer. I would not say it if I did not mean it. He hoped this would be comforting, and that Wei Wuxian would accept it. I don't know what to say to that, Wei Wuxian mumbled it, and as he looked down at his lap, a glass of water still held nervously. Have you not had support up until now? The encounter on the train had happened just over a month ago. Had this been a burden he'd carried along all this time? Yeah. The way his Omega curled in on himself seemed to be all the answer Lan Wangji needed, and it made the line between his brows deepen with displeasure at such revelation. It sharpened his own scent, and he had to tightly rein himself in so he did not startle the man across from him. The image that invokes, I think it's a Jersey Shore clip I saw, where one of the girls had hand lines because she was always scrunching her eyebrows together. That's what she makes me feel.
Oh no. Wangji, if you keep making that face, you're gonna give yourself wrinkles.
He's really trying very hard.
I think we talked over the author by accident. What's up?
I said he's really trying very hard to give himself wrinkles.
Indeed he is.
That's one Wangji for you, though. Hello, Leia. Okay. My adoptive family was not impressed. He gave a sheepish grin and finally took another drink of the water. They basically kicked me out, but I'm staying with a friend on the couch for now. I'll get my own place soon, so no need to worry. Wei Wuxian's hand was held out in a placating gesture, waving a little dismissively at his current living conditions. Wangji frowned even more, though it was really hard to tell since his facial expression barely changed. I like that. His imagination took a disturbing turn as he pictured Wei Wuxian in some stranger's home, lying on a bed, being comforted by another person.
Someone else. The audacity.
Yes. That possessive urge to claim him slammed into his gut again, and he sucked in a slow, calming breath, tasting the flavor of his Omega fragrance in the room. Did he have the right to be like this yet? Either way, Wei Wuxian staying in some strange friend's home was unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
Had it been this friend that had left the bruise and split lip? No, that was his brother.
Nope, Wanting would never.
Yes, our little cinnamon roll would never.
He might hit somebody else to protect Wei Wuxian, but he wouldn't lay a finger on him.
Yeah. For a brief moment, Wangji imagined how he would repay such a friend for harming Wei Wuxian like that. The elf in him thrilled at the idea of destroying a danger such as that, and instincts screamed through his veins, demanding action and retribution. The longer this conversation went, the further the line blurred between hope and reality for Lan Wangji.
Uh-huh.
Though it may not have been quite obvious to Wei Wuxian, Lan Wangji was all in and full invested.
All in. I think that's another way that you can tell that Lan Wangji is autistic. At least in my experience, most of the autistic people I know, as well as myself, only have two settings regarding something. There is flat disinterest or game fucking on.
I feel ADHD is like that too.
Having both, sometimes, like, I didn't have to have an ADHD diagnosis until I was, 30 years old, so sometimes it's hard for me to tell which is which.
Yeah.
Then I should just readjust and say, it's the neurodivergence there.
Yes. You don't have a proper place to stay. Is this friend of yours an alpha? Lan Wangji desperately wanted to ask, but he felt he felt like it wouldn't be taken well. Couch isn't that bad. It's just temporary. Wei Wuxian reassured him, attempting an awkward grin again, like this is all par for the course, and I.
Well, it is to him.
Yeah, sadly it is to him. Lan Wangji's frown was more noticeable in how his eyes darkened and that line between his brows seemed to deepen impossibly. I feel like that's like Meng Yao's dimple. He didn't even know if this friend was properly taking care of Wei Wuxian. He knew what kind of food he was getting.
Oh no.
He looked overly thin. He's thin for all things considered.
I will always defend Lan Wangji has a little bit of a feeding kink where Wei Wuxian is concerned.
Yes.
I will die on that
agree.
hill.
I do too. The protective instinct kicked in again, and Wangji spoke with confidence, completely ignoring the fact that he'd been planning to take things slow. You can stay with me at my home if you need somewhere to go.
Yes.
What? Wei Wuxian was finally focusing on the man across from him. He's finally gotten his attention.
Yes.
I have the space, and you need somewhere safe and secure. It will allow me to help you, if you accept, of course. Lan Wangji's reasoning made Wei Wuxian blink dumbly at him.
Oh no, he's so unused to being helped and supported.
Is this some sort of guilt thing? You aren't actually mad? I mean, you never planned on any of this. I don't want to be a burden. It is not a burden to take care of the Omega carrying my child, Lan Wangji replied smoothly, as if this were the only acceptable response.
Facts.
Is it not the only acceptable response?
It's the only acceptable response to Wangji.
I think it's the only acceptable response, period.
Yeah. But, Madame Yu and associated family members have really fucked up his sense of self-worth.
Oh, yes. Hello, Al. It was so alien after the disastrous way his pregnancy news had gone down with the Jiangs. Wei Wuxian didn't entirely trust it. He protectively hugged his arms around his middle, entirely forgetting he was holding a cup of water, and it spilled on the cushion next to him and down his hip. Ayo! Wei Wuxian started in surprise at the cold, wet feeling. His face reddened in absolute mortification. at what he'd done. Wangji, my heart, you need to warn me if you're going to say things like that.
Haha.
Wangji stiffened slightly, and the tips of his ears flushed with heat. He moved immediately when he saw the water spill against Wei Wuxian's side, reaching to guide him to the other end of the sofa, finding a small cloth napkin to dab awkwardly at his wet hip. He was noticeable for Wei Wuxian now as he spoke, a gruff, husky timbre changing the way his question sounded. Would you rather live elsewhere? And Wangji really did not want Wei Wuxian anywhere that was not his house. Something deep and primal in his soul rebelled at the mere thought of his Omega living anywhere that was not in his home. Mine.
Yeah.
The thought washed through him again as he stared at Wei Wuxian, watching every emotion that passed across his features to better gauge the situation.
You know, I feel like Wei Wuxian is about to get a rapid awakening regarding how he deserves to be treated versus how he has been treated.
Hope so. I've read it, and I'm not telling you spoilers since you haven't. So,
It's a leather cushion. It'll clean up. Don't worry about it. Jeez, Wei Wuxian.
yeah. Wei Wuxian fumbled for the napkin, his neck and cheeks hot with embarrassment, knowing he'd doused himself with water and gotten it all over a rather expensive-looking leather cushion, too. Most startling of all was seeing that perfect, handsome, and powerful elf on his knees in front of him.
Delicious.
The last
Distracted.
time- That's exactly how Wangji should be, on his knees.
They should take turns.
Yes. Last time he'd seen Wangji from this perspective, Wei Wuxian's cock was being sucked wickedly.
Yes.
No, he couldn't think about that stuff. Reining in his wild imagination as fast as he could, Wei Wuxian straightened up a little and huffed. Honestly, I don't have much choice, he grinned sheepishly. It'd only be temporary though. I really should find my own place.
No, you
The
shouldn't.
admission was reluctant. However, Lan Wangji was glad for it and ignored the temporary remark.
He just needs a toe in the door,
Yes.
metaphorically speaking.
All he needed was a chance. Selfishly, he wanted Wei Wuxian to depend on him for everything. He wanted the Omega to live in his home so much it made his teeth ache. That aroma of citrus and spice was intoxicating and smelled even better than it had in his memory.
He's like,
Like,
sorry. He's like, it's his sugar daddy tendencies showing through. He's like, it's not that I don't think you're capable of supporting yourself. It's just that I think you shouldn't have to.
yeah. Can I get you to take over again?
No problem. He wanted this Omega to live in his home so much it made his teeth ache. That aroma of citrus and spice was intoxicating, and it smelled even better than it had in his memory. Then stay with me. Give it a try, at least. He had to go slowly. Lan Wangji knew this, but he couldn't help offering his home. He had been thinking of this man ever since the incident on the train, and now that he was here, Lan Wangji was determined to not lose sight of him again. Just, get him in your home and then pamper him so well that he never wants to leave. A heavy sigh escaped Wei Wuxian, and he gave a half nod. He hadn't expected any of this to work out the way it had. Living at Wanyang's wasn't a long-term solution, and he didn't want to burden his friend. If Lan Wangji was willing to do this, and if it worked out, well, isn't that what he'd been hoping for? Honestly, he didn't even know anymore. He had come here with dread filling his soul, and somehow he was being given everything he could think to need, and probably more, if he asked for it. What will you tell your family? Aren't they going to wonder why you have an Omega living with you all of a sudden? I will tell them the truth, that you are carrying our child. Wei Wuxian blinked at him again. It was becoming a nasty habit, it seemed. Huh? Just like that? Won't they hate me? Or think I'm trying to trap you somehow? Are you? Lan Wangji's blunt question made Wei Wuxian snort with a laugh. No, I'm not. If you'll recall, I tried to leave. You did. Wei Wuxian caught the softening of the man's eyes this time. Does this mean you will accept my offer to live at my house? Will I have my own room? It was way too absurd to think the man wanted a relationship. He had only talked about duty and his child, not about emotions or anything like that. Wei Wuxian, will you please stop? Just assuming you know what he's thinking. You didn't ask him what his emotions were. He's trying to be reasonable and sound, safe and sane to live with. Oh my God. Yes, I will also assist you with medical appointments. We should schedule you for a test and checkup to make sure everything is all right. He doesn't need medical insurance. He's got $9 in his pocket. Wow, this was really happening. Wei Wuxian was in a bit of a daze as he nodded. Yeah, I guess that's the next step. Why did he feel awkward again all of a sudden? Let's just blame the pregnancy hormones. Maybe because he just didn't know where he stood with this guy. It could also be that he had poured water on himself and it was slightly uncomfortable. I feel a missed opportunity for a let's get you in some dry clothes that are mine scene. Just a second. It's evening rounds for the nurses. They're coming to check in and see how we're doing. Okay, I'm back. They'd had mind-blowing sex. He was pregnant. The sex was that amazing. It's adorable that he thinks only amazing sex will get somebody pregnant, but moving on. And now he was going to live with one of the most eligible men in all of creation. Just like that. Not only was he about to move in with Lan Wangji, but the Alpha wasn't even mad at him. He was accepting all of this so well. Wanyang was going to flip when he told him. I am so sad on his behalf that he is startled and just baffled at someone not being mad at him.
Right? And I'm back, sorry.
What's up?
I'm back.
Okay. We were at he was so stoked.
He was so stoked. Okay, I found it. Okay. He was so stoked with all these little revelations that he hadn't noticed Lan Wangji had pulled out his phone and was making a call to set up an appointment for a pregnancy checkup for him.
Nice.
Holy shit. The man didn't waste time, did he? As soon as he hung up, he stood and looked at Wei Wuxian. Shall we get you things from this friend's place? He'd been careful not to ask if the friend was anything more than that or not. Wangji was not sure how he would handle the situation as that possessive urge burned through him again.
What Lan Wangji doesn't understand is that Wei Wuxian will really enjoy that possessive urge because it makes it so apparent to him that he's valued and loved, you know? Like, one of the things I love so much about Wangxian is the way that their emotional damage dovetails together to be healing to each other, you know?
Yeah.
Once they learn how to communicate about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't have much. Just this really. He hefted the bag by the couch and shrugged. I left in a bit of a rush, Wei Wuxian said by way of explanation. It didn't seem right to just spread all his things around Wen Ning's tiny apartment after all. Lan Wangji looked at him for a long moment. Would you like to change? Release swept through Wei Wuxian and he grinned widely.
Oh, I was wrong.
I was giggling when you said that because I knew it was coming.
I hope it gets rated E really quick, but I'll still enjoy it even if it doesn't.
Yeah. Release swept through Wei Wuxian and he grinned widely. You don't mind I'm wet?
No, he sure doesn't mind that you're wet. Sorry. I'm not sorry, actually. I'm sorry I interrupted, but I'm not sorry.
And there is fantastic, or the double entendre, whichever you want to call it.
It's beautiful. The wordplay.
Yes. Yeah. The admission was sheepish, and he hopped up, looking around a little lost. There is a bathroom right there. Wangji would have loved to strip him here and now, but he managed to hold back and simply pointed to the door nestled between the bookshelves opposite the couch and sitting area.
Nice.
Right, I'll be quick. Dashing through the door, Wei Wuxian went to change, leaving Wangji where he was.
Don't rush on our account.
Raking his fingers through his hair again, when Wangji noticed the mild tremor in his hands. He was going to be a father. The reality of the situation was finally hitting him. Pulling out his phone, he sent out a quick text to his brother informing him that he had to cancel their evening plans and that he would explain later.
He's going to be busy.
Yeah. Wei Wuxian appeared mere moments later, the dark jeans with holes in the knees replaced with a pair of equally dark dress pants that were mildly wrinkled.
Only mild.
I love his attention to their wrinkle.
It's just something he cares about, okay? He notices those details.
I know, it's just so cute.
It is adorable, actually. It's a really nice piece of depth added to his character in a very subtle way, you know?
Yeah. It is a very, very good characterization of him. And I love that. I swear, I'm usually... let me try this again. I can read.
Yes, you can. You can do it.
I swear, usually I'm much more coordinated, Wei Wuxian assured him, struggling to zip up his bag as it dangled over his shoulder. If you're ready, I will take you home so you can get settled. You have an appointment with the doctor tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's fast.
Lan Wangji does not play around.
Nope.
The release that filled his heart made Wangji eager to get his Omega home. His mind.
That's right.
Never had he ever wanted something more in all his life. Now we are at the section break, and it's Xiao's turn again.
My turn. Is there anything that anybody in the chat wants to say or type up while we're in a section break? I know I have a bad habit of interrupting myself and other people, but some of us have manners and have been waiting patiently.
I'm just enjoying listening to you guys read. I'm trying really hard not to say anything so I don't spoil it.
Yes, I'm the only one here who doesn't know what's coming. Specifically.
Because I'm struggling because I've read the whole thing. This is the story that started the whole collaboration thing of, Xiao, you need to read this.
And then I put it on my TBR file. And then Leon was like, wait. What if this is one of the podfics that you read to me? And I'm like, cool, we'll put it on the list. And then Leon was like, no, wait, I've got an even better idea. And I was like, yeah, let's try it.
Yes, it's just us escalating with each other because we can.
Right? Not only do we appreciate each other's sense of humor, and we have very compatible headcanons about Wangxian and fellow, other MDZS characters. Because I'm not saying people who headcanon things differently can't be friends or have fun discussions, but our headcanons are very, very similar, so we can play the yes and game instead of the no, I don't agree with you and here's why. That's very, very rare for us,
Yes, and there are some ways that people do Wangxian that's really kind of frustrating because they always try to make Wuxian somebody who is not confident at all and has like the self-worth of a gnat. Like they don't seem to get that his self-sacrifice wasn't because he didn't value himself. It was because he could do it. Yeah, and help people. That's literally all it was. He could do it. He could take it on. He thought he was the only one who could take it on and still do it. Like he embodied the motto of the attempt the impossible.
I think that Wei Wuxian's lack of self-worth is only in the area of his emotions being of value and himself being of worth in a relationship. Like his skills, his abilities, and the people he can protect, he's got pride in that. He knows what he can do. It's just his self-worth in terms of deserving nice things and support emotionally,
Absolutely. And I kind of I do drag him through the mud quite a bit with this story because I've turned him into quite the victim. But yeah,
you can't have hurt comfort if there's no hurt first.
That is true. Yes, and I absolutely loved reading this story. And I told you when where I told Xiao she had to read it, and I'm not spoiling it for her. But I told Xiao that it takes all of the icky parts of Omegaverse and makes it comedy gold. Oh yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's what
I told Xiao about this story.
I enjoy a wide range of Omegaverse characterizations and structures, but crack treated seriously is my favorite shit,
Yes, and this is a perfect one of crack treated like serious shit.
Anything else, or are we ready to go?
We're ready.
Go. Let me double check. We've been reading for a long time. Does anyone need an intermission?
Oh, no.
Okay. We might. I don't know if we're going to finish chapter 1 or not, but we're going to make a damn good effort at it. We're in the bottom third of the page now.
Yeah, the next scene is the last scene break. Like, there's no more scene breaks after this one.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the last one, and it's not too very long. It's not like the last section was.
When Wei Wuxian pictured Lan Wangji's house, He'd assumed it was some kind of condo or penthouse kind of setup. The man was a well-known alpha in the business world, as well as society in general. He was famous in a lot of ways and highly sought after when it came to the alpha/omega snobs who wanted to, air quotes, better the genetic line of their clans. Being a power figure like that, it just seemed he would naturally live in a glass and steel tower of some sort. He had utterly not expected to be taken to an estate like the one they arrived at. That's because the Lan clan has taste and class as well as money. And they don't want to live in the middle of the city where that would blend in. They're going to live out in nature because that's how they do.
Or they live in the middle of the city in a walled compound that is like living in nature.
Aha. It was up in the hills, removed from the bustle of the city, with an amazing view of the valley below. The whole estate was surrounded by wilderness. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Hey, I forgot to tell you something earlier, Leodin. I was really impressed by the way that you made Wei Wuxian sound anxious with the pacing of how you were speaking. Like, it really conveyed that tone of the scene when he was admitting that he was pregnant.
I'm glad I got that through because I just read how I read.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to let you know. That's what I thought. Okay.
Thank you.
Where was I? The whole estate was surrounded by wilderness, and it was ringed in a large stone wall that looked like it would be a challenge to climb. That it's not a dare, Wei Wuxian, don't do it. The crushed gravel drive was clean, and it swept up and around through the snow-covered trees, branching off here and there. But Lan Wangji kept driving higher and further into the massive area. Oh, Wei Wuxian is about to get like an entire winter wardrobe. The bearer of Lan Wangji's child can't possibly be unprepared for snow. He's gonna look really cute in a puffy coat. Okay, when they finally did turn off, Wei Wuxian's eyes widened. The house was a 2-story affair, and it took after a more classical look. There was a separate large garage they parked in front of, and a path crossing a low footbridge over a small stream that led to the front of the house. That's nice. That's classy shit right there. A bridge just to get to the house. I bet there's some fancy feng shui reason to it too. Benches sat on a pavilion in the front yard near the stream, and the gardens were immaculate and full of all kinds of gorgeous plants and ancient trees. I was still thinking about what I'd said about the bridge while I was reading, and I wanted to continue that thought. What if the bridge is there with a running stream in front of it to like symbolically prevent evil from entering the house and like bad energies from coming in? Like they're washed away before they get there. That's what I was gonna think. Yeah. Does anyone else have an opinion or they'd like to share? If you don't, you don't have to. No big deal.
I just think the whole description of the house is just relaxing.
Oh, it is very peaceful. It's like somebody took a Zen garden and made it into a house.
Yes, it's like somewhere I'd want to live.
Hell yeah.
Definitely somewhere I would want to live.
I'd probably only get as close as like an Airbnb. But the vibes.
Yes.
Snow and frost blanketed much of it, and the large pines and the fir trees that surrounded the landscaped property added an air of isolation to the whole setting. Frost-covered gentians were somehow blooming. Gentians, nice, in the low spots, and the little partially ice-covered stream swept around the back of the house to somewhere unknown. It just feels so chilly. All of a sudden, I want a blanket and a cup of hot cocoa, you know?
It's like the scene at Wangji's house with the smoke coming down.
Yeah.
The sequel.
When they do that slow fade to black and we know they're keeping each other warm. While it had that classical look to it, the windows had been upgraded to give expansive views on the yard. Everything about it screamed it was a generational home that belonged to the wealthy. The Jiang estate, by contrast, was more modern and one large, sweeping mansion where no one can escape from each other, that housed everything one would expect by a well-to-do family. This home was smaller than the Jiang mansion by a large margin, but that didn't detract from it at all. In fact, Wei Wuxian found he rather liked its intimate feel. I'm sure there's a bunch of intimate things he is going to enjoy the feel of while he's there. I am on fire tonight with the puns and the innuendos. I'm so proud of myself. Oh, hold on, I need to plug in my phone.
I love all the phrases that could be double entendre in this. It is just
Like,
so...
was it on purpose or am I just finding things?
Oh, I totally believe she did it on purpose.
We can ask.
Yeah, a bunch of it was on purpose.
Well played. I am really impressed. I'm enjoying it.
I'm all over it. Thank you.
Alright. Lan Wangji led the way and opened the door for Wei Wuxian, allowing him to enter first. He's lucky Lan Wangji didn't Princess carry him into the house. The entry was...
I bet Lan Wangji wanted to.
I bet he wanted to carry him from the office. He's like, oh, you're pregnant with my child? Your feet are not touching the floor. Ever again. The entry was...
I'm pretty sure that if
What's
Wei
up?
Wuxian asked him to, I'm pretty sure that if Wei Wuxian asked him to, he would never touch the ground ever again.
I actually said that in a podfic like 3 days ago or so. Maybe a few more. It was within the last week. I literally said that. I was like, I concur. He'd be like,
I am so
brother,
totally about that.
brother, I need a secretary. I cannot. My arms are busy. Rope the juniors into it. Here's Lan Shui and Lan Jingyi. Well, probably not in this particular story because all you want's a bun in the oven right now, probably. But, you know, rope in some Lan cousins. Okay. I'm getting silly. I need to get back to the story. The entry was larger than he expected, with polished dark wood flooring and light-colored walls with airy light blue drapes around the windows. To the left, he could see a cozy-looking kitchen and dining area. It held all their modern appliances. The house was modestly decorated in a sort of minimalist fashion, with very few personal touches. To the right, there was a sitting room and an open door to a study from the looks of it. What was really impressive was front and center. Did anybody else get the Cupid shuffle stuck in their head? To the left, to the left, to the... She's like, to the left, to the right. Just me? Okay. In the middle of the entry was a full-blown garden with crushed white gravel, interspersed around the low shrubs and mature-looking trees. It had koi lazily swimming in a shallow waterway that led further back and disappeared below stone steps, set before a set of glass doors opening onto the back gardens. 2 staircases swept up either side of this internal gardenscape to lead down to the second level, which no doubt held bedrooms and the like. But Wei Wuxian was captivated by those glass doors and the yard beyond it. Oh, koi pond in the house? That's
Yes, I told you I want this house.
Yeah. A massive cherry blossom tree seemed to be the focus as it nestled next to a large, mostly frozen pond that the stream from out front fed into. There was a large pavilion that coiled up against there we are, excuse me. Was a large pavilion that coiled up against the full length of the back of the house, and the garden spilled out from there. More crushed gravel paths led through them in either direction, drifting around the perimeter of the large pond. It was gorgeous. Wow! He breathed out the word without thought, mindlessly walking forward toward the doors and looking out through them. This is the Jingshi. My family estate has a few homes like this. My brother lives in the Hanshi, which is the next closest building to here. The deep, rich tone of Lan Wangji's voice tickled behind Wei Wuxian, startling him, and he spun about with a sheepish grin. Oh my god, this one house is just part of the family estate. Oh wow. Your house is amazing. There was no way this was real. Wei Wuxian had to be dreaming. Was he actually going to be living in this kind of paradise? It is comfortable. Lan Wangji replied smoothly and set down a pair of slippers for Wei Wuxian. If it is lacking in anything, let me know, and I will get it for you. Was it too soon to be promising anything his Omega could desire? Nope, never too soon. There was no question about it in Wang Ji's mind either. Wei Wuxian was his Omega, even if the man himself didn't understand that yet.
Wants to be your Omega baby.
Yep, it took him less than one chapter to go through intriguing stranger whose memory I can't get out of my head to mine, and I'm never letting you go. Lan Wangji was enamored with his lithe figure, his bright eyes, and exuberance. Lan Wangji's having a Mr. Darcy moment right here. He wanted a pair of bright eyes, a lithe figure, and the exuberance that is exactly what Mr. Darcy appreciates about Lizzie Bennet.
That's actually true.
I meant that in a complimentary way, and I thought you did it on purpose, honestly.
I actually didn't even think about it, but yes. Sure.
Well, you know, some pieces of literature just, some sentences just sink their way so deep into your brain, or like cultural, pop culture, you know. Even, I wouldn't count Pride and Prejudice as pop culture currently, but it is a often used piece of media, you know.
Yes, it is.
Also,
It's like a standard that a lot of stuff is set to, too.
I'm a freak about the BBC adaptation that has Jennifer L. in it, because she's phenomenal as Lizzie Bennet in that role.
That one, but my favorite is the 6-episode miniseries that was done a couple years before that.
With the one with Colin Firth?
No.
Because I was going to say, if that's what you're thinking about, that's the one I was talking about.
No, I liked the Colin Firth one, but the one I really, really like, I grew up watching it. It's also a BBC adaptation, but it is, I want to say 1988. It was done.
Maybe we can do a watch party day of all the adaptations.
Oh, we're going to have so much fun with that.
I'm not joking. I am 100% serious.
Oh, I'm all for it.
Because it's going to have to be like a watch party week, honestly, because of the miniseries ones. But like my favorite Lizzie Bennet is Jennifer L. My favorite Mr. Darcy is McFadden. I think it's Matthew McFadden, the one who played opposite Keira Knightley. She was meh, but he was great as Mr. Darcy.
Yeah, so that mine was actually 1980, and Elizabeth Garvey was Elizabeth Bennet.
Interesting.
And David Ringpole was Mr. Darcy.
You have to drop me a trailer if you find one.
I will send you the link.
Okay.
Not
Back to the story that I interrupted myself about.
Yes.
Okay, so Lan Wangji had his Mr. Darcy moment. He wanted to wrap him up in a tight embrace and show him exactly what that spicy citrus scent did to him. The desire to taste those lips, to make Wuxian whine and call him Alpha, was intense. No, I'm going to interrupt myself again. Sorry. And it's even more of a Mr. Darcy moment because he has brought his beloved with him to his estate to tempt them into accepting him as a suitor in spite of the coldness of his outward personality, which is seen as a flaw to overcome or to, compensate for.
Oh, yeah. This is very true.
Okay. I will stop being a literature nerd and go back to the story.
I'm a literature nerd with you, so...
I'm so glad you enjoy it because I know I always have at least one person who is happily along for the ride and not just humoring me until I go back to the story.
You know I'm totally along for the ride because I encourage you.
Okay, where was he? All right, so it's getting... we're talking about the behind the scenes, what Lan Wangji is not displaying for public consumption. He could feel his cock twitch and cleared his throat, turning around to try and get himself under control before he embarrassed himself. Would you like a tour? His voice sounded a little strained to his own ears, and he ruthlessly stamped down the urge to flood the room with his scent, while he mentally started reciting his family's precepts to calm his urges. Please, is the pond deep? Can you swim in it? Wuxian turned around, then, grinning brightly, stuffed his feet into the slippers and carried his shoes back to rest by the front door. And now And now Wangji is probably picturing what Wei Wuxian would look like swimming in the pond in various states of dress. It is cold, though. Wangji warned as he showed him the sitting room with its large couches and television set he'd only ever used a handful of times. There were some ancient family heirlooms on the shelves and tables, artfully placed to accentuate the room, and a few pictures of his brother and uncle dotted the coffee table and mantel over a modest fireplace. These doors lead into my study. There are books, if you are a fan of reading. This house is not baby-proofed in any way. It is so not toddler-proofed. They're going to have to either live somewhere else or make major changes.
It would be a fantastic house to live in.
It would be phenomenally cool to grow up in. But you'd have to have like a team of nannies keeping Ayuan out of the koi pond.
Exactly. Could you imagine having a koi pond in your house as a kid? Like, oh my god.
It'd be like, fishy.
They're going to have to pull Lotus Pier, teach all the babies to swim as soon as they can walk type deal so that the babies don't drown.
Spin-off AU where Jingyi is the son of the nanny, and that's how him and Shishui become besties because they both kept getting fished out of the koi pond together.
They would get fished out of the koi pond.
The study.
I could totally see that.
What? I'm sorry.
I could totally see them being fished.
No, I've got this full Technicolor image in my brain right now of what it would be. The study was rich, with dark wood and windows that opened onto the back gardens. So now he's not only courting Wei Wuxian with luxury and comfort and, scenery, he's courting him with books and access to entertainment. He's like, it's so nice here, you'll never want to leave. If we don't have it here, we can get it shipped from Amazon. A more modern-looking Wuxian sat on a low table, and the room smelled distinctly like Lan Wangji. Oh wait, was the one in the office the fancy white one that was in the ice cave with the Lan Yi? And this
hinted that it might be.
And then this one is Wangji Chen.
Mm-hmm.
I am so entertained by the fact that the Wuxian he uses and himself have the same courtesy names. Like, which one came first?
Wangji is just a part of him.
I've always wondered that because, like, it makes you wonder.
Well, because you've got two scenarios that are entertaining for different reasons, right? Either he's named after the Wuxian, which means it was probably a family heirloom, perhaps even his father's, and so that's how he got his courtesy name. Interesting, intriguing. The other one, though, is really funny, and it means that Wangji named his musical instrument primary, secondary weapon, but primary musical weapon after himself.
Considering how incensed he was by the name of Wei Wuxian's sword, and how you shouldn't disrespect these weapons and stuff like that. They need proper names. It makes it even funnier when you think about it.
That was the most properest name he could think of. Like, this is the name my family gave me, and Wuxian, I bequeath it to you. He was probably like 11 or 12 when it happened, too. at the height of his dignity.
Gucci, you are part of me, so you share my name.
Yeah. It's adorable. He probably still had baby fat on his face. Okay. God, I'm writing fanfics inside of fanfics. Just stop.
What happens to me? I get all these ideas, and I'm like, oh my god. So I have like a dozen stories in progress at any given time.
Nice. Most of the authors I've interacted with do. I'm not an author, but like little ideas occur to me and I spit them out, and like other people use them as a plot bunny farm, and I like that.
I love your plot bunny farms. I gave one up to the plot bunny farm today.
Leodin and I are involved in a plot bunny farm project of a comment that I semi-casually. I was just trying to convince Leodin, someone, to agree with me that Love 020 was very Wangxian coded. And Leodin was like, you're right, let's write a story about it. And I was like, okay.
It totally is. Oh my god. That show, that story, it was like the happiest ever after that took 40 episodes to tell.
True.
Right? So we're totally doing a story on it now. Oh, excellent.
We rewatched the entire show, took notes the whole time, and we've seen the movie, and we just started rewatching the donghua, and we're gonna rewatch the drama, and Leodin is doing a close reread of the book, like, we are researching.
Excellent.
We're making a slideshow, and Leodin's got a spreadsheet, 2 spreadsheets. 3 spreadsheets.
Oh wow, 3 spreadsheets. Yes, characters, product placements, and then scene by scene as to who's in the scene. Yeah, there's a lot. There is a lot in that story. Another Wangxian coded thing. Love in Deep Space. The one character in there, his name's Zane. He's totally Langwashi.
I haven't seen that one. I'll have to check it out. You said Love in Deep Space?
Yeah, and it's like a gacha game, and my god, the love interest, he's a doctor. He's a doctor because of the main character. Like, oh my god, yeah, he's Langwashi.
Leodin, I'm just looking at the link you sent about your Pride and Prejudice preferred adaptation, and it looks like Kinky Boots.
Yes, they have a really bad book cover as the thing, but it is the right link.
Okay. Did we have any more thoughts on that tangent?
Thoughts on that tangent? I'm never gonna do it.
What?
No more thoughts on tangents, I'm never gonna finish them.
Give me like 5 minutes. I'll distract myself again.
I know.
That's why it takes me a long time to finish Podfics, because half of it is literally me just talking about something that seemed related when I started talking.
Then I've said it too.
A more modern-looking Wuxian sat on a low table, and the room smelled distinctly like Lan Wangji. Nice. It was perhaps the most used room in the entire house, aside from the bedroom. There's a bathroom here. Wangji motioned to a door nestled along the far wall. There's another off the kitchen as well. Wuxian obediently followed. How many bathrooms does that house have? That's so convenient. But somebody has to clean them all. Wuxian obediently followed as they traversed that central entryway again, and he got to wander around the kitchen with its breakfast nook and larger dining room area. It was clean and reminded him of a show home. By the time they circled back around to the stairs, Wei Wuxian was feeling a little overwhelmed. Don't worry, it's not your responsibility to keep it clean. He has a paid staff and his own housekeeper, I am sure of it.
He cleans his own house.
Oh, sure, he tidies up after himself, but, like, there's got to be staff coming in to do the things he doesn't have time for, because he's a, big businessman. Like, maybe he stress cleans and, toothbrush to the baseboards and whatever. But he's not the one vacuuming the carpets and washing all the laundry and preparing all the meals and everything. I wouldn't think so. Well, it's just, okay. He's not named a prince, right? But he is essentially a prince because of the amount of wealth his family has and lands and the way in which, even though they live, quote, simply, he wears fine clothing, fine fabrics, and he doesn't make his own meals. He doesn't care for his own clothes. He doesn't do any of the mundane day-to-day things that are required to keep a house clean and tidy and comfortable. But that's how he has the time and opportunity to pursue cultivation in canon. And, the same here in the modern AU, that's how he has the opportunity to pursue all of the career and business type things that he does and his hobbies.
Probably.
It's just something that I think about sometimes, like, oh my goodness, how do people have the time to do all these things? And then I realize, well, they're not doing everything. They have a paid staff to do quite a lot of the more mundane tasks of living for them.
Yeah.
Wow, I don't even know what I'm looking at, but this character design is fine. Very, very attractive and shiny and sparkly. A little stern looking. Love the gold in the braid there. Love and deep space. Zane. He sure is Lan Wangji coded. I concur. I can see the vision. Okay, Wei Wuxian was feeling a little overwhelmed. It wasn't that he'd lived in squalor before. Far from it, actually. The Jiang estate boasted success and wealth. It was a freaking mansion, complete with an indoor pool. I'm jealous. And everything. But this place was practically ethereal. It had some mystique to it that a modern mansion just could not emulate, no matter how hard one tried. And it had caught Wei Wuxian in its spell. I hope he never gets free of it. The stars were made of the same dark wood as the floors, with wrought iron balustrades. Is that how you say that word? Is it strades or strades?
God, I believe.
Phoning a friend.
Yeah, I say balustrade. Yeah, rod.
Strad. Okay.
Yeah.
The landing above looked over the inner garden on one side and had sweeping floor-to-ceiling windows on the other side that showed the extensive gardens beyond. Author, I am so impressed by the landscaping architectural world building. going into this? To the left, he learned, was the master bedroom. It encompassed one half of the upper level, and while Lan Wangji didn't take him inside yet, the door was open, and Wei Wuxian caught a glimpse of a large bed and sitting area with doors on the opposite end toward what he assumed was an ensuite bathroom and probably a closet. To the right there were 3 other doors, 2 of which led to furnished bedrooms with attached ensuite of their own. One had a view of the front of the house, while the other looked over the back gardens and had what looked to be a small private patio. My guess is the private patio is the one that Wei Wuxian votes for, but let's find out. The final door led to a personal gym. It had a substantially large open space covered in padded mats and a punching bag along with exercise equipment lining the walls. Its window overlooked the front of the house, and from this vantage, Wei Wuxian could just make out a roof in the distance. That must be his brother's home. He thought mildly as he wandered around, touching each piece of equipment. It was so damn spotless. He could smell the pine scent of cleaner, masking the much more mouth-watering smell of sweat and Lan Wangji's personal sandalwood and clean air aroma that Wei Wuxian was particularly fond of. Okay, I do need an intermission, actually.
You want me to read?
No, I want to cut the recording here because we're a little bit over an hour. Hello, and welcome back to Messy Bedtime Stories. We are still trying to finish Chapter 1 of Train Ride Changed Everything because I keep getting distracted from things. Let's see.
We keep getting distracted.
It's not just me, but a lot of it is me. Where was I? Yes. The house smells nice. Even the cleaners can't cover up the aroma that Wei Wuxian was particularly fond of. The entire drive here, he'd been doing his best to be subtle about taking in lungfuls of the alpha smell in the car's interior. He was sure that Lan Wangji would call him out on it at some point. No, that's because he's too busy sniffing you in return. But the man had remained quiet and had only cast a few glances his way. Fiddling with the hem of his shirt allowed Wei Wuxian to keep his hands from reaching out to touch Lan Wangji's arm or hair while he drove. It was embarrassing how much he wanted to cling to the man. You'll get over it. Embrace it. I would recommend this room. That deep voice tickled Wei Wuxian's senses as Lan Wangji walked back into the bedroom that looked over the back gardens. The patio connects to my room, but I assure you I will not impede on your privacy. Haha! I called it! The patio room! The only reason I guessed the patio is because it was the last in the list.
Yes, and Wangji totally wants him in it because it connects to his room.
Yes. I honestly think that if you have the space, it's good. Not necessarily better, but it's good to have your own room. Sleep there, do hobbies there, whatever. But to have a space that you can retreat to that is solely your own. I think I just think it's healthier mentally for people to have a space that is just theirs, living in a multi-person household.
I've been married 25 years,
and we have separate bedrooms because we both wake each other up when we sleep.
Nice.
So for both of our sakes, so we can both sleep, we sleep in different rooms.
That's what my dad and my stepmom do.
I really love it.
And, you know, not sleeping in the same bed doesn't mean you don't love somebody or like them or aren't comfortable with them. It just means you sleep better in your own bed, you know?
Well, we've both got sleep apnea. And so, you know, we wake each other up when things happen if we're sleeping together.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm totally a fan of separate bedrooms.
I think it's, you know, it lends more importance to the choice to spend time together when you have the option to retreat also.
Yes.
And part of this is because I have not had my own room for a very long time, so I've just wistfully been jealous of people who did. But part of it was a bunch of, you know, reflecting on previous roommate experiences and just like, you know, various families, marriages that I've observed, like family members, and just being like, you know, I feel like y'all would get along a lot better if you didn't live in each other's pocket all the time.
Oh, I totally subscribe to Madam Yu and Jiang Fengmian sleep in different rooms.
I don't think they even sleep in the same wing of the building.
I mean, if they did sleep together, somebody's dying. Right?
If Madam Yu needs her space so that she and her maids can have their private time, okay? Because that's how I think that plays out. But that's not what's happening here. That's not the point of this story. Assure you, I will not impede on your privacy. Opening the patio door to the cool, refreshing winter air, Wei Wuxian stepped out and looked at how the patio wrapped around the back of the house further than he realized. He could see the door to Lan Wangji's room and realized that the back of the house was nearly all windows. Oh, of course, I'm not worried about that, though. I mean, you don't seem like the type to, spy through windows? Heat colored his neck and cheeks as he stumbled through his answer, especially because he just started fantasizing about himself watching Lan Wangji through the windows while he was on the patio. Watching him do what, Wei Wuxian? No, he was not trying to hook up with the man. This was because of the baby. Getting any other ideas in his head was just going to lead to heartbreak later. But if you don't allow yourself to have dreams, how will you accomplish them? The silence was awkward. We can shop for anything you might need. Clothing and necessities. If you want to change the furniture, we can do that as well. Lan Wangji's ears were pink with his own emotion while he looked around the bedroom. Lan Wangji is like, make your nest here! Never leave! Please, let me buy you things. Let me shower you with material goods and affection.
Maybe your sugar daddy?
Yes. Okay, Lan Wangji was just born to be Wei Wuxian's sugar daddy, though. Like, he's got money, and he wants to spend it on Wei Wuxian. And he gets sexual pleasure out of it. Like, boom, 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 you know?
Totally has a sugar daddy kink.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I feel like we're going to get to that point in Capital Assets, and I'm just going to, like, be internally screaming when he has that realization about himself.
Yes. You're gonna have to wait a bit for that one though, because that's
I
year
know. It's a slow build. We haven't gotten there yet, but I'm calling it right now. It's going to happen.
3. Well, duh. It's in the description.
I know. I'm just saying. He has to actually use the words about himself, okay? He has to
I will remember that for you.
own it. Thank you. I know you're not writing it to my recipe, but I think it's important that he has to acknowledge that is what he likes about it, you know?
No, at this point, you and Fern get some say in what happens.
Oh, I bet Fern's really enjoying that too. We need to go back and finish chapter 7 so we can get to 8. Okay. But I'm going to stop talking about somebody else's fic while I'm reading this one. So rude. Where was I? You don't have to do that. I have a job. I can take care of those things. That denial was quick. I don't want to be a burden. You're already doing so much. You're not a burden for existing, Wei Wuxian. I blame the Jiangs. Lan Wangji frowned. He hadn't considered there would be a job. Should you be working? I'm not a delicate waif. Wei Wuxian snorted with amusement, but then he gnawed his lower lip, which made him wince because it was still tender from the punch he'd taken the night before. He was just realizing that his commute was going to be hell now, when he considered the very real fact that no one from the marketing office had called to inquire where he was today. Did he really still have a job? Ouch. I guess the delicate part of a, relationship where there is such large financial disparity is sometimes the person providing the money, like as an allowance or whatever, feels like they have an entitlement to an opinion on how it's spent. And then also the person who is being supported financially, if previously they were working and tied that into their self-concept and like self-esteem, hey, I have a job, I'm earning money, I'm supporting myself, whatever, and then they go to not having a job, like it can make a relationship feel transactional in an uncomfortable way. And I think it's fun and fics, obviously, to have power dynamics and explore those, but like in real life, risky.
Yes. Very.
Poor baby. He just realized he got fired when he got kicked out too. We're so lucky that Lan Wangji managed to convince him to come live within his house. But guess who's got a sugar daddy who works at Cloud Recesses Inc. Very high up. If he wants a job, he's got one. They can probably find him a work from home position too. Wei Wuxian had worked for Lotus Enterprises after graduating from university 2 years ago. His focus was on marketing, but he was truly an artist and tinkerer at heart. Honestly, if Cloud Recesses Inc. does not snap up this resource, wealth of ideas and research and development gold mine, that would be a waste of everyone's time and talents. Out of every part of his job, he loved doing the graphic design work for the promotional materials the best. After the blowout with Madame Yu and Uncle Jiang, not to mention getting punched by Jiang Cheng, Wei Wuxian really didn't know if that job still existed. A sorrowful and slightly distressed flavor clouded his naturally pleasant scent as he frowned, looking down at his hands. Well, I had a job? Did you quit? The question was gentle, though Lan Wangji felt a protective urge sweep through him. Yes! Take care of him and avenge him against his enemies. That powerful desire was demanding he wrap up his Omega in a tight embrace and reassure him. What he needs is a blanket burrito cuddle session. And probably a thorough fucking. You both need that. Managing to resist. Yes. It's the Wangxian way. It is the way. Lan Wangji waited patiently for Wei Wuxian to elaborate. I work, or worked, for Lotus Enterprises. I am not sure if that still exists, since I took off. He grinned wryly. It was a nasty argument. The admission was sheepish at best, causing Wei Wuxian to look at the floor in shame. Nothing that happened during that interaction is something that you need to be ashamed for, Wei Wuxian. None of the shame there is yours. Lan Wangji moved closer, reaching out, tipping up Wei Wuxian's head by his chin, and sliding his thumb in feather-light touch over his swollen, split lip. Did this happen during your argument? A husky quality had laced Wangji's question. He was trying very hard to restrain himself, but he couldn't help himself. The whole situation upset him, and he was already thinking about how to deal with Lotus Enterprises in ways that would make them regret ever starting a business in the first place, all because of a split lip. Yes! Wei Wuxian shivered at the touch, partly because he had been thinking about this man's caress way back during the damn car ride here, and also because he knew his shame was on full display thanks to Jiang Cheng's violent temper. Oh, it's nothing. Bro, I don't think Lan Wangji is gonna agree with you.
Yeah, but the way he downplays his injuries is really, really sad.
It is distressing. I am distressed.
Yeah.
So is Lan Wangji. It does not look like it is nothing. That deep voice was sensual and rich in Wei Wuxian's ears, and he had to swallow the whimper that tried to bubble up his throat. Oh, why are you depriving Wangji of your noises like that? Doesn't he deserve treats? He balled his fists in the hem of his shirt again. Well, my brother was upset. He has so much internalized. Oh, how do I want to phrase this? The situation where his abuse has been made so normal that he, begins justifying the behavior of his abusers?
Yes, abuse victims do it a lot.
Oh, I mean, I know that. I just couldn't remember the words for it.
Yeah, it's like a normative behavior. They just normalize this is nothing new to them, and it's perfectly okay because they've clearly done something to deserve it. So
Yeah.
hard to get out of.
It's a cognitive distortion of some flavor. Yeah. Poor thing. When he saw Lan Wangji's gaze harden, Wei Wuxian felt a thrill race down his spine. Shit! This guy could look scary. He's the mark me down as scared and horny me right now. It's nothing though. Giving his quick reassurance to hopefully spare any outburst of anger. Oh no. We wrestle all the time. What's up?
They totally deserve the outburst of anger.
It is deserved. And it's on his behalf, not at him. He's not mad at you. He's not mad at you. He's mad at them. We wrestle all the time. I just let my guard down. It's my fault I got hit like that. God. No, it's not. Perhaps your brother needs to be educated on how to treat a pregnant Omega. Was that a growl in his voice? Holy shit, that was hot. No, it's fine, really. Wei Wuxian took a step back and cleared his throat, looking away so his bruise wasn't on full display. Some of his hair had slipped free from its ponytail, which helped to hide his cheek. It was just past his shoulders, and he took great pride in it usually. But the last few days had seen him just stuffing it in a hair tie and ignoring it as best he could. He needs self-care. He needs a spa day. He needs a blanket burrito. He needs a hug. Oh my God. Author, you have just...
He needs someone to love him.
You set it up so well.
yeah, I picked on him a lot.
You put him in so many situations. Lan Wangji closed the distance again and reached up to tuck that hair behind Wei Wuxian's ear. Yes, I love that. Wei Wuxian, it is not fine. A pregnant Omega should be cherished, no matter what they say or do. He had no right to lay hands on you. Wei Young. His tongue slid over his split lip. You can call me Wei Young, I mean. You are the father of my child. We should be on more familiar terms, right? There was a pause, while those fingers lightly stroked down Wei Wuxian's neck. Then you may call me Lan Zhan. The warmth of his breath washed against the side of Wei Wuxian's neck, and the whimper in his throat nearly escaped. Just let it go. Let it out. Closing his eyes, Wei Wuxian took a deep, slow inhale. Sandalwood and fresh, clean air. It was so hard to describe. The damp, clean, earthy tone that just screamed fresh and wonderful. It enveloped Wei Wuxian's senses, and he leaned toward the alpha. One hand lifted up to rest lightly against Lan Wangji's chest, and he pressed his forehead to the man's shoulder. All it had taken was a single touch, and Wei Wuxian wanted more. He was just upset. He didn't mean it. The words were mumbled and muffled with his proximity to Lan Wangji. A deep rumble of sound akin to a purr, or maybe it was a growl, reverberated through Wangji as he gave up resisting and pulled the Omega closer, wrapping his arms around him and gently rubbing his back. It does not justify his actions. To Wei Wuxian's utter horror, he started to cry. Softly at first, then harder. Oh, he finally feels safe enough to cry. The whole moment was so intimate and so comforting. All the hell of the past few days crashed over him, and he sobbed. The sound tore out of him, and he clung to Lan Wangji, then venting his sorrow and his fears. It was so unfair. Why couldn't the Jiang be like this? Why didn't they support him? He'd been yelled at, accused of being a whore, shamed, and thrown out. Sure, he'd run out, but if he hadn't, they would have forced him to abort the baby. Lan Wangji was so accepting of everything. Hell, he'd offered up his gorgeous home without a second thought, and he wasn't mad. This day had been so stressful, and Wei Wuxian had expected the worst, yet now here he was, in the lap of luxury, in the arms of the sexiest alpha he'd ever encountered, and his snot was staining the man's shirt. I'm sorry, God, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Oomph. Words were cut off as Lan Wangji's lips pressed against his. It was chaste and quick, but it had still happened. Wei Wuxian just stared up at him, sniffling, with tears staining his cheeks. You do not have to apologize. If anyone should, it is me. Lan Wangji's hand was still lightly stroking up and down Wei Wuxian's back in a soothing manner. I should not have kissed you without your permission. Wei Wuxian's lips were still tingling, and he slid his tongue along them while staring up at Lan Wangji. He could see the intensity of desire darkening his golden gaze, but he still held himself in check. Ducking his head, he nuzzled his face against the alpha's shoulder again and just stood there, hugging him. Yes! Get that hug! Wei Wuxian didn't know what to say. Oh God, what a time for a burp, excuse me. Didn't know what to say. He only felt his embarrassment at having sobbed like a child in front of the man of his damn dreams. I didn't mind the kiss. It was the truth, yet he hoped it hadn't been heard, because it would just make things that much more awkward. Oh, I guess it was more muffled like this. I didn't mind the kiss. For now, Wei Wuxian just relished in the comforting scent of sandalwood and the safety he was being granted in the moment. He could have this much at least, right? You ruined your shirt. It can be washed. Goddamn right. Thank you for everything. He hugged the man tightly for a little longer and forcibly pulled himself away. I know this is for the baby, so I will do my best not to cross any more lines. It's just been a rough couple of days. Wei Wuxian wouldn't look up at Lan Wangji for a long time. No, it being for the baby was how we got you in the door. It was not just for the baby. You have more worth to Lan Wangji than being a uterus on legs, okay?
It was for you, not for the baby. He would have done that if he had run into you.
Yep. If he had known that you were housing insecure or unemployed, he would have done it based on the way you smell alone. You know? This living situation had to be clearly defined before he broke his heart. Getting the wrong idea or getting some mixed signals from hopeful wishing. Pfft. Let yourself be happy. Jeez. Lanjian was just being kind, while Wei Ying was getting stupidly dramatic and clingy. That sounds like words someone else would say to you. It's not true. Maybe it could be blamed on hormones, even though he was painfully aware that his attraction to Lan Zhan existed prior to his hormones taking a nosedive into insanity. That's a fun sentence. Backing away from temptation, he gave a watery grin, swiping at his eyes to try and compose himself and look like less of a wreck. Hold on, I need to take a drink. I'm thirsty. I'm running low. We gotta finish this chapter soon or I gotta go refill my cup.
Almost done.
Okay. I swear you'll hardly know I'm here. I won't cause you any trouble or anything. Boo, he wants you in his space. He wants to know you're there.
He wants you to cause trouble.
That's right. He thinks you're cute and funny when you cause trouble. The warmth of their embrace still lingered on his soul, and Wei Ying knew his heart was in trouble if he kept this up. I wonder at what point in the story Wei Ying flips from I don't want to be a bird and you won't have to know that I'm here. You know, I've got to draw boundaries so that I don't catch feelings to like catching feelings and allowing himself to catch feelings and maybe even deciding he's going to court Lan Wangji so that he can stay. Because like, when does he realize he wants to stay? That's what I'm curious about right now.
I'm gonna say Raffo.
Oh my god, I know! We already talked about this.
Yeah.
I know you can't answer because it's spoilers, but if I don't say it out loud for the recording, nobody listening, or me, will remember to, you know, come back to the thought. later.
I know. I just like to tease you. You know that.
No, I'm not going to read anymore. I'm going to throw my e-reader across the room in a temper tantrum and go eat a snack. I would never throw my e-reader. It's the only one I have. It doesn't deserve that treatment.
You'd be sad.
I would be so sad. I would have to hold a little ceremony for it. Where was I? Backing away further, he turned to step back out onto the patio and leaned against the railing of the balcony. It created the space he was frantically in need of, and he used the fresh, cool air outside to clear his head. Behind him there was nothing but silence for a painfully long few minutes. He lacked the courage to look back at Lanzhan and see something like disappointment there, or worse. They both needed this space. He couldn't trap anyone into this situation with confused feelings or something equally dumb. His soul would just not survive it. It's okay to have feelings. Oh my god. I will let you get settled. The sound of Lanzhan's voice teased down to Wei Ying's very essence. Dinner will be ready in an hour if you're hungry. A few moments later, the bedroom door clicked shut, and Wei Ying was left alone to his own devices. In the hall, Wangji paused for a minute, just standing there, and his heart nearly broke as he heard another sob from the bedroom. Every instinct in his being was demanding he go back inside and comfort his Omega. Those words of Wei Wuxian's had frozen him, though. The infatuation was one-sided. He could see that now. His Omega believed this was all duty and obligation, and not because of genuine feelings. Well, that's because you didn't tell him you have any genuine feelings, Lan Wangji. You couched it in a very rational manner, so he doesn't know about the feelings, and he probably wouldn't believe them at this time, or even think that he deserves them. But the both of you,
Yes. Stop.
write a letter, fuck, something. Well, yes, also, fuck. But, words.
Words are hard.
They are hard, but if you don't even try, you're left guessing what each other is thinking, and that is not a strategy for success for these two.
Yes.
For anyone, really.
Like I said, though, is it Wangxian if they can't communicate at some point?
It's not. If I'm not ready to, throw things across the room, then, the miscommunication hasn't reached Wangxian levels yet. It was all happening fast, but once Lan Wangji admitted he'd fallen for the man, he could only press forward with that knowledge and do whatever he could to keep Wei Ying by his side. At least in most Wangxian stories, the misunderstandings happen in the beginning, and then they clear it up, and things progress relationship-wise, regardless of whether or not they're already fucking regular by that point. I think miscommunications in the middle of the story hurt even more. 'Cause,
they're pretty good about getting that out of the way.
like, hold on, I gotta yawn. It's 10 p.m. I gotta take my bedtime meds and have a little snack and brush my teeth, sleep. We're so close. I can see the progress bar. Okay. Do whatever he could to keep Wei Ying by his side. I support you. The Lan had always held to the belief that they only loved once, and that they often fell hard into that love. Wangji had always scoffed at that notion, wholly believing it was just a good excuse to foster poor behavior. I can see how it could be taken advantage of that way, but it seems like it wasn't a lie entirely that your family told you. The proof was in the past between his own father and mother and their strained relationship. How could that ever be considered love? Well, I don't think it was. Now, though, he thought he understood that overwhelming emotion and how it changed, everything. Wangji was prepared to do whatever it took for Wei Ying, no matter how it cost him. It unnerved him how quickly he'd become irrevocably entwined in this one-sided affection. Lan Wangji's lips set in grim determination. He was just going to have to show Wei Wuxian, through his actions, what he lacked in his words. Well, I guess we'll see how that goes. Making his way downstairs, he pulled out his cell phone and called his brother. Wangji, is everything all right? Lan Wangji wasted no time after his brother answered the phone. What do you know about Lotus Enterprises? Haha, and that is the end of the chapter. We did it! Celebration. Okay,
Only 29 to go.
left a kudos. Hey, me and Leodon have a list of podfics to make for messy bedtime stories that is already long enough that it will take years to complete at the rate of 1 to 2 hours a week. So, we will never lack for stories to read together.
That is excellent. Yes, it's mostly finding stories we want the other one to have to go into blind.
It's like, haha, I'm going to make you read this story with me. I think we're taking turns of one of us knows what's happening and the other doesn't. Except for the other one we're working on right now. I had read the first chapter or two, and then I stopped because I thought it might be fun to do for a podfic, and it wound up being our second pick for messy bedtime stories. And so after chapter 1 or 2, I will know nothing, and Leodon's going into it cold.
Nice. And I picked one that is, 108 chapters now? Oh my god.
I don't know. Will I even remember the beginning of it by the time we get to the end?
Yes, it's the murder baby fic.
Yeah.
The murder baby fic? Yes, Nebulous Charlie's, Leia High. It is called A Measure of Time. Ooh. But it's only 309,000 words. So.
Oh, only. It's a teenager compared to your story, Sarah.
Yeah, mine sort of made life of its own. It didn't listen to me when I said we had to stop. Your story is so good, though. I'm so excited to have Xiao read it. I'm really glad you loved it.
I've been enjoying myself so far. I've been having a good time.
Yay! And we have to make sure I make a comment on every chapter, because I'm really bad about doing that when I read.
Well, I just did. I made emojis in the bottom about chapter 1 being Podfic.
Yay!
Yay! Well, if we don't have any more closing remarks, I'll sign off. Thank you for tuning into this episode of Messy Bedtime Stories. And we hope to bring you chapter 2 real soon. Hello, and welcome back to Messy Bedtime Stories. Today we're going to be recording chapter 2 of Train Rides Change Everything. Let's do the coin toss. Who gets to pick reading first? Dun-dun-dun.
My question is this, like, I haven't read the first chapter. Is this like a Murder on the Orient Express kind of situation? Or
Ooh.
what is it?
Tails, I get to go first.
It is a Omegaverse horny situation on trains.
Chapter 2 is called Actions and Their Consequences. We've got me and Leiden in the chat, of course, and our friend Elpie, and other people might drop in, who knows? So, the summary for chapter 2 is Wuxian has just started to settle into life with Lan Wangji when the past starts to haunt him in little ways. With both Lan Wangji and Lan Zishin on his side, they make a trip back to the Jiang estate. Author's note. Hey guys, thank you so much for all your positive feedback. Hopefully you like this installment just as well. I know it's only been a few days and I likely cannot keep this kind of pace up, but right now the story just keeps coming, so I'll keep writing. Just a few additional warnings with this chapter. Physical abuse and panic attacks / freakouts are highlighted. It's a little traumatizing, and this has become a slow burn kind of story, so the smut is still just in that low sexual tension simmer stage. Again, this is not Jiang friendly. Thank you so much to my beta reader, Fonsible P-Bone, for giving this a read through on such short notice. Whoops. There goes my phone.
That is a person who holds a badge of office.
What?
It sounds so official. Responsible people. I can't talk. It's a fancy name.
Well, I hope they listen to this fic sometime, this podfic, and realize that we agree that it's a fancy sounding name. Alright, let's dive into this chapter. This is everything? Yes, it's all there, Wangji. Lan Zishin's voice sounded as it always did, warm and pleasant, even over the phone. Are you sure you want to dig into this? They hurt him. The answer was firm and absolute. A sigh could be heard over the line. All right, I understand. Shufu and I will do what we can to help. When will you let us meet him? Lan Wangji paused, reading the information his brother had sent via email to him. He looked up from his desk in his home study to catch a glimpse of Wei Ying dancing across the entryway, heading for the kitchen. He was humming to the music gently playing on the sound system, and the eye-watering power of spice hung in the air around his Omega from whatever concoction he was cooking up. Eye-watering power of spice. Oh, that's the Tom Cruise movie when he was really, really young, right?
Yeah, the button-up shirt with socks.
Yes, it does have those vibes. Okay. It had been a week since everything had happened, and Lan Wangji convinced Wei Ying to settle into the Jingshi. Wangji hadn't allowed his family to come visit, wanting to keep his Omega to himself for as long as he could. It was selfish and extremely possessive. However, Lan Wangji needed to make sure Wei Ying felt comfortable and safe before he introduced any more stress in his life. Hold on, I forgot to put on my new glasses. Easier to read when I wear the reading glasses. Okay. Yep, that's better. Family, as Wangji had come to learn, had not been a word easily associated with safety in Wei Ying's past. Nope. Soon. The answer was cheap and prolonged the inevitable, though Wangji couldn't bring himself to regret it. He also had this perverse worry that if another alpha came near Wei Ying, he would lose all sense of control and become aggressively defensive. It worried him. Why not tonight? Just you, your Omega, and myself. Zishin was forcing him to commit. Maybe it would be best to start with just one family member. Lan Zishin was pleasant and gentle, and he could communicate with ease, unlike Lan Wangji. His brother was also an alpha, and it would allow Wangji to safely test his reactions and gauge how wildly his possessive side handled the situation. I said that out of order. Hold on. And gauge how his wildly possessive side handled the situation. Shufu might be less judgmental if his brother were to meet him and speak well of Wei Ying's character. Lan Wangji could feel himself starting to relent. It really wasn't a bad idea, all things considered. Wangji? Lan Zishin's voice was a touch concerned as the silence stretched. I am not entirely in control. There was hesitation to his words as he tried to explain. I might hurt you, brother. The silence wasn't uncomfortable. The brothers had long since learned that some things between them just needed to be properly heard and considered before they spoke out of turn. I will come tonight. Do not argue. You need to see if you can handle it. There was no hesitation in Lan Zishin's statement, not that Wangji had ever expected there to be. The more he thought about it, the more he had to agree this was the best course of action. Wei Ying had started voicing his desire to go out and see friends and do things as well. He couldn't keep him locked away forever. Not in this fic, I guess.
Not like his dad.
He's like, well, I could, but maybe.
Yeah, see what happens at the sequel is ugly.
If this over-possessive nature impeded that, Wangji might inadvertently scare Wei Ying away, which was the last thing he wanted to have happen. See, he's got his eyes on the long game.
Step one, get him in the house. Step two, woo him.
It makes bipeds uncomfortable when you eat other bipeds.
I think you said keep them, but I heard eat them. Okay. Well, both are true. Tonight then. We can talk about your plans as well, if there's time. Lan Wangji nodded absently, just as Wei Ying poked his head into the study, knuckles lightly rapping on the doorframe. Lunch is... Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were on the phone. Lan Wangji lifted his hand to wave Wei Ying into the room. He wanted to make sure his Omega always felt comfortable going anywhere in the house, even the study. Nowhere would be off limits. We will talk more tonight. Enjoy lunch. The smile could be heard in Lan Zishen's voice as Wangji hung up the call. Wei Ying was chewing on his lower lip and fidgeting. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just made some lunch, non-spicy for you. He gave a grin to try and soothe the awkward moment. Wei Wuxian watched as Lan Wangji closed his laptop and stood up with a graceful ease that seemed to just be part of who he was. He moved with a leisurely pace around the desk and reached to take one of Wei Ying's hands. Thank you. You did not have to. Wei Wuxian was still getting used to all the touching. It was always something small and gentle like this. A held hand, tucking hair behind his ear, a light touch to his arm or shoulder. Always easy, always small. And if he flinched, Lan Wangji never commented and never forced the situation. He would simply withdraw his hand and would give Wuxian whatever space he required. The softness, the gentleness.
He's moving slow.
Well, he's like, I don't want to startle him away.
Oh, see, he's got his love in his house and having his baby, and now he's got to woo him and keep him.
He's softer than the fabric softener bear.
Softer than the downy bear.
Snuggle.
Is it
Snuggle, yeah. I happen to know for a
Snuggle or
fact
Downy?
that those ads are bull because I got some of that stuff on my skin and it burns.
I can't use fabric softener. I have to use vinegar.
Do you burn like the chemicals that come from your flesh?
I itch like crazy if I use fabric softener or detergents with scents in them. Like even if I'm putting the pods, not the liquid, but the pods, if I put the pods with my bare hands in the washer, even the free and clear, I start itching. Like I have to use gloves to put the detergent pods in the washer.
It's really efficient.
And then I use vinegar for fabric softener. It keeps the washing machine smelling fresh though. Where was I? I wanted to.
Softness.
Yeah. He savored the warmth of Lan Wangji's hand on his own, choosing to have just a little moment where he could pretend they were a real couple. I have to do something productive while I'm taking up space in your home. He said that 100% seriously, and it's so false. Both in a general sense and in the you could just prettily take up space on the couch for your entire life, and Wangji would be happy about that.
I am so excited to spend the rest of our natural lives paying for your therapist.
Yes.
That's about right.
The corners of Lan Wangji's eyes tightened subtly. It hardened his gaze for a fraction of a moment before he managed to soften the look. This is your home as well, Wei Ying. It was a gentle reminder of a continual topic of debate between them. For as long as Wei Ying wanted, The Jingshi would be his home. There were no weird conditions to it, and no expectations for him to perform a certain way. From that first night, Lan Wangji had insisted on this. He had given Wei Ying access to everything, including keys to the house, cars, and a fancy access card to get through the main gate whenever he wanted. The very last thing he desired was for Wei Ying to see this as a prison. He wants it to be a place of refuge.
My God, he's built him a rabbit hutch.
With the little stairs and the bed and everything. I am grateful for the lunch. He couldn't help but let some of his pheromones out to demonstrate his pleasure and perhaps offer comforting reassurance. Wei Ying's smile warmed and he gave Lan Wangji's hand a squeeze. Well, come on then. Before it gets cold. It's a challenge to cook good tasting things without spice. I think I nailed it this time, though. For the past few days, Wei Ying had insisted on cooking as a way of earning his keep, that's in quotes, within the house. The first meal had been painful for Wangji's taste buds. I bet this simp ate every fucking bite of it while like crying.
I want to see the understand that to me, black pepper is horrifically painful. And my housemates are constantly giving me hell for it.
One of my previous roommates had a very similar palate. When I cooked for the group, I didn't use any seasonings, not even salt. It's just whatever it came with flavored with, naturally. That was what it was. Maybe butter with salted butter. And that was all she could tolerate.
Ugh, it's horrendous. I want to be able to eat fun things. Like, I can manage the mild kimchi you get at the grocery store salad aisle, but that's it. I'm so sad.
I tried a medium flavored peach salsa one time, and I cried, and I couldn't finish it.
Oh, there's a mango salsa they sell at the grocery store that's friggin' amazing. I'm so sorry.
I have Wei Ying's taste buds. I love it.
A spicy meatball.
I went to an Indian cuisine establishment, and the smell of the person's dish next to me, because they wanted to do the spicy food challenge, the smell of it, I started feeling nauseous. I had to move down the table.
Oh no.
I made matzo balls this morning, and I was telling Vic, I'm so glad you like the food my people because he immediately ate like 8 times. I said, I'm so sorry you can't eat the food of my people because he is Indian, and I will die.
How sad.
Why did the programmers do this?
Why do programs do anything?
Unpettable dogs in games are a crime. And I should be able to taser you for it.
I've never considered the issue before.
I have to agree, I've never considered it.
Like, especially when they program them so they recognize you're there, and they come up to you, and they wag their little tails, and you can't pet them. Why?
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
What are you?
What are you playing?
I was playing Genshin, because everyone in this house does, and you have to, but now I've switched over to Coral Island, where all of the bachelors are, you feel, and there is a really long thing with hooves and horns.
Is that the one you were sending us pictures of the other day?
Yes!
My
I don't know what it is, but it's cute.
my former roommate was playing Honkai Star Rail. They started out with Genshin, switched to Honkai, and then the last one they were playing that I heard of was called Wuthering Waves, maybe?
they're all by the same company.
Yeah.
The problem I have is that they get so incredibly deep with the lore that I just hear the most unhinged crap, and I don't know what's going on. Like somebody said, this might be a spoiler. Sorry. Oh, did you know the sky is fake? What does that mean?
No, I had to sit down and watch the hour-long concert with her for Honkai Star Rail when they had that big update or whatever. There was a concert about it.
I think the plot is space capitalism, but I don't know.
I've never understood, honestly. The graphics are nice though.
Yes. There's all kinds of problems with the programmers in there and representation because all of their dark-skinned people are like incredibly light-skinned. There's just
Is that a pet you cannot pet in that game?
Yes, they have
It's so cute.
I'm sorry. In Coral Island, yes, you can get this pet as long as you do something promotional that they're doing. In Genshin Impact, there's like alpaca and little baby dinosaurs and little kitties and tiny otters that will swim up to you and do little loop-de-loops because you help them, and you can't pet any of them.
That creature looks like it's from Neopets back in the day.
Yes, it does. Apparently, you can obtain this thing if you also play this other game they're doing a partnership with.
It has a fluffy snowball tail.
I know.
And little antlers.
You know, Wei Ying and Wangxian would adopt that thing
So fast.
without thought.
Wei Young would kidnap it from wherever he found it.
It's like a rabbit dog deer with little ice bits.
It's adorable.
Gosh. It has a name. Oh no.
Like a species name? Or
I don't know. Its name is Rusty.
Rusty?
Like Rusty, but with a D. I do not want to purchase another game to obtain this thing, but I'm in danger.
Oh no.
No, we'll have to put this up on Tumblr.
Oh, hi, Fern. How long have you been here?
She's been here for a while.
Oh, well, hi, Fern. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the story, I think.
Fern of Taste Buds is where you were at.
Yeah, thank you. They learned quickly that their tastes in food were very different. Due to that, they came up with a system. The rituals, they are intricate. Lan Wangji would always taste whatever Wei Ying cooked. If it was too spicy, he would ask for a more mild version next time. Wangji still ate it all. I knew it. Even if it burned his throat all the way down and stung his eyes, purely because his Omega had made it for him. Once Wei Ying understood Lan Wangji's spice tolerance, he threw himself into making meals whenever they were home together. Wei Ying is an excellent cook, Lan Wangji replied with warmth dancing in his gaze. He treasured these moments. Ah, you say that, but I've seen you gasping too, don't forget. Out of context, that could be an innuendo. Wei Wuxian was actually pretty sure he'd almost killed Lan Zhan with that first meal. The man's ears were flaming red and his golden eyes watered as he swallowed gulp upon gulp of water. Glug, glug, glug. No, the water doesn't help, dude. You need, like, milk.
You need yogurt, not milk. Milk makes it worse, too.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well,
it's like the texture. Liquid spreads it around, water spreads it around. Yogurt just neutralizes it.
I've heard bread could help.
Yes, bread helps. It's like highly acidic versus highly basic.
Science.
I could also be talking out of my ass. I'm an English major. You write big pretty words one day.
He'd taken to slapping Lanjan on the back, thinking he was joking at the time. I'm just picturing this in my head. I enjoy your cooking, Wangji insisted as he sat down at the table. Well, I'm not as good as my Shujie, but I manage. This is one of her specialties, actually. I was missing her, so I made it. Hers is way better. Oh no, what?
It's just cute. That's what he should do if he's ever angry at his uncle. Just invite him over for a nice dinner.
And be like, Wei Young, I want you to make Shujie's favorite dish.
My uncle is feeling adventurous tonight. Do your worst.
Hers.
I think this one has a good Len Sheeran, though.
Let's find out. Hers is way better. One of these days, maybe we can go have some. Wei Wuxian frowned after he said it. Jiang Yanli had called him a couple of times now to see how he was doing. He didn't have the courage to tell her details about where he was for some reason. So he kept all his answers reassuring but vague. Ominous. Would you like to visit her? Lan Wangji took a spoonful of soup. It was full of lotus root and rib meat. The flavor was rich and layered with a peppery, savory tang that was not unpleasant. It was a subtle mixture, and the broth held a mild color, unlike Wei Yong's, which was red, with heat from his added chili oil. I went to an Asian grocery store one time that had lotus roots in it, like sliced, and the appearance was so strange. I was like, I don't want that anywhere near my mouth. Cooking it must change.
It's a little bit like trypophobia kind of stuff, but it's actually quite good in a soup. It's one of those things that it's more for texture because it absorbs the flavor of whatever you put it in.
Like mushrooms.
I don't like mushrooms either.
It's a lot firmer than mushrooms. It has like a crunch to it, but it's more dissolving like water. I'm very bad at explaining this texture.
It's like water chestnut.
Yeah, almost.
I've never had that either, so thank you for the attempt, but I don't know.
It's closer to the crunch of watermelon, but like a lot firmer.
Have you ever had jicama? Is it like that?
Yes, it's a lot like jicama.
Okay. I can tolerate that. Well, maybe if somebody ever makes me that soup, I'll try a bite.
Yes, it is very ominous soup. It's basically like, this is the flavor straw, but make it crunchy. Same with bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots do have a little bit of a flavor, though.
Interesting. I don't think I can. She doesn't often leave the house, and there's no way Madame Yu will let me pop in to visit. Wei Young scoffed at the thought, slurping at his soup. It wasn't bad, but it was missing something. I could go with you.
Breaking and entering.
I'm sorry, who's breaking and entering?
This is how Lan Wangji starts his career as a cat burglar.
I could go with you. Wangji was curious to meet the woman who managed to stir a fear up around Wei Young with the mere mention of her name. This Madame Yu was someone he very much wanted to take the measure of. For her coffin.
The sort of woman you want to fire out of an airlock.
Without a parachute.
She has a soul for radio.
Especially since he planned to systematically strip her worth down to nothing more than trash unfit for a landfill. Oh yes. Corporate revenge. I like it. Go after what she cares about.
It's a lot like what you would imagine a Krampus, but for Valentine's Day to be like.
I've never interacted with that, so I don't know.
Oh, Krampus is amazing.
The sort of woman who would fist fight a baby.
Wow. Yeah. I would have to say, I think she did, canonically. In certain ways of looking at it. The information he'd gathered had been straightforward so far. Yu Ziyun was a beta in an arranged marriage to Jiang Fengyan. They had 2 children and 1 adopted son. This was all straightforward and painted a picture of a caring and giving couple that took in those in need.
Less than cute.
It was even noted in the upper circles of society that the Jiang clan had a good reputation, likely in part because of their philanthropy. Look, philanthropy done for public consumption doesn't count as goodness. That's PR.
Yes.
Us publicly kicking a puppy does not a charity make.
Right. I mean, I'm sure the people who benefit from it are still grateful, but it doesn't mean the people doing it are charitable.
Recreational puppy kicking ass.
Behind the scenes was quite another story. From all accounts, the marriage was strained, and there had been more than one domestic disturbance call with the authorities regarding the pair.
I've never actually seen that in fic, but I do get the vibe that the cops would be called often and with a quickness.
And probably because Madame Yu started it. And like, I wonder if it's the same person every time or if it's, various neighbors.
Have you ever considered that your wife might just be a terrible person?
And so are you. Each incident had been covered up, so it did not create a scandal. He had also learned that Yu Ziyun was an equal partner in Lotus Enterprises with her husband, each carrying an equal amount of majority shares. How does that work? That's not important. The son...
Like 50-50 or like 20-20? It depends on how much your shares are dispersed, I think. As long as you hold the majority of them within your family, you have control.
Because it's like votes on stuff, right?
Yeah.
Well, it depends because some of them do some weird shit with, even though they might have the majority within the family, if someone owns more shares than any single person, they can still take over.
Huh.
It doesn't have to be like a total of 100 within them. It could be partially owned by others, but it's like if each of them owns 40 and then they've given 20% out,
Okay.
they would still hold majority control.
Yeah. It will be fun once we get there because I'm not going to spoil it.
I feel like he's going to start buying things up under, like, various names. Probably some sneaky stuff.
Oh, no, it gets even better.
Even better than that, I look forward to finding out.
I love malicious capitalist bullshit.
Especially when it's making the Blorbos happy.
Yeah, technically, I can do this to you legally, and you can't do anything because you are a horrible Scrooge McDuck.
Yes. But no, I picked this one because it has just got so much great shit in it.
All right.
I love malicious compliance fic.
Yes. I think the story that really got me caught on malicious compliance was Ella Enchanted.
Yes!
Oh, yes.
Yes! The way I read that book until my copy fell apart.
Same. And like Anne Hathaway did a lovely job with the movie, but it is nowhere near the experience of reading the book, and it has different vibes.
Yes. I have to say, I have only seen one movie I would say was better than the book.
Was this?
Princess Bride.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I must concur with you on that one. The abridged version is way better too.
You get to see it.
It's still even better than the abridged version.
Do you want to know something really funny? I thought that the countries mentioned in The Princess Bride and the things he talks about in the intro notes to the book, like the museum and all of it, I thought Florin was a real country until I was in college.
I mean, like, nobody told you nothing different.
No.
I was also shitty at geography.
And so then, did you ever watch 27 Dresses? And she's like, I feel like I just found out my favorite love song was written about a sandwich. That was the feeling I had.
There's, if you ever want to feel better, because people always knock public school education. I went to a very nice private school, and they started us on geography in the high school section because it went from like K through 12. And on our first day of high school geography, we were given a pop quiz. And the next day when we came back, she was really, really angry. And she stood in the front of the class, the teacher, and she said, too many of you answered, what are the cardinal directions with up, down, left, and right?
I think that's the influence of video games.
Like, oh no. What is this? I'm doing this so long.
Amazing. Oh, Fern says, I wonder how many kids went the other way and thought that Sicily was fictional. Oh, never go up against a Sicilian when death is on the line.
Keep saying that word. I do not think you know.
I had a t-shirt.
It means who you think it means.
I had a t-shirt with that. Inconceivable. All right. Oh, one more Princess Bride story, and then I'll stop and I'll go back to the Podfic. So I read an article one time that I based a workshop off of, and it was how to introduce yourself at networking events. Be like Inigo Montoya, okay? First, that's right. You give your name. Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father, so that's your personal tag. Prepare to die, setting expectations. So, greeting, name, personal link, and set expectations. And that's how you network.
But that is a masterful way to give that presentation. Oh my god.
I can't take credit for the idea, but I used it.
That is fantastic.
Okay, so the son was in line to inherit their assets, and the daughter was in an arranged engagement to the young Jin heir that Lan Wangji was actually familiar with. He might not have been as active in the social science. I almost said sciences, good grief. In the social scenes of the elite, but Lan Zishin had always been? No, for fuck's sake. But Lan Zishin always had been, and his brother made it a point to get to know those they did business with. And now I have hiccups. What the fuck?
It happens to the best of us.
You need me to take over for a minute?
Yeah, give me like a paragraph break. I'm gonna take a drink of water and like hold my breath for a minute.
That's okay. Okay. The Jin and Mia families were close business partners, so their paths had crossed a few times. And Wangji had been surprised when he had seen the notes about the engagement. It spoke of the Jiang's family's ambitions. Arranged marriages had fallen out of fashion, are becoming less common these days. The first one meant it had political and social aspirations behind it.
Okay. I think I'm ready to tag back in. Yep.
Okay.
Wei Young interrupted his musing with a chuckle. You would do that? I mean, there are some things I want to get that I had to leave behind. That is, if they didn't get thrown out. His leg was bouncing beneath the table while he stared at Lan Wangji with those luminous silver eyes. What if Madame Yu refuses to let us in? Lan Wangji was actually really enjoying the soup. The family rule of not talking during mealtimes was often omitted with Wei Young, usually because his Omega couldn't handle the silence and Wangji was determined to make him feel safe and view the Jingshi as his home.
Oh, I forgot that was a rule. I would die.
She works, does she not? We can go when she is not there.
I tasered her at the door, but okay.
I love it so much when Wangji is like, you know what? Those rules don't apply inside the walls of my home. Not for Bei, because he needs different rules.
Thank you, Tim.
Yes, he does.
Wow. I read one where he's marrying Wei Ying, and they're doing the negotiations, and he's got Ming Ju and some land that's like a lawyer because I'm representing him. And Wangji's condition is Wei Ying doesn't get punished.
Nice.
Ming Ju and the land guy that are representing Wei Ying are like, we accept.
I'm sorry. When I'm just down for like, oh, what do we do if Madame Yu is there? We see how fast the police response time in your area is.
Yes, that would be so satisfying.
Oh, that is funny.
The idea had merit, and he could see Wei Young mulling it over. Whenever he was considering something seriously without letting nerves get the best of him, he would tap or rub at the side of his nose. It was an adorably lovely habit that Wangji enjoyed seeing. It could work. Jiang Cheng would probably be out then, too. Ali is usually home alone in the afternoons. We can go whenever you want. Really, Nanjan? You'd do this for me? I mean, it's not going to be pleasant if Madame Yu finds me. But not for the reason you expect, Wei Young. It's because Lanshan's going to fucking throw down, metaphorically speaking.
I think it physically speaking.
You know what? Depending on, he would probably follow the tone that she sets. And if she came at Wei Ying, he wouldn't stop
This house.
until she was down.
Starts it, he finishes it.
Yeah.
Lungs don't start fights, but they can finish them.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Lan Wangji follows the school of thought. The only enemy that can't come back and cause trouble is the dead ones. Are the dead ones? Whatever.
Yes. Don't start none, won't be none.
Right. Wei Young felt it was important to give some kind of warning about Yu Ziyuan's temper. The last thing he wanted was to expose his savior to that kind of ugliness if he didn't have to. I don't want to be a hassle. My things might already be gone for all I know. He really hoped some of it was still there. He had drawings and ideas in his desk drawer and whatever. It's a fucking flute he had been playing for years. that he would love to get his hands on again.
It's like pizza with a dingy.
Well, I know it's not Dizzy. I practiced it so many times with the pronunciation guides, and my mouth is just like not cooperating right now. It would also be great to get more of his clothes and a few other odds and ends. Blankets and pillows he'd made his nest out of would also be welcome. I would be honored to help you retrieve your belongings and meet your Shija. Lan Wangji's reply was smooth, and he took another spoonful of soup. This would allow him to see where Wei Ying had been raised and perhaps bring a bit of closure on that chapter of his life. It also allowed him to be there in case things became dangerous and ugly. And besides which, any of your items that got thrown out, he will happily replace. So don't worry about it.
I dearly love, I know that we have been chatting away, but I dearly love the ratio of like them agreeing to go get his stuff dialogue versus the diabolical plotting. Like,
Oh yeah.
we're sitting here like, oh good, I can go get some of my clothes, and Lan Wangji is like, and then I will ruin their credit score.
Yes.
I love it.
The bruise on Wei Ying's face had faded and the split lip had healed. But Wangji could vividly recall every single detail of that mark. He had put a fist-sized hole through his heavy gym bag, brooding about it. Oh, a boxing thing. Okay.
Ah, okay, the heavy bag. I thought it was his duffel bag.
No, I said the words out of order. I'm sorry. The sentence actually reads a hole through his heavy bag in the gym. The smile on Wei Ying's face grew and brightened. You will like Ali. He was vibrating with joy, and it warmed the spicy notes of his scent in a very pleasant way. When do you think we can go? Check with your Shija. Ask if tomorrow is acceptable. Oh, yeah, she might be meeting the peacock, so I best check. Wei Ying fished out his cell phone and started tapping at the screen. As he finished the soup, Lan Wangji watched as the texting back and forth began. He had made a study of examining his Omega and learning his quirks. Right now, Wei Ying was relaxed and in an excited mood. There was a warm flush to his skin that had been lacking in the first few days of their living arrangement. The dark circles under his eyes were less noticeable, which relieved Wangji. The jittery leg that kept bouncing beneath the table was from excess energy and not nerves or fear. It helped that he could detect those pleasant notes in Wei Ying's pheromones. He was less cautious about holding in his scent after Lan Wangji assured him it didn't bother him. This was the best time to bring up the subject of tonight's dinner guest. Patting his mouth with a napkin, Wangji collected his dishes and rose to move to the sink while Wei Ying kept staring at his screen, pausing now and then to take another mouthful of red broth. Would you be opposed to meeting my brother? The soup spoon stopped halfway to Wei Ying's mouth, and he tipped his head to the side a little to look at Lan Wangji. Oh, hold on, it's the nurse's check-in. Okay. The soup spoon stopped halfway to Wei Ying's mouth, and he tipped his head to the side a little to look at Lan Wangji. Ah? Your brother? He wishes to join us for dinner. Golden eyes watched for any hint that the situation made Wei Ying uncomfortable. If he was not ready, Wangji was more than willing to cancel the dinner plans. The selfish part of him actually hoped Wei Ying would say he wasn't ready. Sure. I mean, I have to meet him sometime, right? The grin was impish, and his phone pinged, which had him looking down at it. Then he will be here tonight. I will help you cook. He is not accustomed to spice.
No land is accustomed to spice.
Wangji was washing his soup bowl, but he kept sneaking looks toward his Omega to make sure he was all right.
To pretend that you were feeding a fairy baby made of tissue paper.
Made of tissue paper. He also took several deep inhales to check for sour notes in Wei Ying's scent. Tonight? There was a squeak in his voice and a flash of anxiety in his eyes. I can cancel. Hopefully, he did not sound overly eager to send his brother away. No, it's fine. I just didn't know you meant tonight. A hand settled over Wei Ying's abdomen. The doctor said you need to avoid stressful situations. Perhaps we should reschedule. Wangji would ask his brother to forgive him later. All that mattered to him was keeping Wei Ying happy. Don't cancel. I want to meet him. When he saw Wangji's jaw tense, he quickly kept talking. I mean, he's going to be my baby's family. I should get to know him. He doesn't hate me, does he? Wangji's lips thinned slightly, but he shook his head. He does not hate you. He is quite eager to meet you. It was starting to register in Wei Ying's head that Lan Wangji's family might have been staying away, not because they were angry with him. Perhaps it was because they'd been told to keep their distance. His gaze narrowed as he watched Lan Wangji do the dishes. His posture was stiff, and his motions were a little too brusque. It was like he was punishing the dishes because his brother was coming to dinner. Then let's do it. Bring on dinner with your brother. Wei Ying put every ounce of confidence into his words that he could muster. There was one thing he'd learned quickly about Lan Wangji. The man did not lie. If he said that his brother was not mad with him, then there was no reason to question it. And that is the end of my section.
What time are we at? So I know how fast I got.
What?
This will be fun.
What's our time?
We're at 50 minutes. Do you want me to just stop it here and then you can start you fresh?
Yeah, we probably should.
Okay. Hello.
Sorry about what's in the chat.
And welcome back to Bedtime Stories, Chapter 2 of Messy Bedtime Stories. Chapter 2 of Train Rides Change Everything. And it's about to be Leodin's turn to read.
Yes, I'm just waiting for my heads to giggle when you read this.
How did this vampire die? Wrong answers only. I think someone offended him with an opinion on the internet. What the fuck? Accidentally farted a hole in the ceiling he was hanging from, revealing the sun and immolating him instantly. It was a tragic turn of events. Okay. Thanks for the laugh.
Have you seen The Lost Boys?
Was that Patrick Swayze?
No, it was yeah, that literal vampire is Kiefer Sutherland. I can't remember much else.
Wait.
Like which actors were in it.
Was it Keanu Reeves? He was in a vampire movie at some point, I think.
Maybe. I would watch that. But somebody did like a Tumblr retelling of the entire thing, except of course it's shippy, and the only real big difference character-wise is that Michael is from Texas and wears a big-ass cowboy hat.
Yeah, he was in Dracula, sorry.
He's a tractor. And it's so cute and so sweet, and I want more of it, but it's like, just everything changes because this man has Southern charm, and it's the key.
That is funny.
Okay, so I entered Keanu Reeves vampire in the search bar. And aside from the Dracula trailer, there are numerous articles asking, is Keanu Reeves immortal?
Yes.
Yes, he's an immortal. We all know it. No one cares.
Nobody's allowed to be named to Keanu Reeves, Eternal Overlord.
He's my favorite.
Yes.
He's so good.
Yes, he is.
He's so sweet. And also a talented actor. I don't care what anybody
He's
says.
a celebrity I would least like to punch ever. Except Dolly Parton.
He's so sweet.
Did
Dolly Parton is sacrosanct.
when I found out that he was in a band called Dog Star, I was like, oh my god, that's perfect.
That is funny. So am I reading now?
It's up to you. I can shut up.
Okay. I will read. Okay. Wayne was nervous to be meeting Wangxian. He knew only the bare minimum about Wangjian's family and their habits. Even when he had wandered around the snowy paths in the land estates, he hadn't spotted a single soul out and about. At first, he was convinced that they all disliked him and were blaming him for trapping Wangxian in the situation. It was distressing, and it had taken multiple reassurances that this was not the case at all. We're just giving him time to adjust and settle in. They did not want to overwhelm him. Wuxian was more convinced than ever that it wasn't just that they'd been letting him settle in. He now wholly believed Wangxian had told them to off. Of course he did.
We're the honeymoon babe. Piss off.
He probably just gave them the stink eye. He probably didn't even say anything.
Yes. It gave him the warm tingles in the very depths of his soul to think that the most eligible alpha in all of creation was doing these kind of things for him. It was a little alarming sometimes, but he had never felt anything but safe here. So much so that he had started to put together a nest last night.
Bro, he would literally piss in a circle around you if he could.
Depending on which fanfiction you read, he probably does.
True statement. It depends on how hard they lean into the animalistic side.
Everything is somebody's gate.
That's right.
It was missing something still. He figured it was familiar things he had left behind in his rustic escape the Tiang estate.
It's missing Lan Wangji.
Yes, it's missing Lan Wangji, little boy. But oh well. Guess I'll do it. A knot twisted in his gut as he thought about what Yanli had told him. Uncle Jiang and Madame Yu had been arguing ever since he'd run off. There was something happening with the business, and it had kept them busy and cranky at one another.
More so than usual.
Suffer.
Definitely.
Tragic.
They wouldn't be around tomorrow, and neither would Jiang Chung. So she had eagerly encouraged him to come get the rest of his belongings.
She would sneak him through a window if she had to.
Oh, yeah.
She would put him in like a laundry basket, get the maids to push him along.
I
The
have
whole
to
prison
I
estate.
don't understand.
Waiting. Lin Zhen's voice snapped him out of his scowl and unconscious belly rubbing. The baby's trying trying to make me lose my appetite, he gave a wry grin as he looked over at the handsome figure that had been the subject of his wildest fantasies far too often lately. It was getting harder to keep himself from trying to brush up against Wangxian in an attempt to seek out his comforting touches.
Why restrain yourself from that?
Right?
Why would you deny yourself that? Yo.
He wants you to do it. I have a favor to ask. Oh, wait, nope, that's on John. I have a favor to ask. Whatever it was, there was obvious embarrassment in Lanxian's posture and hesitancy in his tone. Sure, what's up? Wuxian stood up from the couch and came over, curiously stopping a polite distance from the other man. He had to keep his word and not get clingy and emotional, even though all he really wanted to do was bury his nose against Lanxian's chest and breathe deep.
Is it uppies? Do you want uppies?
Would you consent to allowing me to scent you? The molten gold of his eyes was dark and intense, as it fixed upon Wuxian. Oh, this was unexpected.
Only because you weren't paying attention. Wuxian.
Right? I didn't speak my thoughts out loud, did I? It would be so embarrassing if he had. My brother is an alpha. He will not do anything, but it will help me not to see him as a threat, I think. Wow.
It will eliminate my need to punch my loving brother in the face. Thank you.
It might allow me to let him in the house.
Wuxian's brain stopped for a full minute as he just bumped and processed that admission. It was fucking sexy as hell. The Wuxian wanted to sit him like he was staking a claim.
Like. Actual.
He was staking a claim. For some reason, that really did things for his horny, not horniness value, hotness value.
Both.
Still same thing.
The horny score.
Yeah. This is horny score.
0 to 10 scale. Lan Wangji is like a 15.
This is your horniness level. It's unusually high for someone your
Colored in with blue ribbon on the poster.
That's just what the incense burner is. It's trying to control the horniness level.
Oh, sorry. It really did things for his hotness value. Also kind of shocking to think of the highly reserved Plan Wangji needing help controlling himself in any fashion.
Bro, you don't even know.
I love that I can still tell how okay you aren't in your voice.
Wuxian, stop and think a second. Why are there 3,000 rules in the Land Clan? Because they're all needing some help keeping themselves under control. And Lan Wangji is the flower of his generation. He is the most Lan. Like.
Oh, you said flower, I heard flatware.
Okay, that's not actually what I meant, but I guess we're going for forks and spoons.
I heard flapper, so.
I meant he's, highly valued in the Land Clan.
Oh,
He's a stud pony.
oh.
He's a Nepo baby is what he is.
I don't think that's fair. I think he would actually do work. Like, still a Nepo baby, but I feel like would actually do work. And then you've got Shitsushun is the loudest and angriest possible Nepo baby. Oh,
True.
yes. Okay. I think I'm back under control now.
Are you sure?
We'll see. Okay. What the hell should he say? Was it even proper? Was it because the baby made him overprotective? It had to be because of the baby, right? Wangxian was going to be there any minute, and the man chose now to ask this. Can you take over for a couple paragraphs?
Yeah.
He is starting to get whiny.
It wasn't like scenting was an obscene thing. People did it all the time. Family members scented to create that bond and sense of security. Though Wei Wuxian had never really experienced that with its young, aside from Ali and Acheng. It could be rather nice to build that kind of thing for the baby, of course. Not because he wanted to rub up on Lanjian like he was back in the haze of his heat or anything. As a not random example, this is my baby's father. He's sort of family already. It's fine, right? Can I scent you as well? He felt this would help Lanjian even more if the man was truly worried about it. He also secretly wanted people to know that there was an Omega in Lanjian's life. It was a subtle claim to things he really couldn't have. Yes, you can. Yet that desire was there.
Big neon sign you can, babes. Big horny neon sign.
He has practically gift-wrapped himself and his entire life just for you. Wei Wuxian could rationalize it by claiming he didn't want strangers confusing their child later on as they established a family scent. It wasn't like he was trying to claim the alpha as his, right? This was to help him cope with that protective stuff, that was all. Whatever you need to say to justify it to yourself at this time, Wei Young, the joy you have just given Lan Wangji, like, he wants to fuck you about it right now, actually.
Can I dibs you? Yeah, not romantically or anything, but can I dibs you?
Mine.
Okay,
Mine.
I'm back too.
Go for it.
That was fair enough.
We're at Lanjian's pupils.
Okay. Lanjian's pupils grew, and his focus was intense. His hand lifted, waiting to see if Wei Wuxian would take it. I would like that very much. Wei Wuxian licked his lips as he put his hand in Lanjian's and stepped closer, putting his head to the side of it, exposing his neck and one of his neck glands there. It was a shameless act of submission, along with offering access to be scented. Long, slender fingers curled around his hand, and he was pulled closer until they were pressed chest to chest. Shivers slid down Wei Wuxian's spine as he bent his head even more, leaving himself exposed and vulnerable before the strongest, most alluring alpha he had ever known. It was thrilling. A nose whispered along Wei Wuxian's jaw, which made him gasp softly, and trailed down his neck before Lanjian crowded even closer. Deep, purring rumble reverberating in his chest.
Purring.
Neck now, and the rush of fresh, earthy sandalwood bloomed around Wei Wuxian as Lanjian began to methodically scent him. Sure, there were a lot less intimate ways to do this, like rubbing wrists together, but somehow they both gone for the neck. Either offering or taking, it just felt so right.
Yes, yes, yes.
Up against the wall of muscle, Ying finally got to feel the length of Wangxian against his head as he whimpered softly, keenly aware of his desire, and slid his arms around the alpha's back to hug him close. Rational thought was shoved to the shadowy corners of his brain while he relaxed into the embrace and released his own scent, nuzzling his neck against Lanxian's to leave traces of his spicy citrus signature all over the man. It wasn't enough. He needed so much more. Like a good fucking meeting.
Right? He's like, I need your scent on my neck and my belly and my cock and my ass and like literally everywhere. Can we please just continue this naked?
Lanxian. It was a gas sound as Wuxian got swept up in the moment. He turned his head to nip lightly at the rosy earlobes and quivered as he felt the growl fill the room and tickle against him. They were pressed fully against one another, and Wuxian was starting to pant and whimper with his want for more. Holy fuck, this was so goddamn hot. Yes, it is.
Congrats for recognizing that.
Yes. Was he going into heat or something? No, he was pregnant. He couldn't go into heat, right?
Blame it on the pregnancy hormones.
When Wangxian started to withdraw, it was Wuxian who whined and clung tightly to him. More, just a little more, please. Please, sir, I want some more. I'm sorry.
I love his enthusiasm and desperation.
Yes. This time the growl was much louder, and Lanxian's strong arm snaked around Wuxian, pulling him tightly against him, nudging his jaw with his nose. Lanxian went to mark the other side of Wuxian's neck. The hard length of his arousal was pressing against Wuxian's hip, and it pulled another whimper from his lips.
I'm sorry, using this context clue?
Yeah.
Must be a flute in his pocket.
Yes. No, he shops at the website I sent you.
Harlotry. I will note for having a dilduffel in my closet. I collect the weird ones.
Maybe Wuxian also collects them. Or will.
I used to have a terrarium of them. It made my mother uncomfortable.
I'm sure many things that I do now would make my mother uncomfortable if she knew about them.
Oh. Okay. It pulled another whimper from his lips. Wangxian, fuck. It was too much. It also wasn't nearly enough. Not at all. How the hell had a simple scenting session turned into them writhing against one another like they were going to lose their minds? It felt good being pressed up against him like this. He wanted kisses. He wanted the heat of Wangxian's skin against his arm. and he ached with need. Wangxian's cock was hard, and he ground himself against the alpha's thigh. Slick started to dribble from his sensitive hole, and he knew it wouldn't take long before Wangxian caught the overly sweet scent of his arousal. Wei Ying! He can't even speak. Seriously.
I'm sorry. Every time I read, I love non-traditional ABO because just how mad the people that get shoved in as Omegas are. Like, what do you mean I'm leaking? No, defend that thesis. No. What? I did a presentation about this for a friend's Smart Pants themed birthday.
Well, you will love. There's a point in this fic that you will absolutely adore them. And I am not telling you what it is.
The suspense.
Fantastic. Okay. Wei Ying and Wangji dimly knew he had to stop this. Never in his wildest imagination had he anticipated Wei Ying offering his neck like that. It had made him throw caution to the wind, and his jaw ached with the desire to leave a mating bite on that pale skin.
Do it.
He shuddered, struggling to hold himself back while his Omega was basically begging him to keep going. It was so perfect and absolute hell all at once. The scent of his slick nearly sent Wangji over the edge, moaning against his Omega's neck.
You're doing too much. You're just doing too much.
The careful boundaries that had been there for the past week were being crossed. It just felt so perfect and right to have his Omega in his arms, quivering and begging for something only he could provide.
Fuck yeah.
He could feel every inch of Wei Ying's excited state and wanted to slide his fingers into his wet hole and tease an orgasm out of him before dragging him to bed, making him
just
come
checking
over.
you're just like outside at this point?
No, they're in the living room waiting for Lindsay to show up.
No, not in your brother's house, not right in front of his salad. What do you
Wangxian like, I could come back later?
You can't invite anybody over to your house. Kids don't know how to act right these days.
Oh. Okay, so he wanted to slide his fingers into his wet hole and tease an orgasm out of him before dragging him to bed to make him come over and over until his Omega was well and truly satisfied. The only thing that stopped them was the sound of a knock at the door.
Yeah. Hello, new brother-in-law. I hope that I've made a good impression. Do you have a bathroom and a clean change of underpants?
Right.
Musician shows up. He's like, Dee Dee, what are you doing? Did I interrupt?
Back in like 2 hours, 3 hours.
Days.
I certainly know more about you than I expected to this afternoon.
Oh.
Don't kink shame the exhibitionists.
Yes. Well, and given the house has plenty of windows, I'm sure he can see through because this house has an atrium and a tree and a pond in the living room.
I think of this as sort of a lawn terrarium.
No.
That is also Launchi Run's like circle of hell is just listening to the horny noises for the rest of eternity. But
Okay, if Lan Wangji lives in a terrarium, Wangxian arranged the entire thing because he thought Dee Dee needed enrichment in his enclosure.
that's when they stick the bunnies in through the doggy door. I am a gift. Not
Indeed.
necessarily a gift that you wanted. we love you for it. Oh god, I'm such a bitter person on the inside. One of my childhood friends is standing up as a bridesmaid in someone's wedding, and she no longer likes this person because of it. And my first instinct is send that bitch an invoice. She's causing you emotional distress. Every time you get a text from this woman, $5.
Yes.
Charge her hourly like lawyers do on the half hour, in fact.
Exhausting, and I am amazed that your husband has not cut and run. Give me money. I could not care less about collar samples, you exhausting malfeasance complaint.
Malfeasance.
It's my day! The other 364 belong to the rest of us, and I'm going to fight you.
This must be one of those things where, like, you drugged him to get him to say yes, didn't you? You're blackmailing him.
Equal marriage left.
Leodin, do you need to take a break?
Gentle parent your friends. You should just be able to gentle parent your friends. Oh, catch a bubble, bride. We have to remember that after the wedding, all of our friends will still be the same people who have still experienced the worst possible version of us.
And all they got from the experience.
Tell your friend she had to cut and dye your hair so that she didn't look like a distracting whore.
Wow. So she didn't come, like, her hair didn't clash with the bridesmaid dress, and all they got out of the experience was this bag of shitty wedding favors.
I read and listen to too much of the Am I the Asshole stuff. I'm still floored by, like, somebody had a mobility aid and the bride didn't want them to take it with them down the aisle, which was how they, were able to walk.
Wow.
So, they brought it anyway because they needed, to walk. And the bride took it and hid it while they were getting their makeup done.
Oh my god.
So, knowing that there was a chance that this horrible, horrible thing would happen because the bride had been unhinged, they had their partner rent, the ugliest possible mobility scooter they could find.
Planning ahead.
It's like, well, it looks like I won't be able to use my perfectly innocuous walking stick.
Oh, that was great. I think I got myself under control again.
Good. Wonderful. We missed you so much. I can fix that.
If we're not careful, Fern's gonna have to start reading.
Wangji was the first to stop the desperate clinging. He slid his hands down to Wei Ying's hips, steadying him and stalling those erotic grinding movements. They were both breathing heavily, their senses had been mingling together powerfully. He would blame it on the heat of the moment, of course, before they could separate when she was pressing a tender kiss to the top of Wei Ying's head. My brother is here. His voice sounded hoarse, even to his own ears. Right, an embarrassed flesh creeped up Wei Ying's neck and face. I should clean up? He pulled.
I don't want to leave a puddle when I sit down for dinner.
I am not sitting on these white wool couches. Let's see, Chef. Later, why is my couch shiny?
Okay, so I know we just started reading again, and this is going way off topic, but like I've always wondered in Omegaverses why they don't wear disposable underwear. You know, like
Yeah, like Sphinx or something like that.
it's like
Because it only happens when they're horny. So the polite thing is to not be horny in your brother-in-law's house.
or
Their house, the brother-in-law's coming over.
or
Oh, no.
you know, just take a precautionary measure if you know you're just horny all the time because your boyfriend's super hot and romantic and it makes you feel horny about it.
I need to get my PowerPoint later. There are straight up manhwa focused on like betas being just done with their horny coworkers. Yeah. So Sally's on maternity leave, because she went into heat in the middle of the office pool, and now we've got some kind of bodice ripper crap going on in the background. So the project's going to be delayed about that long.
What do their equal opportunity hiring statements look like?
God, I was thinking, you said about that long, like, the project's going to be delayed about that long. I'm thinking about how long? How long she is fucking the other guys?
No, until maternity leave is over.
Because I was also imagining until the orgy is over.
But there's like, I remember seeing one where it's just this dude trying to exist in his workplace, and every time he walks into like a conference room or the coffee room, there's people screwing on top of every available surface in the most unnecessarily dramatic manner, and he's just like, I just need to photocopy these documents, please. Please, I am fighting for my life.
It's like the
Salary man, I want to do my job, go home for the 2 hours allotted to me, wake up and get back on the subway, please.
it's like making copies move. I'm gay, except you insert the word beta.
Carrying a spray bottle in your pocket.
Psh, psh, psh.
Oh, good, you found your fated mate. Get off the photocopier. I have to send a fax.
Their HR policies must be whack.
Nightmarish. In hell, that's the stupid book I'm gonna write some unhinged shit given the first opportunity.
Go for it.
Please. Oh, please.
I'm sorry.
From the point of view of the HR professional at like a Fortune 500 company that has recently rescinded like dynamic specific policies because we're socially conscious now. Like, oh, this is my nightmare.
Oh, that is funny.
What do you mean somebody's violating the sexual harassment rules and they break? Oh, so straight up just raw dogging. Okay. You shouldn't eat any of the catered food we had brought in because it was in there.
So rude not to use a condom in the break room.
We're just gonna go out for like a pizza party. Where's that in the expense accounts?
I hope your lunchboxes are waterproof.
Yeah, we have to like compensate all of our employees for the food that went to waste because Dan and Sally found each other.
Write it off as a tax exempt expense.
At 1 p.m. on a Tuesday.
Do you want me to read for a bit, Leoden, while you catch your breath?
No, just a sec.
Elpie and I were playing a fun game of yes and.
I'm a gift. I keep on giving. Gift for this. This is what I wanted to hear.
You're a party favor and like one of those little noisemakers, like bubbles.
It's like one of the ones you blow and it unfolds and makes a
Yes, that one.
Because
With
you-
like the shiny circles on it and the little confetti looking things at the end.
Jump call you get on a dump.
Oh, yes. Okay. Let's see if I can finish this. Okay. He pulled back, taking a step away and inhaling slowly. The earthy sandalwood tones melded almost perfectly with his citrus and spice, and Wuxian couldn't help but take it in. His brain still a haze of warmth and desire. When Wangji was tempted to make Wuxian wait, he grabbed Wuxian's wrist and pressed a soft kiss to the man's palm before he could pull too far away. Hopefully, hopefully it would say what he failed to say. I like you. I want you. I need you. With a hug. With a hug, he put some distance between them, still relishing in how his Omega smelled like him now.
Yeah.
He moved to the entry with Wayne disappearing into the bathroom adjacent to the kitchen.
Handy placement.
Yes. Lan Wangji took a minute longer to make sure he was collected and that his aroused state wasn't blatantly obvious. Pain still tinged the lobes of his ears as he opened the door. The pheromones were powerful, and they hit Wangxian forcibly enough that his smile got stuck on his face, and a brow lifted slightly as he gave his younger brother a curious and questioning look. Good evening, Wangji. I'm not early, am I?
Shit.
Dee Dee, am I interrupting?
Yes, you are. Good Okay, and that is the end of the scene, and it's now Xiao's turn.
Lovely to see you, brother. Please come back never. Are you going to survive? Burn it down. No. The worst thing about seeing a spider is if you don't see it anymore and you don't know where it went.
Big, I lost the spider. You can't find the spider. The spider is gone.
That's a terrible feeling.
Encourage the spider alarm. We should kill it.
Elsie, that's how you fix it, right there.
The spider is part of the
That's right. That's how you fix it.
Mosquitoes from eating me. What?
Burn it down. That's how you fix spiders.
It's not my house.
That's
Not my house.
so polite of you to keep in mind.
Landlord Frank has so much to deal with. He does not need to deal with me incinerating a spider.
Your roommates might also not be pleased. Okay. Wuxian. What the hell had he been thinking? Wuxian paced the small bathroom while he heard the muffled sounds of Lanjian talking to his brother. He couldn't make out what they were saying, but there wasn't any yelling. If this had happened at the Jiang estate, he would have been whipped by Madame Yu until he saw stars. It had happened. It had happened before he even had a scar on his hip from it. I hope we get to see Lan Wangji's response to hearing that story.
I think we do.
That was part of the reason why he'd gotten his bunny tattoo, to hide the ugly mark on his body and turn a horror-filled nightmare into something cute and cuddly. Oh my god. Now, instead of seeing a raised line of wounded flesh, he saw two rabbits chasing one another forever in a circle. His little yin-yang bunnies. You could only see the scar if you looked very closely at the black bunny's back, but the tattoo artist had done such a great job that you had to know it was there beforehand. He blew out a heavy breath and stared at himself in the mirror. His carefully pulled back hair was disheveled and half loosed from the ponytail he often sported. A warm blush that had nothing to do with embarrassment colored the sides of his neck. His bruised cheek was barely noticeable now, and the split in his lip had healed quite well. There was only the faintest line of it having ever existed. Hardly noticeable. His button-down shirt was mussed. Fortunately, though, his slick hadn't stained his pants yet, so he managed to get cleaned up relatively easily. Didn't have to, dash to the wardrobe for a spare pair.
Oh, that's good at least.
After splashing a bit of water on his face and retying his hair. Okay, apropos of nothing. Xiaozhan in, coveralls. Wouldn't that be cute as fuck? You know, the jean ones that have the little
Anything.
snip.
Yes.
Come on, these
Yes. I need that now.
I need him, wearing that outside
He
to
actually
garden.
looks cute in overalls, though.
I feel like Xiaozhan could pull it off.
I mean, maybe.
Well, now I need somebody to fan art it.
Wangji can pull off having a tissue of his nose and looking sexy as fuck.
No, I'm sorry. Wangji Bo in denim overalls would look lost, and you would have to fight me.
He would look like 12 years old.
Look on his face other than total confusion. I would be floored.
He would be so... No, it wouldn't just be lost. It would be mildly offended. Who the fuck?
Something
He
catch
wore
fire.
something like that in one of the Untamed concerts that they did live.
He's worn a lot of different outfits for street dance, China too.
Yeah.
Okay,
You gave me a bathtub. What am I supposed to do with this? Does it go with the onsen? Prep me up. It fits. Okay. Here's a polar bear moth creature with an outdoor bathtub. Okay.
polar bears.
I am running this desk garden.
Okay. After splashing a bit of water on his face and retying his hair, Wei Wuxian felt a lot more grounded. The wild beating of his heart was finally starting to calm down, and though he'd been in the bathroom for quite some time now, Lan Zhen hadn't pressed for him to come out. The man was just too damn considerate sometimes. Come on, Wei Ying, get it together! His reflection stared back at him as he gave his little pep talk. If this were pre-pregnancy, Wei Wuxian, he wouldn't even hesitate to meet the likes of Lan Zhishen. Usually he was carefree. Excuse me. Usually he was carefree and easygoing with everyone he met, wholly in favor of being around people and socializing. Okay, so Wang Yibo pulls off being sexy in jean overalls and a straw hat.
Those aren't jeans. That is patterned. That is a fashionable overall. You put that man in denim nonsense.
Okay, and here's Xiaoxian for you guys.
Well, it looks like jeans to me.
Okay, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
I like it.
Fuck.
The thumbs up, the peace sign. He's so fucking cute.
Why does he look like a 90s era, like, tween lesbian? What is... But he's still adorable, though. It's giving
There's your Cinnamon.
It's... Oh, God.
He's so sultry. Like, how does he do it?
No, fucking fight me. This is... Hold on.
I have to remember to put these in the end notes for this chapter.
Same... Same outfit.
All right.
I'm a judgmental gay. What is...
He loved to joke and tease.
I hope that you get to edit some of these out.
I don't edit content ever.
That's the perfect joy of this, is we're so awful with tangents that it's part of the listening experience.
Look, we have repeat listeners who come back to see what wild shit happens. Sometimes it's just a calm, soothing story, and sometimes we talk about whatever comes into our brains, you know?
To be fair, I did not take my Adderall today, so I am just everywhere.
I need you to understand. I'm glad Vertice is having fun. I need you to understand that by the time I was in, like, junior year of college, there were people that would walk into a classroom on the first day, see me, and either get really excited or really pissed off.
Well, at least they knew what they were in for and didn't have to guess, you know?
And I need you to understand that I once led a lecture on the Common Core on a 20-minute detour about duck rape.
About, did you say ducks?
Duck rape. The teacher said humans are the only animals who rape, and I was like, excuse me, we share this horrific statistic with ducks.
I learned a thing today.
Ducks are assholes.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the podfic now. He loved to joke and tease. He'd held a particularly wicked, mischievous streak in his school days. So what was it about him now that had him so freaked out? Was it the hot and heavy scenting session? No, he'd enjoyed that. It was the fear of being judged again. Just imagining how he'd be glared at or called a slut or gold-digging whore had his stomach in knots. It didn't help that his control over his emotions was shaky at best these days. The doctor said it was normal for pregnancy hormones to make it a bit of an emotional roller coaster. He kind of hoped it wouldn't be so extreme, though. Wuxian had been fine 15 minutes ago. Now that he could hear a stranger's voice, however, he was nothing but nerves again. It's the trauma. You just need a hug. You'll be okay. And some therapy. Maybe. Also, Wangxian would never say those words. Out loud. Never.
He would rather be impaled by his brother than say those words out loud.
Yes. He's got Mingju to say them out loud for him.
Enjoy swear for me.
Fuck. No matter how many times Wangxian had reassured him that his family was not mad and did not hate him, Wuxian couldn't quite believe it. Okay, so I was reading a Scarlet Storm fic earlier today while I was waiting for the bus. Like the newest one was about Lan Wangji getting turned into a cat. And there was this one scene where Wuxian was by himself for a few moments. Well, not by himself. Ayuan was out of the house, and something shocking happened, and he decided to say every swear word that he could while there were no little ears around. And the phrase that stuck in my mind was "titty fucking guanyin." Fuck. It was just 2 paragraphs of swear words. It was amazing.
We
That
went
is
to the
awesome.
grocery store the other day. Elizabeth House Mpreg, and we were just like rolling in, and a little kid started to scream, and I screamed back without really realizing what I was doing. And I had to apologize. I'm so sorry. The intrusive thoughts won this day.
I just got the mental image of Brendan Fraser's The Mummy, like when the mummy screams and he yells back, trying to intimidate him. All right. Okay, that one was on me. No matter how many times Lanzhan had reassured him that his family was not mad and did not hate him, Wei Wuxian couldn't quite believe it. He grew up in a world where mistakes were punished, sometimes brutally. Every action was judged.
Next to the door of their house. If your butt looks great in those jeans, you have your car keys on you, no one is angry with you.
He's got that peach. Even in literal mom jeans, maternity jeans, he's going to look fabulous.
I read a fic where Wei Wuxian was a pop star, and his most popular song was one he hated, but it was all about his butt.
Did he sing it on a dare?
He was looking in the mirror, and he's like, I just need a filler track for the album. And so he wrote some repetitive thing called Peach Peach, I think was what they called the song.
That's incredible.
And it was just about how great his ass was, and it became like his most popular song.
What was the Jennifer Lopez movie with Jane Fonda? It's like
I'm drawing a blank on that.
I think it was Monster-in-Law, and it's Jane Fonda was like a famous daytime television show host, and she was getting replaced by a younger model, and they told her before her last show, where she was supposed to be interviewing like a pseudo Britney Spears analog, talking about her new hit song Makeup Bag. Like, if you want to know me, you just gotta look inside my makeup bag. And she's going off script to ask this girl, do you not understand that you're like setting back decades worth of feminism with this vapid nonsense? What about the wave of feminism? What about Roe v. Wade? And this girl looks at her and goes, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm against violence, so I don't support boxing. At which point Jane Fonda's character tackles her
Wow.
out of her chair.
Okay, but that reminds me of the Us Weekly feature. Every issue they have a celebrity who's like 25 things you didn't know about me, and what's in my bag. When I was deployed, I had a pen pal who would send me a copy of Us Weekly with every care package, and I don't normally read those. But when you're deployed, you're like desperate for a taste of home, right? And so I would always open it to the last page first to see the fashion police, the fashion crimes part. And then I would go to the beginning for who wore it better.
Oh, that is funny.
Fuck, I was in the middle of this paragraph. Oh yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Mistakes were punished, sometimes brutally. Every action was judged, and he'd always been lacking to some degree. To sit here idling away every single day, essentially leeching off of Lanzhan's kindness. How could he believe Lan Zixin would see him as anything other than a waste of flesh, abusing his brothers? Good nature. Don't let their nasty poison be your internal narrative, yo.
I feel like Wangxian Chen is about as likely to be angry with you for anything as Miss Frizzle.
Wangxian Chen is like, I'm getting a niece or nephew, and my Didi's happy, and
Dee Dee smiled.
Mr. Rogers.
Dee Dee emoted. He is Mr. Rogers.
Wangxian Chen with like a ring sizer he printed off the internet.
He got himself ordained so he can do the vows right there.
Now, as for flowers, do you prefer carnations, roses? What's your deal?
It's like, or we could use the gentians that are already here.
yes.
He's like, don't worry, Dee Dee. I've already folded the 1,000 cranes for good luck. You don't even have to do it yourself.
The way I want to fist fight whoever came up with pearl front and back.
What?
I am making a frog.
Okay, so I know about folding paper, but I've never actually done it.
No. Separate thing. I'm just pissed because my knitting project is knitting projecting.
Oh, you said P-U-R-L.
Yes.
I thought you said P-E-A-R-L, and I was confused, but just going with it.
I appreciate the way you indulge me.
You're welcome. It brings me joy also.
You know, I wonder if somebody could make a drinking game out of this.
I'm sure someone has.
Every time I yawn, somebody take a shot.
Every time they get on a tangent, someone take a shot.
Every time we giggle too hard to read for more than 2 minutes, somebody take a shot. Every time we start reading the story and then get offline again within 2 seconds.
Someone takes 2 shots.
On that topic, we're at an hour on this recording.
Fuzzy bullshit. Oh no! It's one chapter. I'm so sorry.
No, we're
like not even close.
we're not even halfway through the chapter. It's a long chapter.
Well, even this section, we've got quite a bit to go. So,
all right. Well, I'm gonna.
if you want to cut mid-section, we can do that and keep going.
I'm gonna cut this section. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break to go get some more water, and then we'll be back at it.
Yes.
All right. Here we go. No, okay, so the story is I left at noon to get to the bus stop by 10 after, but the bus was late for like 20 minutes. But it was a good thing the bus was late because I had time to go into the gas station to buy a poncho because I left the umbrella that I bought 2 days ago in the building by accident. So, because, it was raining the whole time. Then, it takes, the way the buses are routed, it took like an hour for me to get to the theater, and the movie started at 2, so I had to leave at noon because if I left at 1 and the bus was late, I would have missed the movie. So I get to the theater, it's like half an hour early, but that's fine because it gave me time to find the entrance to the goddamn theater because it wasn't inside the mall. I had to go out into the parking garage on the 2nd floor and like around a corner with no signage to get to the theater. I had to call. I had to use my fucking phone to dial a number and speak to a human to find out how to get to this location. So I get to the movie and that was fun. So previews plus hour and a half showtime brings me to about 4 o'clock. The movie gets out. I go to back the other side of the mall because that's where the bus stop is. And I'm waiting for the bus and it's raining and it's not covered. So I get on the first bus that shows up. I had the poncho, but...
My little intrusive thoughts.
Did you want to say something or continue story?
I just keep thinking of that stupid song from Welcome to Night Vale, waiting on the bus in the rain, waiting on the bus in the rain.
Well, that's what I was doing.
Every time.
So the first bus that showed up, I hopped on, and it turns out it was going southbound. I could have been on the bus for 5 minutes going northbound to the University Area Transfer Center if I had waited long enough for it to show up. Instead, I was on the southbound bus for 45 minutes to the downtown Marion Transfer Center, which then I had to wait for the next bus departing for the Net Park Transfer Center to show up. So I was on the 12 for a while, then I had to wait for the 6. I get on the 6, and it drops me off at the Net Park Transfer Center 15 minutes after the 48 had departed, which only runs once an hour, and that's the only one that goes where I live currently. So I waited. That's why I was reading that Scarlet Storm story I was telling you all about earlier to pass the time. My phone died the same time, like within a 5-minute span, that the bus showed up finally. So then I had to ride on the bus for 45 minutes with no music. And as a result, I didn't get back to my group home until like 6 p.m., 6:30ish. And y'all know when I got back because I messaged you. So I arrived, I had to eat something, and then I needed to wash off the smell of public transit because I didn't want weed and cigarette stink in my hair get on my pillows. And I felt grimy in general, so I washed up, and then Podfic time started. But while I was out in the common room refilling my water bottle, Antoine wanted to know, why were you gone so long? So I told him that story. I only got laughed at a little bit. But yeah, further episodes in my adventures with public transit.
I'm just thankful I don't have to take public transit anymore.
It's certainly cheaper than owning a car financially, but it is definitely more expensive in terms of time spent waiting.
Well, I told you my bus situation out where I live.
The ones that only run like 2 times a day, I think you said?
3 times a day in the morning, 3 times a day in the evening, 1 hour apart, and the last bus is at 6.
Right.
So if you miss it, you have to find someone who's willing to drive 30 minutes out from Salt Lake to BFE, Utah. Yeah, that's fun.
Doesn't sound it. I mean, at least the buses here are air conditioned once you finally make it onto the bus.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to the Podfic. Sounded like y'all were entertaining yourselves pretty well while I was gone, though.
We do what is our best.
All right. He couldn't hide in there all night, though. Especially after he'd insisted it would be fine. Checking one last time and taking a deep breath to calm himself with the sandalwood that now circled him like a wreath, Wuxian opened the bathroom door and came out all smiles. The sound of the voices was coming from the sitting room, and he walked over with confidence he didn't quite feel. What they deserve. Lanjan's words were smooth yet firm as he spoke with his brother. Are you sure this is wise? Lanzishin's back was to Wei Wuxian. He had a similar build to his younger brother. In fact, from the back they looked like twins. Wing. Lanjan instantly noticed him and stepped around his brother to come to his Omega's side. He naturally reached for Wei Wuxian's hand and held it gently, while he searched the other man's face to make sure it was all right. No, he was all right. The posture was protective as he bodily blocked Wei Wuxian from being seen by their guest. You were all right. Wei Wuxian nodded with a smile as he looked up at Lan Zhan. He wasn't much shorter than the Alpha, but it was still enough that he had to tip his head back just a bit. He could smell his own citrus and spice blending with Lan Zhan's delicious, earthy sandalwood, and leaned in for just a minute to savor it. I'm fine. Promise. He spoke quietly, very aware that they had someone watching them. Peeking around a powerful shoulder, he took stock of the elder brother. Lan Zishin remained quiet and merely turned around as he watched the pair. He had a polite smile, and his eyes were a deeper shade of amber. Caramel. Appearance-wise, he and Lan Zhan were gifted with the same beautiful types of features. Skin flawless and pale as jade, dark glossy hair, high cheekbones, and a sculpted jaw that gave them both a very elegant look. Their noses... What?
Sorry, really came.
Elegant and demure. Their noses were similar, though Lan Zishin's features were slightly more filled out, and his chin and jawline weren't exactly the same. Okay, somebody needs to write me a sort of Double Trouble Land Brothers shenanigans story where they switch places as youngsters. The gremlin laughter is both disturbing and encouraging.
The first thing that comes to my mind is that both of them are really vindictive about it because, like, if you were really paying attention, you'd know that my older brother is 3 inches taller than me, but okay.
Or Lan Zishin talks Wangji into switching places so that he can test Wei Wuxian's like loyalty and attention to detail. Like, do you notice that we're different people?
I need you to understand that I specifically have one of these stupid little log thoughts. That is, Uncle does not like Lan Xichen's boyfriend, so Lan Wangji goes out to find a worse boyfriend.
10 things I hate about you.
It is specifically, I think Lan Xichen was dating Shui Yang. And
wow.
I was like, okay. Lan Wangji is like, I'm going to find someone worse, and instead he falls ass over tea kettle for Wei Ying. Like, it's...
That sounds like a really fun time.
Hi, baby.
Chin and jawline weren't exactly the same. The eyes were a lot more expressive than his Lan Zhan's. As well, and Lan Zishin's lips curved into an easy smile, which was very unlike Lan Zhan's small, ghostly hints of a grin. Brother, this is Wei Wuxian. Lan Zhan was still staring into Wei Ying's captivating eyes. Wei Ying, this is my brother, Lan Zishin. Wei Wuxian could feel heat creeping up his cheeks at the way Lan Zhan was focusing on him. He grinned a little awkwardly and gave a squeeze with his hand to reassure the Alpha that he really was all right. This warm, fuzzy feeling of being cherished and protected was still foreign to him, but Wei Wuxian really liked it. Hello, sorry I wasn't at the door. He worried about his appearance, but there wasn't anything he could do about it now. Did Lan Zishin know what they'd been doing? Without a doubt.
Oh,
Absolutely.
God, it's taken us this long to get to Wangxian just being allowed inside the fucking building.
Yes.
Oh, no.
We're still like the top quarter of the scroll bar on this.
Oh, that's 60.
Yes, of course Wangxian knows exactly what you guys were doing.
Like, he sees it all over Dee Dee's face. He's probably smelled it before the door opened.
Oh, boy.
No need to apologize. I admit I was a little early in my arrival. I have been quite eager to meet the man who has so thoroughly captured my little brother's attention. Zishin's smile remained, and he had a relaxed air about him. He didn't make any move toward Wei Wuxian at all. It was like the two brothers were testing the tension of the room, and Wei Wuxian was a little slow on the reason why. Was it because of him? Indirectly. Lanzhan's words about needing help earlier finally kicked back into his brain, and he looked up at the alpha before him. It's fine, really. He was asking Lanzhan, while also replying to Lanzishin, like a good little host should. Look at him, preparing for his role as a good little society wife. It took a couple of minutes before Wei Wuxian saw the tension ease from Lanzhan's shoulders and nod in agreement with Wei Wuxian's statement.
What's your
I was yawning. I missed it. What?
I'm sorry, I'm cooing at the cat.
Oh, yes. Cats. Very good creatures.
Very good through the internet.
Some people need cute cat pictures more than others because they don't have real cute cats in their lives for various reasons.
I am fairly certain I'm allergic to her.
I'm very allergic to cats, and so pictures are all I can do.
That's so sad. I miss my cat. I look forward to the day I am reunited with Norbert. Okay. Yes, it is fine. Dinner is waiting. Lanzishin smiled and fell in step with the pair of them as they made their way to the dining room. This part of the house hadn't been used the entire time that Wei Wuxian had been here. Both he and Lanzhan... Hold on. Okay, I think I'm going to try and make it to the end of this section, and I might be done. Both he and Lanzhan opted to use the nook in the kitchen for meals instead, keeping their dining casual and relaxed. Everything was already there, even the food, though Wei Wuxian didn't remember bringing it out. It's because you didn't. The Lan like simple, clean flavors. It was cooked vegetables and rice for the most part. However, tonight there was also roasted fish and a bit of the lotus root and pork rib soup that had been left over from the batch Wei Wuxian had cooked up for lunch. Fortunately, the spice was an optional addition, and a jar of chili sauce was kept by his seat at the table. Zishin sat across from him, and Wangji looked at the spread of food with a warm grin. Nope, I left out an important word. Zishin sat across from him and Lan Wangji, and looked at the spread of food with a warm grin. This looks and smells fantastic. Lan Wangji gave his usual single syllable hum of agreement. But Wei Young grinned wide. Lan Zhan did a lot of the cooking. I like spicy food, and he was worried I'd injure your taste buds or something. As he said it, he was pouring a healthy dollop of hot red-looking sauce over his rice and vegetables. The soup is good. Wei Young made it. Lan Wangji didn't seem all that bothered as Wei Wuxian started to butcher perfectly good rice and fried vegetables with the ungodly spice. He was ladling out 3 small bowls of the lotus root and pork rib soup and handed one to Lan Zishen. It is not spicy. There was a slight challenge in his eyes as he waited for his brother to take the offered bowl. He's like, I dare you to hurt his feelings by not eating this. I dare you. Without missing a beat, Lan Zishen grinned and took the offering gladly. Unlike you, Wangji, I'm not afraid of a little heat to my food at times. It was a boast that could backfire on him, as he could see Wei Wuxian humming and adding even more spice to his own food. Really? Do you want some chili sauce then? Wei Wuxian had perked up immediately, holding out the jar in case Zishin wanted it. The sides were a little slick from spilled oil, and somehow, as he was holding it up, the thing slipped through his fingers and landed with a thud on the table's snow-white runner. Red coated it and seeped into the fabric. Almost instantly. Shit, fuck! I'm sorry, it was an accident! Wei Wuxian had leapt up almost instantly and was frantically looking for something non-white to dab at the spilled sauce. There was genuine panic in every line of his body, and his sweet scent, which he'd been keeping in check out of respect for their guest, rushed out in a sour, rotten gush of fear and anxiety. Both Lan Wangji and Lan Zishen froze as the entire spectacle unfolded in mere seconds. Zishin reached for the jar to pick it up. His movements were quick, and with the panicking Omega only catching a glimpse, he froze as there was a cry, and Wei Wuxian flinched back, dropping into the crouch by the table. Lan Wangji glared at his brother, who just looked extremely confused. Wei Young, in light of how his Omega had flinched away at the quick actions of his brother, Lan Wangji rose in a slow, graceful motion and approached with care. It is all right. You are safe. Crouching down so he was on Wei Wuxian's level, he reached out just as slowly to gently tip his chin up and catch his gaze. What met his eyes froze his heart. It was unbridled terror and remorse swimming in the depths of Wei Wuxian's eyes. Gasping pants were filling the space, and without even hesitating, Lan Wangji released more of his own scent to try and calm the shivering man down. He hadn't flinched away from Wangji's touch, which he was grateful for, and slowly he wrapped his arms around Wei Wuxian's shoulders and helped him stand. Sorry. Fuck. I'm sorry. It was an accident. The pheromones were doing the trick, and the more it enveloped Wei Wuxian, the more grounded he felt. There is nothing to apologize for. Accidents happen. Lan Wangji was still speaking very gently, rubbing Wei Wuxian's upper arms as he guided him to sit back down at the table. He probably had a flashback to Madame Yu coming at him because he tipped over a glass of water or something stupid.
Probably.
Lan Zixin hadn't moved a muscle after righting the jar of spice. The red stain was wildly soaked into the runner, and it was...
Not wildly, wholly.
Oh, thank you. The red stain was wholly soaked into the runner, and it was likely beyond saving. But that hardly constituted this kind of reaction. He decided to cover the stain with his napkin, so it wouldn't be so glaring. As Wangji coaxed Wei Wuxian back to the table, he made sure to make every single motion slow and gentle. It was as if they were dealing with a spooked animal. Lan Wangji stayed close, constantly holding Wei Wuxian's shoulders, giving comfort as best he could until the man seemed to relax a bit. He knelt down on the floor next to the chair, giving Wei Wuxian the height advantage. You are not in trouble. This was so damn humiliating. It was so dumb. Wei Wuxian took several slow, deep breaths and reached out for Lan Zhan, gripping his hand tightly. He couldn't look at Lan Zixin yet. Not after ruining such a good atmosphere like that. Why did he always fuck things up? Does he hate me? He leaned close to Lan Zhan to ask quietly as he could, fearing the judgment was about to come crashing down on him any second now. I do not. No matter how quiet Wei Wuxian had tried to be, the silence in the room would have let them hear a pin falling through the air before it could even ever land on the floor. Why would I hate you? The words were gentle and calm, just like Lan Zhan's always were. Wei Wuxian flinched and peeked over toward him. Tears were swimming in his eyes. I fucked up, he answered simply. I've fucked up so many times. I forgot my suppressants. I went into heat. Lan Zhan had to save me. I got pregnant. Then they wanted me to deal with it quietly. Now I'm homeless and unemployed, and Lan Zhan has to take care of me, and you all think I'm here to take advantage. I can't even have dinner without ruining Lan Zhan's things. Lan Wangji was glaring at Zixin. What?
Poor Pepe.
Yes, he needs a blanket burrito. Stat.
It's time for Coco to be Coco at him.
Lan Wangji was glaring at Zixin.
It's a sock. Calm down. This demon-ass cat is sitting here like I'm throwing a sea cucumber at her face. Ma'am, it is a sock. It is not anywhere near you. You can calm right down. Crackhead. No, Misha, no. No fist fight. No fist, oh God.
It is a
It's 10
sock.
p.m., ladies. My cat coming in from the top rope. Poor Brad. Pretty girl. Are you okay, Miss Bradley?
I need a picture of this cat.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, good. Let's get one while they're fist fighting each other. That will be fun for whole family. My housemate's cat keep trying to kill each other, like, recreationally. Except they must get along. Because she doesn't like it when you brush her. She does not like it when you... Oh, God, Brett, come on. She doesn't like it when you brush her. So I've got one of my housemates brushing her out and holding her, and she's protesting, and suddenly Brad comes along and bites her. The housemate, not the cat. Like, she's sitting there, no, you must release my rifle. She's got a face like a soul here. Misha! Little girl? You doing the girl things? Are we making smart choices?
Are we making smart choices? It's like that part in Reality Checks where Xu Yang's like, are we thinking stupid thoughts again?
Yes. Garbage choices. She's nothing at all. Oh, that's fantastic. I love this conversation with the cat.
I'm still stuck on, it's just a sock.
She shouts and she screams, and that is what
I'm going to use that with zero context to anyone else but me in, like, calm the fuck down moments. It's just a sock. It's not a sea urchin. Brilliant.
Oh, I love the torty.
Misha looks like a wolf on the hunt.
She's gigantic and activating screen.
War. It looks like she's trying to be one of the stuffed creatures. Okay. Lan Wangji was glaring at Zishin. He pulled Wei Ying's hand up to his lips and drew the Omega's wrist against his neck to scent him all over again. It was a blatantly possessive action to do this in front of his brother, but he couldn't help it. Every inch of his body was demanding he do something to fix this. Scenting Wei Ying would help calm him. He made sure everything about it was reassuring and safe. You have done nothing wrong. Lan Zishin could understand exactly why Wangji wanted the Jiangs to suffer now. The fear was intense. Even he felt his instincts urging him to protect and take revenge. None of that is your fault. I don't blame you, nor does Wangji. You are safe here, you know that, right? It upset Zishin that Wei Wuxian had feared his assessment of him based on a simple accident. What was more upsetting than that was the fact that he'd assumed there was something to assess in the first place. He put on his best soothing expression and carefully moved to grasp the pitcher of water on the table and fill the cup in front of Wei Wuxian. Please take a drink. You'll feel better once you do. Wei Wuxian looked at Lan Zhan first, like he was checking to make sure things were okay. His wrist was still sliding along Lan Zhan's neck after all, and that gentle stroke of his free hand. I'm sorry, I just looked at the cat picture and the expression on her face.
They're so cute.
Wei Wuxian looked at Lan Zhan first, like he was checking to make sure things were okay. His wrist was still sliding along Lan Zhan's neck after all, and that gentle stroke of his free hand along Wei Wuxian's shoulders hadn't paused in the slightest. There was a small nod from the Alpha, and he let out a slow huff of air. Wei Wuxian turned fully to the table, swiping at his face, just in case any tears had slipped free. God, his emotions were a mess tonight. I'm so sorry. I'm not usually like this. I think it's the hormones. The doctor said it would go up and down. Wei Wuxian frowned. He never said it would be this wild, though. As he reached for the cup, his fingers trembled just a little. Yet he managed the cup easily enough and took a small sip. That's a nice reminder to hydrate.
Yes.
There is nothing to apologize for. Lan Wangji is going to say that until Wei Wuxian believes it. Lan Wangji spoke immediately and stayed by his side, kneeling on the floor next to his chair. Lan Zishin nodded in agreement. Oh, I meant to say out loud, if they were more comfortable with each other, Wei Wuxian could totally be hugging Lan Wangji's head to his belly for comfort at this time, and I think they would both like that.
Yes.
Lan Zishin nodded in agreement. Nothing to worry about. I've done far worse in my time, I assure you. He gave a little grin of reassurance, trying to seem as non-threatening as possible. Truth be told, he was more worried Wangji would launch across the table and tear his throat out if he made a mistake and frightened Wei Wuxian again. Wei Wuxian had ducked his head a little, drumming his fingers on the cup before he took another sip and set it down. We used to be so careful back home. I spilled some red clam sauce once like that. I couldn't hold anything for a week. Ali, that's my shujit, she had to help me. He gave a sheepish grin as if this explained everything and was wholly normal. What'd she do to his hand? The fuck did Madame Yu do to his hand? Everyone went through being disciplined by their parents, after all. Maybe Madame Yu's methods were a little extreme, but it was usually just himself and Yan Li that had to face the hard lessons. Jiang Cheng always blamed it on the fact that they were Omegas and needed to have a more rigid set of rules so they didn't make any sort of problems that could damage the family. We don't have time to unpack all of that. Oh my god, though. It worked rather well, too. Both he and Jiang Yanli were quite careful and quick with good reflexes. They were well behaved in public, and while Ali was better at it than Wei Wuxian, they both did their best not to stoke the ire of Madame Yu. Wei Ying, why couldn't you hold anything? I have the same question. Lan Wangji was intently watching his Omega as he asked the question. In his gut, he was pretty sure he already knew the answer. He just hoped he was desperately wrong. Surely the Jiang didn't beat their children, right? Oh, well, they were covered in welts from the switching. He chuckled and waved his hand as if it were normal and held his palms up to display them. I don't really have any marks anymore, but you can see one here. It's a little faint. I think I managed to heal up rather well. It was said with a bit of pride, and it disturbed the brothers to no end. Rightfully so.
Yeah.
Did you think that we would beat you? Wangxian spoke softly and very carefully. Lan Wangji's growl reverberated in the room at the question. Brother. Zishin held up a hand and frowned at his brother for a moment. Wangji, I would never do such a thing, and you know it. I believe this is important to know. Wuxian didn't understand why they both looked so worried, and he shrugged, now much more relaxed thanks to Lan Wangji's proximity. It was like he could laugh off the whole thing. It probably helped that he couldn't see the spilled oil staining that white runner, though. What? Like you never got a whipping when you did something wrong? It's nothing wild. Honestly, the switch was always better than the other stuff, so I didn't mind. My Shijie took care of me. I might have hammed it up a little, just so she'd dote on me a little more. Oh my god. He needs so much therapy.
He does. Poor baby.
Wait. Lan Wangji was doing his very best to control his temper. He wanted to beat the Jiang couple to within an inch of their very lives, repeatedly. He managed to rein in his anger before it tainted his scent. He set his hand on Wuxian's upper arm. No parent should raise a hand against a child in such a manner. I am sorry you had to experience that way, Wuxian. Wangxian did not like the picture these small revelations were painting. Did your Shijie also receive lashings? By now, Wuxian was tucking into his food, and he patted Lan Wangji's shoulder to reassure him that he was fine. No, not so many. I stepped in a lot for her, and she learned faster than I did. He shrugged, as if that were also normal. The soup is actually her recipe. Pretty good, right? She makes it better than I do, though. Lan Wangji stayed where he was for a few minutes more, until Wuxian gave him a pointed stare. He smoothly rose, ever cautious of triggering another panic attack in his Omega, before he sat back down. As they ate, he consoled himself by imagining the various ways he could make Jiang Fengmian and Yu Ziyun suffer. That's an excellent coping strategy.
Yes, petty bitch Lan is so very creative.
I think he might enjoy that Halloween activity where you carve up pumpkins into the faces of people that you have beef with, and like smash them to fucking pieces.
Oh, yes.
They could do it to celebrate Wei Ying's birthday. Talk gradually shifted away from the disturbing subject of discipline. I feel like the Lan are very close to hypocritical in this sense, except that their entire clan accepts the framework of their discipline practices and they dole it out supposedly impartially versus
I mean, it's giving out like you're sitting at a table with a bunch of your friends and you're telling them a funny ha-ha story, and then all of them get real quiet and you realize that that was also abuse.
You're like,
oh, fuck.
Oh, yet another moment in my childhood that I did not realize fucked me up incredibly in the eyes of my peers.
Right, so that was assault. You know that, right? That was assault.
Yeah. Like, Madame Yu's over here collecting felonies. In a just world. I don't even know where I was going with that. So back to the story instead. Y'all doing okay over there? What's that noise?
Sorry, it is sandwich time. I have not eaten in several hours.
Good grief. Remember, you must care for the flesh suit in order to do brain things.
Woo!
I know it's hard to remember that, but it does need fuel once in a while.
Don't be like Wei Ying. Eat your food regularly.
Today, I wasn't really feeling like chewing food textures, so I've been doing baby food pouches and protein drinks.
Nice.
Has all that energy.
No one mentioned the rules about eating in silence. Neither Lan wanted to upset Wei Wuxian again for something so small. As the meal wrapped up and they retired to the sitting room for tea, a Lan tradition of sorts, the conversation began to revolve around the Wuxian in Wangji's office. He was barely paying attention, though, as Wei Wuxian spoke to Zishin about his love of music and how he'd been wildly curious about the instrument since he first saw it. He admitted to playing the dizut, and Zishin started to talk about his talent with a xiao. They had a common ground, and they were falling into an easy friendship. It was as if the incident never occurred. Hopefully I can get my dizut back tomorrow when we go see my shujie. I got to help carve the designs in it once it was made. It's one of a kind now. I even named it. Wei Wuxian was clearly quite proud of his instrument. You are going back to the Jiang estate? Lan Zishin cast a glance at his brother before looking back to Wei Wuxian. Yeah. Madame Yu and Uncle Jiang are going to be out for the afternoon. And Acheng, my brother, he's also working, so it'll just be Ali there. He explained while fiddling with a button on his shirt as he spoke. Lanjian is coming with me, so it'll be fine.
Or at least likely to beat the shit out of her sibling.
Yes. I would like to come as well. I have never seen the Jiang estate, though I have met Jiang Fengyan before. Lan Zishin said easily enough as he took a sip of his tea. Haha. Zishinka is gonna be there for moral support and backup reasons.
Yeah, she's gonna make sure the Wangji doesn't kill anyone.
You know, just in case the clan leader is needed. Or the big brother, whichever version accomplishes his goals.
No. He's the only one of the legal age to rent a U-Haul.
25 or older, right? I think.
Yes.
You have? Wei Wuxian was surprised. Yes. We were considering purchasing a property from them a few years ago to expand our research branch. Lan Zishin refrained from saying anything about the encounter beyond that. Lan Wangji had been sitting beside Wei Wuxian on the sofa, while Lan Zishin had sat across from them in an armchair. He was a silent, reassuring presence, while Wei Ying and Zishin spoke easily between themselves. What do you think, Lanja? Wei Wuxian was looking at him as he asked, and Lan Wangji did his best to make it look as if he'd been paying attention and not planning the best way to murder the Jiang matriarch and patriarch. I think we finally made it halfway through this chapter based on the scroll bar.
Oh boy.
All three of us can go. Having his brother there might deter him from taking out his rage on one of the Jiang if they should show up. It was wise to have more people.
At least he knows this about himself right now.
Right? Wei Wuxian seemed pleased with this revelation, and a stab of jealousy washed through Wangji briefly. Was he happy because Zishin was coming? Did he like Zishin better? Oh my god, Wangji.
No.
You're about to turn yourself into a pickle with all that vinegar. Maybe we can introduce your brother to Ali and get her away from that stupid peacock of a fiancé she has. He wriggled his brows mischievously, and Lan Zishin chuckled. I'm not in the habit of whisking people away from their intended mates. His grin warmed the deep caramel color of his eyes, and it was clear to see Lan Zishin was amused. It is getting late, though. I should go and let you get some rest. Wei Wuxian, thank you for the lovely evening. What kind of sandwich are you having, LP?
I'm so sorry. I don't know if you can hear me. I can turn off my mic.
Yeah, no, we've been hearing your entire process.
It's
It's not good.
What you are hearing is the ADHD binge. Everything is a target.
They all stood, and Wei Wuxian grinned. You can call me Xian if you want. I mean, you're going to be the uncle of my baby. Lan Wangji frowned, though it was really hard to tell. Lan Zishin could pick it up easily, though, and couldn't help but grin and incline his head. Of course, Xian. I am truly glad to have you here with Wangji. He's gotten so much more pleasant at work since you came along. Wei Wuxian blinked, looking at Lan Zhan, then back at Lan Zishin, and grinned brightly. He's always pleasant. Brother is teasing. Wangji agreed as they walked Zishin to the door. Good night, Zishin. Good night, Wangji. Wuxian. And that's the end of my section. Okay, it is just about 11 o'clock at night for me, and I had a really tiring day, so I am so sorry to cut this off before the chapter is finished, but I must sleep.
Yeah. I have to get dinner.
LP needs to eat.
The tub of Michigan fluff is not a food group.
No. I would venture to say it has low nutritious value.
Yeah, no, I think it's like whipped cream, cherries, and little bits of cake mushed together. They sell it in tubs next to the potato salad.
A fascinating choice.
It's dessert. We're going to go with a sandwich and a banana.
Right on.
Inner Fist of Champions.
Well, thanks everyone for tuning in to this episode of Messy Bedtime Stories.
We hope you enjoyed all of our giggling and tangents and everything else.
Hopefully.
We also hope you said nothing prosecutable under anybody's state laws. Oh, big bug, huh? Oh, no, don't eat it, don't eat it.
Norbert killed a really big centipede looking thing one time, and I was like, touch it with a stick, not my hand. Ew.
Ew.
He also killed a lizard once by literally scaring it to death.
God.
Nice.
Like, he chased it for like a solid hour. Its tail dropped off and everything. And when it stopped moving, he was like, why did you quit playing? This was a fun game.
Oh, no. Yeah. So my puppy has another family that she stays with when we go traveling. It's my best friend. And they have a bunny.
Oh.
And Leia's a corgi, so she is a herding puppy. And she would chase Bun Bun, which is their bunny. And when Bun Bun would stop, she'd just sit down on her butt and just boof at the bunny to move and wait until it moves. And then once it moved, she'd chase it again.
I was laughing at the name because I used to read a webcomic and one of the characters was named Bun Bun. It was a bunny. It was a very violent bunny.
Yes, Bun Bun is not a violent bunny. Bun Bun is cute.
Good night. Go get some sleep.
Good night.
Yeah. Good night, everyone.
Hello and welcome back to Messy Bedtime Stories. We're working on Chapter 2 of Train Rides Change Everything. And it's Leodin's turn to read. Take it away, Leodin.
Okay. Then Wangji was sitting on his bed with his back resting against the headboard. After Zichen had left, the text message had followed shortly after. They will not get away with it.
Yes.
Then Wangji was inclined to agree that Jiangs would not get away with their treatment of Wei Yi. He was reading about Lotus Enterprises and the well-to-do families from various society pages. To say they were busy was an understatement. From all accounts, the business was clean and upstanding. They dealt with acquisitions of smaller companies, dissolving their assets and incorporating what complemented financially sound investments the company already sponsored, and selling or leasing properties that had no use for them. They had accumulated quite the good reputation over the years with this business model, and they were sitting in the top 5 wealthiest families in the region. Why?
That sounds like sharks to me.
That was a corporate nothing burger. What they sure do something. I don't know what it is.
They buy companies that are struggling and then break them apart and sell them to become profitable to them.
But how do they have the money to do that?
Sounds like a lot of people getting shuffled around, losing their jobs and shit.
This is an econ lesson. I'm sorry. I can Google this separately. This is why capitalism bad.
This is why I got laid off 2 years ago, honestly.
Yes,
drawdowns.
The investors give them money, they buy businesses, and then they start breaking them apart, and you can the proceeds from older sales to buy new businesses and keep going. It's predatory, it's awful.
Isn't that like a Ponzi scheme? What is that?
No, because Ponzi schemes use basically the money to pay off their investors that other people invest. This one, they're actually doing what they're supposed to, but it is...
still scummy?
Yes, it is a very scuzzy...
I bet it was Zewin's idea.
I'm sure. But yes, it is... If you remember Pretty Woman, it's what the guy did, basically. So it is a legitimate business model, and I find it a very distasteful business model because lots of people end up losing their jobs. True.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I just did not understand what the hell just happened.
Yes.
Is it important? The important thing is Wangji is going to do it to them.
Wangji is going to incorrupt them.
Hit him with the chair! Hit him with the chair!
WWE cage match.
Shrek style.
1v1 me, asshole. That's all we really want, isn't it? Wangji fighting Yuan in the pit.
Yes, and we know Wangji would win 100%.
He would win,
time,
and Wuxian would be really horny about it.
Oh, yes. Okay. And I have a meaty puppy again, so she might be making an appearance, but...
Okay.
I can't tell if I favor nuclear revenge or death by 1,000 tiny passive aggressive block paper cuts. Both.
I think...
I say death by 10,000 paper cuts.
In the modern era, death by 10,000 paper cuts, either metaphorically or actual, would be much more satisfying.
Sitting next to the bathroom at catered family events for the rest of your natural life.
Yeah. Now, speaking of death by paper cut, so I read a series by Tad Williams.
I know that
where
name.
this girl was put into the Emperor's harem. And, like, the first lesson they learn is always wear gloves when you're reading books, because one of the previous empresses had killed off a rival consort by dusting powder on the edge of all of the books and just waiting for the consort to get a paper cut.
Wow.
So now the entire library is
subtle.
Just not safe. Very rude, ma'am.
The library is supposed to be a place of refuge.
The librarian's just angry as hell outside flapping books.
Librarian died instead, comes back to haunt the Empress.
Yes.
That's how the Empress died. That's how the Empress died. The librarian is just, you did what to my catalog?
No, but can you imagine, was it the Empress herself dusting poison on the books, or like her loyal handmaidens and, persons of household?
I'm going to take your entire household staff and make them go through the books one by one, starting with your favorite asshole.
But yes, so
now everyone's
that's my favorite death by story, or death by paper cut story that I had.
Nice.
Oh. Okay, back to the story. Wangji regretted having stayed away from all the social functions of the elite. He would have liked to have caught sight of the Jiang clan and how they behaved amongst their peers prior to this trip the following afternoon. Wuxian's outburst at dinner had been shocking. He had a long discussion over text with Zichen about it. This kind of outburst from Wuxian was not something that had happened before. Granted, it had only been a week, but surely if there were any triggering moments, they would have happened by then. He thought back on how they had interacted since Wuxian had moved into the Jingxi. It had been natural to relax in one another's company, and Wuxian tended to laugh and tease about their differences as much as he celebrated them. Wangji had never once raised his voice towards Wei Ying, nor had he lifted a hand against the pregnant Omega. He had been raised better than that, at least, and knew right from wrong. The Jiangs, however, seemed to lack that basic understanding. It bothered him that Wei Ying just accepted the abuse as normal. What they'd heard tonight could only be described as the tip of the iceberg as well. Wei Ying had been far too dismissive and casual about it to be the worst of what he'd experienced. Then they wanted me to deal with it quietly. When Wangji thought about that one sobbed statement of loss, he dissected it from many different perspectives over the course of the evening as he read through the domestic disturbance reports filed against the Jiangs. His thumb and forefinger were absently holding a medallion on a silver chain around his neck, his thumb lightly stroking along the cloud pattern of the silvery peaks. It explained why Wei Ying had accused him of seeking an abortion for their baby when they first met in his office. The Jiangs had already implied that was exactly what would happen. They were going to kill his baby and endanger his Omega. They weren't even concerned about consulting him. The pain in Wei Ying's words had cut deep into Lan Wangji's soul, and he silently vowed he wouldn't rest until Lotus Enterprises was no more. And the Jiangs suffered a fate worse than death, at least for now. They had hurt him. I just love petty, vengeful Wangxian.
I don't even find this to be petty. I find this to be extremely appropriate.
Oh, I do too.
It's a measured response. Like, hey, so I just found out you are nightmarish at childbearing. And I would like to introduce you to my family's traditional spanking stick.
And not in the fun way.
Pay no mind to the barbed wire edition. It is cosmetic.
I am required to discipline you. Okay. Puppy, you is fine. You is fine. Lan Wangji would tolerate a lot of things, but this was not one of them. He read through the information for a third time and sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose when he closed the laptop and set it on the end table next to his bed. It was well past the time he usually slept, but he'd been waiting just in case Wei Ying needed him.
Aww.
Yeah. Such a sweet.
He's a sweet boy.
Sweetheart.
When he's not busy being vengeful, he's such a sweet little...
Caring, sweet person.
What a little gentleman. Honestly.
He loves his Wei Ying, and he will do anything for his Wei Ying.
Yes.
night had been an ordeal, and he felt guilty for allowing it to happen. Wangji never wanted Wei Ying to suffer like that again. He was too precious and too wonderful to have cowering and fear. There was no doubt in Lan Wangji's mind that Wei Ying was his future mate. He wanted the man desperately so, and he cared deeply for him. His entire being was focused on fostering a true and genuine relationship between them. It may have started as a chance encounter on a train, but it was so much more than that now.
Yeah.
Okay. You can still hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. My headphones just told me one of my devices disconnected, so I was making sure it wasn't the laptop.
All right.
I was wondering what the beeping was.
Oh, that was my...
It sounded like an email notification.
No, it was my Echo telling me I have a notification.
Oh.
Now I feel nosy.
So, yes, Amazon.
Yay, presents from the sky.
Yes. Oh. When Wangxian had first entered the house, it had been a blessing that Wei Ying wasn't there to see them square off against one another for a tense few minutes. Not moments, minutes. The urge to attack had been strong, fueled by his desire to kiss Omega to himself. Even though they were brothers, the primal nature of the Alpha had taken hold, and there had been a challenge. It had taken them both by surprise a bit, even though they had been more than willing to explicitly test Wangji's ability to function around others when Wei Ying was near. He was glad that it hadn't become a physical confrontation, and they had agreed it was likely because it was Wangji's territory that had been set off so strongly. They made plans to visit Wuxian at Hanxi in the coming days to see if he reacted as viscerally as he had tonight.
Bet he will.
Yes, let's test my punch my brother reflexes. This is a normal and healthy hobby.
Yes. Very normal and healthy hobby. At least if you ask Wei Ying.
Let's do science with your face.
With your face. Amazing.
Update! Punch my brother reflexes still work.
I'm so glad you were available to join us in the chat, LV.
Oh my. Oh. That was before the blowout at the dinner table. Now they'd be testing Wangji's aggressively protective nature tomorrow at the youngest.
That's gonna go so well. So smooth.
It's like a dream.
He's just like Brain and Pinky and the Brain tapping his fingers. The same thing we do every night, Pinky.
We're going to try and take over the world.
I feel like that's more Mung-Yao energy, but...
No, that's what Pinky and the Brain say.
Yes, of course.
Brain says it to Pinky.
Yeah, it's usually Mung-Yao energy, but this is totally Lan Wangji energy.
Look, when Lan Wangji is the emperor of everything, then no one will be allowed to look sideways at Wei Ying, let alone touch him.
Yes. No one fucks with Wei Ying or Lan Wangji. Finishes it.
Executed.
It's the great man on the stone, Fisher Mountain.
Wangxian was coming both for moral support and to prevent Lan Wangji from ending up in jail.
Zishin's keeping it real.
Yes. He glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. With heavy eyes, he slid down to lay in bed and closed his eyes to rest. Wei Ying hadn't called for him, and the house was silent. Hopefully he was resting peacefully. Good night, Wei Ying. The sound was a soft murmur, as Wangji drifted off to sleep. That is the end of the scene, and it is Xiao's turn.
Spoilers. Wei Young was not sleeping peacefully. All right, this whole section is italicized. He's dreaming. You're going to live with us now. Hope was the first feeling in his dream. God, not this nightmare again. It always started like this, all warm and fuzzy, before it twisted and warped into the spite and condemnation he knew to be his true reality. Wei Wuxian, you don't belong here. The first hurtful words Ah Cheng had ever said to him, and by far not the last. Oh, Ah Xian, how could you? Uncle Jiang always seemed disappointed in him. Wretched little whore! Somehow, Madame Yu's fury was comforting. Probably because it was so normal to him. Hold on, I just have to take a minute and be sad that it's comforting in its normalcy that Madame Yu is angry at him.
Oh, I hate Madame Yu. And
Trying to give the dick
Okay.
And this stick, I hate her so much.
I mean, in pretty much all fic, she's an objectively shitty person.
I have only read one fic ever that managed to redeem Madame Yu, and it was an alternate timeline.
Was it Sammy's?
Yes.
Yes,
where she wound up in the threesome with Lan Wangji's mom.
Felt that.
I just want to read one fic where she blames the person she should be blaming, which is her dumbass husband. Like,
and herself.
Yes.
Yeah,
Why
no,
not?
like, here, children, you line up over there. We're going to get you a therapist and use some anger management classes and a hug. And you keep doing what you're doing because you are unquestionably flawless.
Yes.
Wei Wuxian.
That is the bag of anger and the perfect angel.
Wei Wuxian tossed in his sleep as his dreams became a litany of curses aimed his way. It had started innocently enough. This dream always started sweetly. It was a memory of the past when he'd come to live at Lotus Pier. It had been a warm day, the heat radiating off the pavement in rippling waves like a mirage. That's called humidity, also. It was like that when I went on a walk this morning. Yesterday's puddles were just starting to evaporate, making it even more humid. Ta-da!
It happens without humidity, too.
I was outside. It wasn't even 9 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, fuck this noise. I walked half a mile. I'm going back in.
The world is damp outside.
No bueno. Excitement had raced through his veins, eager to see and experience everything. It had been a good memory and a good dream. Right until it wasn't. Madame Yu was angry for some reason. Spilled sauce? The crack of a thin stick of bamboo as it lanced against his palms. His burning tears as he tried to bite back. Sobs of anguish. The hateful words about how he was useless and trash echoing all around him until he believed those words, which is the worst part. The visceral anger he felt from her when he was in the woman's presence was overwhelming. Oh no, it gets worse. The scene morphed again, and he was bent over, hugging his own knees as a whip came snapping down along his spine. Oh shit, they brought the whipping into the modern AU? Oh my god. He's not a cultivator in this one.
No, he is not.
He had to heal normally. That makes it worse.
Every child deserves a parent. Not every parent deserves a child.
Yes. Facts.
His wrists and ankles, I missed a word. His wrists and ankles bound, he could do nothing but take the beating he'd just presented as an Omega. It was her lesson to keep him in line. With every stinging welt the whip left, she told him how filthy Omegas were, how they destroyed everything they touched. This was how her family had always dealt with Omegas, and it was how she'd deal with Yan Li, too, if he didn't behave. Hold on, in this scenario, Yan Li is the whipping boy for Wei Wuxian. Like,
Wei Wuxian protects Yan Li because she's an Omega, but both of them are basically the focus of Madame Yu's wrath.
I don't believe her that that's how Omegas has always been dealt with in her family. I think she is making shit up or exaggerating.
I think that'll be
We'll find out more later.
And I swear to God, if she's an Omega passing along generational trauma, that makes it worse.
No, she is a beta.
Well, that doesn't make it better.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I'll keep reading in the dream. The scene morphed again to that night. He'd finally left Lotus Pier. The threats, the pain from the hit delivered by his very own brother. Jiang Cheng was always so angry, and Ali looked so fragile. He had to protect her somehow. I would just like to say that sometimes when Yanli is characterized as fragile and sickly, I think that is her camouflage and disguise to make her seem harmless and minimize her target status for Madame Yu's wrath.
Yes.
Yanli is actually a badass. She just has some mobility limitations. Frankly. Where was I? I got distracted. Hold on.
Wangxian.
Okay.
How could you?
Oh. Fake words. She never said that. Xian, how could you have abandoned me? I'm next. Mother will take it out on me now. The sorrow and fear in his Shujia's voice cut deeply. No! His shout woke him as he sat bolt upright, drenched in sweat and panting. Heart ham.
Je téléphone à la police.
I
Je téléphone à la police.
think this is an excellent point in time for him to be comforted by Lan Wangji.
With the burrito blanket.
Je téléphone à la police.
I mean, she didn't do anything today.
Doesn't care. Statute of limitations. Je téléphone à la police.
Okay,
Yes.
we know your vote. Let's find out what actually happened.
I don't know what's going on. I just entered and I'm exercising currently by twisting my body. So
Hi,
I don't know
Rosie.
what's happening.
Rosie, we are reading the Omegaverse spec.
The train rides one.
Yeah.
Okay. I might just put on deafen or on mute.
Okay. Enjoy your workout. We'll keep you company. You can entertain yourself trying to figure out what's going on by context clues. Heart hammering in his chest, he looked wildly around. It took him a while to realize he wasn't at Lotus Pier. It was the Jingshi. He was safe. Fuck. Dinner had really done a number on him. He grimaced and squirmed in his bed. The sheets were damp with sweat. Ugh, gross. I hate when that happens. It was uncomfortable.
How dare.
Right then, his gut twisted and bile started to jump up his throat. If anyone is discomforted by nausea and the results thereof, skip this next bit. Bolting off the bed, he rushed for the bathroom and made it just in time to vomit into the toilet. Oh, baby, you're killing me, he groaned as he stroked his stomach. Like that would placate the little one growing inside him. Why is that so cute, though?
Hostile demon, I wish to keep hold of my food. You're already making me eat disgusting things. At least let me keep custody.
There was a rap at the door. Wei Young. Fuck, had he shouted that loud? No, sweetie, he's just that attuned to you. Yeah, I'm okay. Liar, he called out, wiping his mouth with a towel and turning on the tap to rinse away the vile taste on his tongue. Hold on a sec. Flushing the evidence, he stumbled his way out of the bathroom and over to the door, opening it to see Lan Wangji standing in the hall in nothing but a pair of sweats that clung low on his hips and a silver chain around his neck that Wei Wuxian didn't remember really seeing before. So fucking hot. That was Wei Wuxian's thought, by the way, not me editorializing. Just to clarify.
Sweatpants like
It wasn't everyone's thought. Now, let's be honest.
True.
Wei Wuxian's just the one who thinks that.
Wei Wuxian was
We're all
giving us the script.
standing there like a wet dream with thumbs.
What dream?
I actually thought that was like Xiao's commentary.
No, that's normally what it would have been.
4B energy. 4B.
That's why I clarified.
Yes, that is in the story. And it's italicized.
It is.
Sound horrendous. Catastrophic.
Blue screen moment. He's no longer thinking about what just happened in the bathroom. Now he's thinking about all of those chest muscles and shoulders and like the decoration. His throat's right there. His face, like the whole package right there.
Yeah.
Body.
Lift drop just for him in sweatpants that hang low.
With the little V showing. Because he's definitely got that groove right next to his hip bones.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Little puppy.
Oh, this next pic's about to get cute. Hold on. I heard a shout. Lan Wangji explained, his pheromones already easing gently into Wei Wuxian's space. It was pleasant, and it made him relax just a little more. Sorry, just a bad dream. Then the peanut here had to make me remember I don't get to keep my dinner anymore. He patted his stomach affectionately with a grin. Peanut.
our stomach acid.
Peanut? Yeah, that's about how big he is. Figure it's a good nickname for now. Wei Wuxian gave a little shrug and scrubbed at his eyes sleepily.
It's not a radish yet. It's not a radish yet.
He's gonna do the thing. He's got the app on his phone where it's like, this week my baby is as big as a blueberry, peanut, whatever.
As big as a Tangelo. What the hell is a Tangelo? Babe, we have to go to the grocery store.
And he's gonna change the nickname every week.
But it's not. But the baby is not a radish yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh,
You okay?
rude. There are some problems with this having lungs business I'm not sure I enjoy.
Bodies in general. I'm just like, who do I give the feedback to? Customer service
agree with
satisfaction
Sophie
survey would
on-
fail.
Thing to know.
It's like, why do you hurt? Why are you causing me pain right now? Why?
Exactly.
Monks are evil, especially when they want you to cough everything up.
Also, I exercised for a full 5 minutes and then I stopped.
Hey, that's better than 0. Congratulations.
Yes.
Why am I fishing with you?
Yeah, I'm gonna work my way up to an hour.
Proud of you. Nice goals.
You can do it.
Thanks. Next time it'll be 10 minutes, hopefully.
All right. And if you mix in weights with cardio, then you can really build up your stamina.
Yeah.
I actually have weights.
Cool.
So.
Okay, where was I? Lan Wangji looked conflicted. Wei Wuxian was getting better at reading his face and the emotions there. May I come in? This next part is Wei Wuxian's thoughts, italicized. Yes, please, I need you. Wei Wuxian managed to not shout out his thoughts and grinned. Gonna keep me company, Gaga? The question was drowsily delivered, and Wei Wuxian wasn't even cognizant of the term he'd used. But we all know Lan Wangji was.
And he liked that.
He opened the door wider, silently permitting Lan Wangji entrance to his room. Warmth colored Lan Wangji's earlobes a rosy red. Rosie, it was a reference to you. As he gave his affirmative hum. Oh, I was making a joke about your name.
Yours were rosy red. They were your color.
Nope. There we go.
Even with the door wide open, he stood in the hall. If you are comfortable with it. You always make me feel comfortable, he sighed softly. Want to help me change the sheets? Yes, for the rest of your life. He wants to be the reason you change the sheets.
Yes.
Lan Wangji didn't even ask why it had to be done. He just nodded, stepping inside and moving over to the linen cupboard next to the closet door. Wei Wuxian yawned as he moved to pull off the sweat-soaked sheets. Well, I feel like I just pulled off a tongue twister. Look at me go. Carefully tucking blankets and pillows that he planned to nest with to one side. They worked in companionable silence. Hold on.
How dare you?
Wei Wuxian yawned in the story, and I had to yawn for real. It caught up to me. I was suppressing it.
Stories until we yawn.
That's right.
Even if it's in the middle of the day.
Any time of day can be bedtime.
Yes.
They worked in companionable silence, changing the sheets with ease and bundling up the old ones to dump in the hamper for later. You need rest. Lan Wangji's voice was warm and deep. It felt like a cozy blanket wrapping around Wei Wuxian's fuzzy head as he crawled into the freshly made bed. Lan Wangji came to the side and sat down next to it. Wei Wuxian reached out to touch the silver necklace, tracing the medallion on it. What's this? He asked. His head nestled on a pillow as he curled upon his side. Drowsiness was making him slur the words. Oh, then it probably came out more like, what's this? Lan Wangji's hand came to rest atop Wei Wuxian's, pressing it to his chest. It is a family crest and an old tradition. He wanted to tell Wei Wuxian what it meant, but he knew it sounded ridiculous to outsiders. Instead, he just cradled his hand to him, thumb gently stroking along Wei Wuxian's wrist, and continued using his scent to soothe him into a relaxed state so he could fall asleep more easily. Some traditions are good. Just Lan Wangji's presence had relaxed Wei Wuxian considerably. Gee, I wonder what else he could do to help you relax, Wei Wuxian. In your bedroom.
This is how we brat ourselves into a 5-mile run, just saying.
Yes.
Lan Wangji reached out and tucked loose hair behind Wei Wuxian's ear. Rest, Wei Young. He couldn't help but keep touching his Omega, gently sliding his fingers through those long silky strands of hair, caressing his cheek and holding his hand against his chest. He wanted to climb into the bed with him and spend the night reminding him exactly how good they felt together. But he did not want to upset Wei Wuxian either. Just gonna venture to guess Wei Wuxian would not be upset by that interaction at all.
Not at all.
When sleep finally did claim Wei Wuxian again, Lan Wangji didn't get up. He stayed right there, leaning against the bed, head resting on the mattress, while he held hands with the man he had fallen head over heels for. Whatever nightmare he'd faced, Lan Wangji was determined to keep it away through sheer presence alone. He would leave before Wei Wuxian woke in the morning. Or you could stay and get credit for it. Geez, at least get the brownie points for sleeping on the floor. Yep. This was the second time tonight that Wei Wuxian had come undone with terror. Lan Wangji did not like it. He blamed the Jiang wholly for it, justified or not. Oh, it's absolutely justified. Totally justified. 100% justified. He hummed a gentle tune to soothe Wei Wuxian's dreams, or so he hoped. Is it Wangxian.mp3?
Of course.
Yu Ziyuan would pay for her crimes, as would Jiang Fengmian. With this thought in mind, a very comforting one, he slowly drifted off to sleep, propped up.
Shit, I'm all alone. I can do a sock slide across the kitchen.
Do it! Go for it. Just don't hit the cupboards on the other side.
Turn up my real dad.
With this thought in mind, he slowly drifted off to sleep, propped up against Wei Wuxian's bed. And that's the end of that section.
It's my turn again.
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, we're at minute 40 in this recording.
Okay. I think we're not as off topic as we were yesterday, so I think we'll finish.
Was that a dare or complaint?
I've been well behaved. I get a peanut.
It is neither. It's an observation.
Okay.
We're all doing much better this morning than we were last night.
Did we take our meds today?
Yes, I did. For me, at least. You need to behave. Okay?
I have been so good.
You
You
have.
need to behave. Puppy.
You haven't talked about any of your games.
We like you good, and we like you when you're tangenty.
And Rosie has also been very restrained. Everyone is working together to get this chapter finished today.
Yeah. I mean, I'm writing right now, so.
That's cool.
Puppy, you gotta let me read now. Okay. The car ride to Lotus Pier was quiet It hadn't started that way, of course. Wei Wuxian happily babbled about all the things that were there and how he loved to swim in the lake behind the property when it was sweltering hot during the summers. He spoke in great detail about his siblings, too. Yet the closer they got, the less he talked. He had dressed simply enough in the same jeans he had first worn to meet Lan Wangji, along with a comfortable turtleneck sweater and his trademark leather jacket before they'd left. Oh, sorry. No, let me parse that one again. Before they'd left, he'd consented to Lan Wangji's request to send him again, and the sweater was soaking it up now. Maybe he'd add that, or maybe he'd add it to his nest when they got back.
I'm surprised they left the house if they'd started another scenting session.
Right. Fishing out his phone, he checked it for the 100th time. The last text from Ali said that she was home alone and couldn't wait to see him. There was a fear deep in Wei Wuxian's soul about naming Lan Wangji, even to his Shiji. So he hadn't said a word about him. Now here he was coming with 2 lambs to the home he'd grown up in. It sounds as if he had beautiful memories of Lotus Pier, Wangxian spoke up, catching Wei Wuxian's attention. It wasn't so much to fill the silence. Both lambs were quite comfortable with that. It seemed they were trying to keep Wei Wuxian from brooding too much and stressing himself.
He's like, I can see you managing me. I know why you're doing it, but I see it happening.
My brain went to I Spy, and then I realized how boring that would be in the club recesses. I spy with my little eyes something gray. Oh, shit. Everything?
Or if it's green, you're like, which tree?
Tree.
But imagine the shapes in the clouds games you could play.
Yes. Okay. Well, yeah, I grew up here after my parents died. Ali was the best. He took care of me in those early days. A grin replaced his worried face for a moment. Once I climbed this really tall tree, and she had to come and find me because I didn't know how to get back down. She tried to catch me.
Tried.
But she couldn't. Then she broke her arm.
There's something about an 8-year-old trying to catch a 6-year-old jumping from on high.
Right? He was driving, and he glanced over to Wei Wuxian in the passenger seat. He set his hand on the console in the middle between them with his palm up, a quiet offering for Wei Ying to take it if he needed. Did she get hurt? Wangxian was situated in the back seat. He had insisted on it when they'd gotten together that morning to head out. Watched these small actions, and a warm smile pulled at his lips, especially when Wei Wuxian took the offered hand without hesitation. He quite favored seeing his brother so happy and settled. Tending this budding family was the least he could do for them.
Captain of the ship.
She was older, but I was big for my age. Wei Wuxian snickered at the memory. We kept it our little secret. In the morning, Uncle Jiang couldn't understand why it hurt for me to sit, and I told him I fell out of bed. Oh, no. You even have to hide why you got hurt. Lan Wangji's gaze flicked up to the rearview mirror to catch his brother's expression. They were both grim, though it was very difficult for anyone to notice, as they both kept their expression as neutral as possible. Only their eyes
as a treat.
Yes. I feel so bad for him. Only their eyes and the thinning of their lips showed their displeasure at the underlying meaning in the little tale.
We're back to every anecdote from my childhood makes you look sad. Why?
Yes. few minutes later,
I
they
need
were
therapy. My friends just made me come.
That is so true, so true. Oh. A few minutes later, they were rolling up to the gate. Wei Wuxian sent a quick text, and a moment later, the gate started to roll open. I think Shijino were here. He squirmed in his seat and chewed on his lower lip. Wangji gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. We can turn back if you're not ready. The offer was there. It upset Wangji to see his Omega so nervous. He was painfully aware that stress was unhealthy for their child as well. After learning of the pregnancy, he'd done his research on recessive Omegas carrying to term and found out it was frighteningly rare.
Ruh-roh.
Wei Wuxian shook his head. No, we're here. Let's do this. I want to make sure Ali is okay. She stopped a chunk so I could leave that night. Wei Wuxian was leaning forward a bit now and squirming as he looked up the snowy drive to try to catch a glimpse of his sister.
I think that word was squinting.
Oh, yes, it is squinting, not squirming, but
probably that too.
Yes, probably that too.
He does a lot of squirming.
Yes, and when Wangji wishes he'd squirm in his lap.
It's like, I wish I was the reason.
Not the raging social anxiety engendered by years of physical abuse.
Yes,
right.
that.
Dark, murderous thoughts swirled around Lan Wangji's head as he vividly remembered how Wei Wuxian's face had looked that first day. If the heavens wanted Zheng Zheng to live, they would be sure to keep him far away from the property while they were there.
Haha! Otherwise, Lan Wangji gets a little murder as a treat.
Yes. And of course, it's, hey, it's insanity. He hit my mate. I couldn't help myself.
My protective instincts came to the forefront.
I feel like Zheng would not do well in any court ever because he'd be swearing at the judge within 15 minutes.
Seconds.
Right? Like, yeah, no, now I'm on these people's side.
It's like, so, actually, I can see why you're here.
To introduce myself, this man is an unconscionable asshole.
Okay, puppy, I will pet you. Okay? Okay, stop bouncing if you want pets. Okay, fine, I'm not going to pet you.
I'm lighting an incense, but it's not sandalwood, although I do have sandalwood incense.
Set the mood.
Yeah.
I want to know what Wangji smells like.
I've used sandalwood soap, and I am sorry to say it's not a fragrance I personally enjoy.
It smells like
I like it on other people, especially my husband. I do not like it on myself. But I like the smell, and my comb is the sandalwood comb.
Ooh, have y'all seen the hotcakes?
I'm currently lighting a lilac incense. So.
Hold up, did you just say sandalwood hotcakes?
No.
What?
Separate thing. Ulta is selling by Sniff. I'm sorry, involuntary ad placement here. I did not
product placement.
Ask myself an important question, but Sniff puts out like really, really accurate food sets, which is terrifying. That's the company name, I promise you.
Appropriate.
They have one that's hotcakes, and they sell like a multi-bottle set because the base set is pancakes, and then you can add 3 different ones that are like whipped cream, maple syrup, and like some kind of fruit. And I think a Nutella, actually. So I put it on
wow.
in the mall, and I had to ask myself, do I $65 want this perfume, or do I just really want pancakes? And the answer was, I just really want pancakes.
Yeah.
Because that scent is super long-lasting, but all it's really going to do is make you free.
For sure.
Yeah. I have a question.
I have a question. What color should Wei Wuxian's Lotus Lantern be?
Red, black, or white? Maybe even purple if it's from his father.
What about red with black insets?
I like that. I mean, I was thinking of like doing red, white, and black, the lotus, and it's going to be a 12. It's actually a 12-petal lotus. Because I counted the flames of the sun that the winds have.
Oh, is this for your story?
Yeah.
That makes sense why you didn't respond when I asked if it was for his lightsaber. I thought we were playing the what color would his lightsaber game would be.
He would definitely have a black lightsaber.
Black light. You know, like you put it up and like things glow. A black light lightsaber.
Yeah.
Oh, no chain sticks. No chain sticks. Please don't do this to me. No chain sticks. Oh. I've hit in other decorative sections.
Biscuit. Oh.
Hi, Biscuit.
Knitting and writing and reading. Let's try reading again. Well, the car smoothly made its way up the wide drive of a large sweeping mansion. A young woman was waiting out front, a warm coat wrapped around her small frame, and her hair neatly coiled into a bun at the back of her head. She had large, dark eyes and delicate features, and she smiled brightly as she caught sight of Wei Wuxian in the passenger seat. Ali! The car had barely stopped before Wei Wuxian launched himself out the door and moved to wrap his sister in a large hug. Wangji? Both Lin Xichen and Lin Wangji had yet to get out of the vehicle. They could hear the pair chattering happily outside. Xichen's gaze was fixed on his brother, though, and the way he had a white-knuckle grip on the steering wheel. They must pay, brother. Lin Wangji's voice was vibrating with anger. They will. Right now, your mate needs you. It was the first time anyone had referred to Wei Wuxian as such, and it was like a balm to Lin Wangji's soul. It felt natural and so perfect. He took a few slow, calming breaths before unbuckling his seatbelt and opening the door to get out. Xichen was right, of course. He was here to support and protect. He couldn't sail Wei Ying in this moment, even if he did, or even if all he did was stand there quietly. Wei Wuxian didn't need to look back to know when the Lin brothers had emerged from the car. Ali's audible gasp was all the hint he needed, and he grinned. Shichi, I want you to meet someone. He was nervous. It was his first time introducing someone so important to him. How had that happened anyway? Zhang Yanli looked at her younger brother, then the two men who were strikingly similar in appearance. One looked slightly older. They were both of the same kind of height and build with classically good looks. They were clearly both alphas, and she hadn't expected that. Her scent became guarded and cautious. Oh, welcome to Locafish Cure. Ali, don't get all formal. This is Lin Wangji and his brother Lin Xichen. He motioned to each respectively, and both men gave a polite nod of their head to Zhang Yanli. Her eyes grew impossibly wide, and she smiled a little surprised. A pleasure to meet you. Wuxian, is this where you've been staying? Anik said you moved out. A look of guilt swept over Wei Wuxian's face, but he quickly grinned and nodded. Yeah, well, I went and told the father, and he asked me to stay with him. So I did. Surprise!
What a way to deliver that news.
I bet JC is just ready to Falcon punch Wangji.
He already did.
Totally.
In this fic, he already did.
No, he's already punched Wei Wuxian. He has not punched Lan Wangji yet.
Oh, that's right.
Teléfono a la police!
Yeah, it's gonna happen. If Lan Wangji doesn't just straight up murder him.
Yes.
Okay, so we're doing this dickhead jump time in this universe 3.
Yeah.
What?
There's a heavy silence in which Jiang Yanli looked Wei Wuxian up and down slowly, and then looked to the two men, one with stunningly light molten gold eyes, and the other with a warm caramel glaze. Not glaze, glaze.
Like a donut. Lan Zu Shi, the donut.
Yes, donuts. Oh, that seemed quite inviting. One of them was the father of Wangxian baby.
Pause, though. If she had to guess, which one would she vote for?
I think she would pick Lan Wangji based on just protectiveness. So she can smell them.
True.
So, the golden-eyed man, Lan Wangji, stepped forward and then held out his hand. I'm honored to meet Wei Yingshi. He speaks of you often. Jiang Yanli took the offered hand and caught the trace of Wei Wuxian's scent on the man. She was stunned, but managed to recover quickly. If Mother ever found out, she would be impossible to live with.
She's always impossible to live with.
Right?
Yeah. If she found out about this, she would be a full-on hurricane that will kill everyone around her.
Or,
just saying.
Or, what if she went the other way and became insufferable because she wants to use it as an excuse to do a merger between her family and the Lans?
I mean, I did read a fanfic, when Lan Wangji and Wei Wuxian were already betrothed, or she was looking to marry Wei Wuxian out of the clan. And this was after Yang Li's betrothal was approved. And she found she just decided on the Lan clan because then he'll be he'll be their problem now. I don't have to deal with him anymore. Little did she know that she was actually giving him a place of happiness. So.
That's always satisfying.
Yeah.
What? No. I hate this. I hate you. I hate everything.
You're knitting?
No, I'm crocheting. Oh boy. Oh, let's discuss. Son of a bitch.
Are we negotiating with the yarn?
Oh, and she's started mislabeling the road. Sweet tap dancing kitty Christmas. Okay.
I will say I do like arranged marriages where even before the betrothal, Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji already know each other and are in love with each other, and Madame Yu just arranges a marriage between them because she thinks that Wei Wuxian will suffer in the land, and she'll be like, that he's their problem now, and turns out that's what they wanted.
It's a fun trope when she gets tricked like that.
Ooh, I diddly done fucked up.
Diddly done fucked up. The expressions that you use are delightful.
Yes, I agree.
This pattern designer told me to skip 5 stitches. She meant skip 4 and crochet into the 5th. And now apparently she means skip 5, chain into the 6th, which is terrible design. And I'm getting angry. And this hat is going to take me 5 years. 1, 2,
I'm sorry.
Bad directions are so frustrating.
5,
Yeah.
6.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. Misha, I don't care. I'm sorry to report. No. No.
Leia, no barking.
4, no.
Okay.
5.
I think you're on I'm glad to hear.
Yes, I think so too. We'll start there. I'm glad to hear he hasn't forgotten me. Thank you for taking my brother in. I hated that he had to leave home, but it's good to know he is somewhere safe. Her answer was warm and accepting as a smile began to blossom over her features. She turned her attention to Lin Xichen and dipped her head. It is good to see you again as well. Though I regret the circumstances. Wuxian made a sound and then looked between Yan Li and Lin Xichen. You know him? He asked, slightly incredulous. Yes, he was at the announcement party for my engagement to Jin Zishuan. Her hand came up to pat Wei Wuxian's head. You were sick that day and couldn't make it, remember?
Sick. Sure.
Yes. The realization that Wei Wuxian had missed so many chances to cross paths with Lan Wangji in the past hit him harder than he thought. Sure, Ali had
Misha,
been...
for what? For why? For why? Oh no. Oh no.
Is the cat going after the yarn?
So, no, she jumped onto my desk where she's not necessarily supposed to be. And then when I tried to move her, she came in for the hug. So now I can't put her down.
Oh no.
Which is exactly what she wanted because she's a monster. Hello, Misha.
Now you can't crochet. Your hands are busy.
Now you can't swear at the patterns.
They have been taken by they have been taken by the wolf.
Stop whining, damn it.
Sure, Ali was inspired before the elites of society at more than a few events over the years, but that was natural. She was one of 2 heirs to the Jiang business. Though she'd fallen to second place when Jiang had presented as a beta. Her engagement party would have been Wei Wuxian's first time attending one of the fancy parties, but it had been missed after he'd fucked up and caught mad in Yu's anger.
Baby, I'm gonna need you to support your own. Ow! Misha! Ow!
Putting all her pressure on one paw in a place that's gonna bruise?
Claws?
Sounds like
I
it.
did not want to leave. But that's okay because you're still a cute bud. Maybe too big. Oh. You want a snack? Will you be less insufferable if I give you a snack?
Never.
Okay.
No, she'll just be more insufferable because she'll want more attention.
Well, she said, Merc, this is my sacred kitty promise.
Mine's pouting over by the snack box.
Hey, baby. There's a big baby.
Okay. You must be cold. Come in. I made some tea. Emily spoke with a sudden grin on her face and turned to lead the way into the large. Wei Wuxian blinked a few times and looked up at Lan Wangji and then to Lin Xichen. You know my Shiji? I met her briefly. Just the one time, Lin Xichen answered easily. Wangji was away attending business at the time, so he missed the opportunity. I did not want to overshadow your reunion with your sister. Wei Wuxian tilted his head and leaned when Wangji, as they started to walk into the house, "You sure you don't want to take her away from the peacock?" he asked over his shoulder as they entered the warmth of the house. Wangxian's only response was to chuckle. That is the end of the section.
I think that Yan Li could be really happy with Zishin as a friend/husband.
Yes, I do too.
You ever get the feeling that Wayne would be really great at doing the Gino Linetti interview technique for Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
I never watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
I'm going to admit to the same.
They're trying to find a tech expert, so she's just behaving horribly and making all of the candidates uncomfortable to see if they can be a part of this precinct.
Oh, nice.
Question.
I think he would do that with Glee, actually.
Yes.
I have a question. Who would most likely Wenqing would end up with? Zheng Cheng, Lian Xichen, or Ni Mingjue?
Jiang Yan Li.
When
Ni Mingjue.
Wait, which character?
I said Zheng Cheng. I said Zheng Cheng.
I think Wenqing is queer, honestly.
I think her and Nia Mingju would get along perfectly because they both seem to like dangerous people.
Fair point.
Fine.
Do you need to stop the recording, or do you think we can go a little over and finish this up? I think we've got one more section.
It's at 1 hour 8, so I'm going to stop it and just finish up with whatever's left.
Yeah, it's a pretty long section,
okay.
Too, so I think that's a good call.
Hello, and welcome back to Bedtime Stories. This is Chapter 2.
Messy.
Oh my god, you're so right. Welcome back to Messy Bedtime Stories. This is Chapter 2, Part 5. No, I think we just finished 4.
It's more
4 or 5, it's whatever number is after the last one.
Anyway, what is hopefully going to be the last recording for Chapter 2 of Train Rides Change Everything.
Yes.
After you left, Mother was furious. Jiang Yan Li was cradling her teacup in her hands as she talked with her brother and his companions. I managed to stop her from doing anything rash, and I hid away some of your things. There was a box next to the front door with books, neatly folded clothing, and a dark flute. It was glossy black with intricate patterns carved along its body and a long red tassel dangling from one end. It was all that was left of Wei Wuxian's belongings. Father tried to keep her from regretting her choices, but it just became the same old argument. Hold on. That phrasing? She's never felt regret for any choice she's ever made. That would require introspection and a conscience.
I'm understanding that this basically translates to Father tried to stop her from doing anything prosecutable.
Yes. But it just became the same old argument. I'm sorry, Xian. I could only save these few things. Jiang Yan Li seemed a little distressed over her failure.
Oh no, a pretty woman-style shopping spree. Whatever shall we do?
Oh no.
Right?
Lan Wangji is like, oh, woe is me. I must outfit my Omega in new things with my money. Oh, whoa.
Fluffy sweaters. Oh no, I'm sorry, but I can't picture the lawns in anything but like yacht wear.
Oh my god. They need the slip-on shoes that don't have socks.
The docksiders. That man is not going anywhere without a sweater.
Tied around his shoulders.
A sweater.
And an ascot.
Yes, and he's purposefully taking a sweater tied around his shoulders just so that if Wei Wuxian gets cold, he can put it on Wei Wuxian.
The sad thing is that he's a grown adult and he's acting this way. No, the sad thing is that he has 3 sweaters and he's not actually wearing any of them.
It's fine, Shujie. What matters is that you're all right. Wuxian was sitting very close to Lan Wangji. That sandalwood scent had become a security blanket for him on this little excursion. Being close was more comforting than anything else, though, and he shamelessly clung to the man's side. The rest of the house was quiet, and not for the first time. Wuxian wondered if this was what every day was like for his Shujie. He wished he could whisk her away from this, especially now that he wasn't there to bear the brunt of Madame Yu's anger. Oh, the guilt of being the first child to leave the abusive parent household and, not able to bring the siblings with you. Oh, that's horrible.
I had to write letter.
Okay, there is a lot of things that go on with abuse, and I actually watch a lot of Charlotte Dobre, who covers Reddit stories. BRB.
I had to write a letter for a friend's sibling because basically all of them except the youngest had fled the nest, and we were coming back from my friend's wedding, which had to be held there. And we ended up, all of us, writing letters for emancipation in terms of college financial aid, FAFSA, all that, because we had witnessed abuse in the home, even while all of us were there, so that they could get what they deserved.
Ugh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to cut you off, Lyden.
Oh, I feel so bad for people who grow up in abuse and one parent facilitates the other abusing them.
It's really bad.
Yes.
Back to the story. She gave him a smile and nodded. I'm fine. Mother may be angry, but she knows better. The rest was left unspoken. Yan Li was engaged to the Jin heir, which afforded her a lot of protection. It was absurd that they had to think that way, but they were Omegas. It was just how the world worked. In the Jiang household, Omegas were not treasured like they were in other families. Omegas often were respected and cherished as they could bear life. The physical differences also added to their appeal in general society, as they tended to be smaller and more delicate than both betas and alphas. For some reason, though, in this house, they were frowned upon. Wuxian could remember the disappointment on Uncle Jiang's face when Ali presented. Madame Yu's face had been sour and displeased, but that wasn't anything out of the ordinary. It was almost like they were jealous of the special status alphas and omegas had that betas just didn't get. Xian. Jiang Yanli was staring at her lap and seemed hesitant. I need to apologize for how I reacted that night. I was shocked, and I didn't handle the news well. She looked up at him imploringly. You know I'm not mad with you, right? Either of you. She added then, glancing a little nervously at Lan Wangji. This made both of the Lan stiffen ever so slightly. They were both unhappy with the notion that they'd frightened her. It's okay. It's better you did that than side with me. Madame Yu would have had a field day otherwise. Wuxian tried to laugh it off, but Lan Wangji could feel the tension in his Omega as he pressed closer to his side. The urge to murder this Madame Yu surged through his entire being, and he had to concentrate to restrain himself. Reciting the clan precepts was barely helping this time. Never had the weight of his family crest set so heavily upon him as it did in that moment. Every fiber of Wangji's being demanded he remove the danger and possible threats of peril from occurring in the future. In the end, all he could do was offer his quiet support as Wei Ying worked through this. No, I shouldn't have made you feel so alone in this. We both know how these things can happen. She was acutely aware of the pair of alphas watching her with their unnerving, focused stares. I don't mean to say all alphas have no scruples, she quickly added so as not to offend the Lan brothers. We just know that an Omega's heat is a very vulnerable time. Lan Zishin filled the awkward silence with a smile and inclined his head. No offense taken. The situation was awkward, at best. Lan Wangji and Wei Wuxian had fallen victim to the primal instincts of their biology. It wasn't anyone's fault, but it still made the topic of respecting one's choice a little clumsy and perhaps a bit uncomfortable. I will not abandon Wei Ying or our child. Lan Wangji spoke up then. He'd kept relatively quiet as he offered support. It felt important to communicate this to Wei Wuxian's Shijie, though. He understood why there was such fondness for the woman. She was gentle and kind, and she clearly cared for Wei Wuxian in a way he was sure the rest of the Jiang. Damn it, I was trying to get to the end of the sentence before the yawn, but I did not succeed. She clearly cared for Wei Wuxian in a way he was sure the rest of the Jiang did not. Lanshan, my heart! Warn me when you're going to say things like that. Wei Wuxian whined with a grin on his face. He had to admit, this whole keeping of boundaries and not trying to hook up with Lan Wangji was 100 times more difficult when the alpha started talking like this. So stop trying. Oh my God.
Just trying to get you to hook up with him.
They'd been visiting.
100 years old.
What?
100 years old.
100 years old. That's how tired. Okay. Yeah.
Hello, I am back.
Hello.
Welcome back, Rosie.
They'd been visiting for over an hour by that point. Both Omegas talked of what had been going on and what they'd been up to. They spoke of acquaintances Lan Wangji didn't know much about, though he made sure to remember every detail. As the conversation started to dwindle a bit, he glanced at his brother, then back to Jiang Yanli. When will your family return? Wait. Hello? So many nurse rounds on the weekends. Wei Wuxian stiffened next to him as he asked the question, but he wanted to be prepared. Oh, soon, I suppose. Chung usually gets home first. Mother and father have been busy with some issues with the company lately. It's taken up a lot of their time. Gee, I wonder why. She frowned with a little worry. Xian, maybe you should get going. Chung is still quite upset. Both Lan Wangji and Lan Zishin looked to the front door, then back to Jiang Yanli. I do not mean to impose, and forgive me if this is presumptuous. Lan Zixin was wholly focused on Jiang Yanli as he spoke. Are you safe here? Wei Wuxian choked on his drink and set it down to wipe at his face. Lan Wangji was still staring at the entryways into the room they were in. Jiang Yanli's eyes widened in surprise and she gasped, softly. Yes, I am. My brother may be upset, but he's never raised a hand against me. I don't think they're just worried about your brother.
No, not at all.
The concern was touching, but she couldn't drag these men into their family affairs.
Honey, these men are fully in the middle of your family affairs at this point.
The way that both she and Wei Wuxian have been conditioned to keep their abuse private and the way it's been normalized in the family's routine is just so gut-wrenching.
There's examples of this kind of bullshit in an episode of Criminal Minds.
Abusive family. Just saying. And usually when you come across a person that has abused trauma, and you come and like say for a fact that your partner comes from an abusive family, and you realize that the child is trying to be on good terms with his parents, but one of the parents is just like so controlling and so there that they just like go along with it because they're used to it, and that is very dangerous. There's a lot of different things that happen with abusive families. Sometimes the child will completely cut off the parents.
That's the route I went.
But sometimes it's really not that simple. It's really not that
No,
simple.
families are really complicated. But let's go back to this one.
6. Third stitch, I hate you. Do you know that? I hate you, I hate you.
As soon as Elfie's done counting.
Fuck.
Lan Zixin stayed quiet for a moment, the whole room seemingly holding its breath to see what would happen next. If that ever changes, please call us. I would feel much better knowing you could count on myself or Wangji to help if the need arises. Well, I think Yanli just got adopted.
Yeah.
There was a sheen of moisture in Yanli's eyes as she looked between the three men. She hadn't noticed until that moment, but the brothers were on either side of where Wei Wuxian sat in the room. They'd also managed to place themselves in a way to include her in that protective space. Their home life hadn't always been perfect, but she couldn't say it was awful either. At least, not for her.
You could though.
Wuxian had suffered so much more for her sake than she was willing to admit. To whom? Yourself or other people? Both. She actually worried that her mother's anger would turn toward her at some point in the future, now that Wei Wuxian wasn't there to act as a buffer. Seems valid. It shamed her to admit she'd used her adoptive brother in that fashion. What else could she do, though? She had to protect herself somehow, and Wei Wuxian had...
And he put himself there, too.
That's literally the sentence that I'm reading. She had to protect herself somehow, and Wei Wuxian had done so of his own volition the first few times. It became natural and normal to rely on him to keep Mother from focusing her rage in Yanli's direction. She was such a coward at times. You're a survivor, Yanli. That's what you are.
Yes.
There is no shame in survival. There sure is a lot of guilt, though. I will. They all turned their heads as they heard a car roll up for the long drive. Nope, I stuck an extra word in that sentence. As they heard a car roll up the long drive. Oh dear, that must be Ah-Cheng. Yanli stood quickly and the three men followed suit. Wuxian was nervous and started to tongue. You know that thing where your eyes are like half a sentence ahead of your mouth and the sounds start merging?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. To tug at the hem of his shirt. Yeah, we should get going. Fuck. The car was out front. Ah-Cheng was probably already upset. Lanshan, we need to go. Lan Wangji reached out to give Wei Wuxian's hand a reassuring squeeze. Part of him was thrilled the brother had shown up. He wanted to give the man a taste of his own medicine.
I didn't want this fist fight so bad.
LP votes yes.
Do.
Clearly, the heavens did not favor Jiang Cheng's life at all. Wangji had to force himself not to grin at the impending chance to confront Wei Wuxian's adoptive brother.
Time to get in a fist fight with the grown-up twins from The Shining.
That image. Now I've got the twin Jades in their full, most fancy ceremonial robes on the tricycles in my brain. Okay.
That's fantastic.
Wow.
Overwork and no play gives Chung Chung a concussion.
What if Lan Zixin's the one to lay him out?
Still.
Lan Zixin had a concern.
Which of us did it? Yeah, both go to prison. Well, no, you absolutely can.
Lan Zixin had a concerned expression on his face, and he stepped over toward Jiang Yanli, handing her a business card. Please make sure to call if you need help, no matter how insignificant. I will do all that I can. Then he was moving over to the door to pick up the box of Wei Wuxian's things. Staying wasn't an option. He'd seen the way the corner of Wangji's eyes had tightened, the dark hue that turned his gaze murderous. This was a powder keg waiting to go off. Never let it be said that Lan Zixin is not entirely cognizant of his brother's capacities and appetites.
Yes.
Also, Dingy Swan, if he's an alpha and Only is an omega, if he found this out, would he want to raise hell?
That's an interesting question.
Later in the fic, it actually does come up. Shitting second. Space. Shit.
Hearing you curse against your knitting is one of the most entertaining things.
I think
Yes.
I have fucked up. Just, you know what? If I can still fit the same number of stitches, I'm not complaining. It can eat my entire ass. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, you didn't want it anymore anyway, so.
Can I say that it can eat my entire ass as words that Lan Wangji wants to hear out of Wei Wuxian's mouth?
Oh, absolutely.
Next one is chain 3. Time step, double crochet into second chain of I hate you. I hate you. I know that now. What do you mean I should have 60 stitches? Please be so fucking for real.
This is all for a hat?
Yes.
crochet into second chain of I was so nice to you, I made you.
That is like a mother. It's like, I've been so nice to you, I made you.
Okay, all right. I think, you know what? Close enough. Close enough. Chain, okay. And then I did that. Yes. Chain one. If you say so. Yes. Double crochet into fourth. Oh, you're an asshole. Fourth chain. So, this one. Oh, sweet tap dancing kitty Christmas.
So, in this exchange, who is the asshole? The pattern designer, the yarn, or you?
Yes.
All of it.
All of the about it sounds right.
Okay, where were we? Powder keg waiting to go off. They said their hurried goodbyes, just in case they didn't get a chance to do so outside. And then they were out the door and halfway to the car before Jiang Cheng caught up to them. So you finally came crawling back. He stopped when he saw the two alphas with Wei Wuxian and faltered. Lan Wangji put himself...
You better falter.
That's right. Lan Wangji put himself between Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng as he ushered his Omega to the car. Lan Zixin wasted little time depositing the box of belongings in the back trunk before rounding the car to stay close to Wangji. There was a warning growl that filled the air as Lan Wangji stared at Jiang Cheng. He's probably got his lip pulled back just a little bit too.
Of course.
It's shocked.
Okay.
Look, it's gonna be minute because this is Lan Wangji. He's gonna snarl just as obviously as he smiles, but it will be noticeable to the people who know him and therefore shocking that it happened at all.
Yes. What do you mean turn? No. God.
It shocked Wei Wuxian and Jiang Yanli. The scent of sandalwood and earthy freshness enveloped Wei Wuxian, and he felt almost dizzy from its power. Cheng, don't be rude. His voice sounded a little shaky, and he blamed it on the pheromones surrounding him. Who's this then? Not the father, is it? Jiang Cheng was never good at reading the situation when his temper had taken hold. He glowered fearlessly at the pair of alphas, vaguely aware that he knew them, somehow. When it hit him, he scoffed. How the hell did you get mixed up with the Lan clan? Don't tell me you've whored yourself out for them for...
What do you mean next chain space?
There was a loud crack as Wang Ji's fist connected with Jiang Cheng's jaw. Applause.
Yay! Equal right! Equal left!
It had happened so fast that everyone was left stunned. One moment, Wangji had been next to the car with Wei Wuxian. The next, he'd moved a half-dozen steps forward and had hit the young beta before even Lan Zixin could move to stop him. It had been so damn fast.
Can I say something? Like, can I say something?
Yeah.
But, like, the fact that, she always, like, in fanfics, she, wants her son to be superior, than Wei Wuxian. But considering that in this fanfic he's a beta, that, and that she wants her son to be, like, but he's not an alpha. You get what I'm saying? Like,
She wanted him to be a beta.
Wanted Wei Wuxian to be a beta or Jiang Cheng?
Jung Chung. She does not like alphas in this fic at all.
Interesting. Okay.
So.
And yet somehow Jiang Chung still wound up with an inferiority complex.
Yes. When he's the perfect child his parents wanted.
Next chain 3 space.
Okay.
Are you sure? It's chain 5, single crochet into next chain space. Chain. I hate you.
The struggle.
I'm supposed to remember which is which?
It had been so damn fast. Jiang Chung's head snapped to the side and he fell to the ground in a heap. There was a spattering of crimson blood on the snow near his head. I hope his teeth are loose.
Me too.
Achung! Yan Li's cry was distressed, but she didn't dare get in the way. That's a smart move. Wangji. The warning came from Wangxian, who'd moved up to put a hand on his brother's shoulder. We should leave. Holy shit! Wuxian just stood there. His bravado forgotten and his surprise at the ferocity of Lanzhan's response halting his words. By all accounts, Wuxian should be upset. He couldn't be, though. He was secretly thrilled that someone had stood up for him for once.
Oh, baby.
Maybe now you'll start believing the sincerity of his intentions?
Yeah.
Have you been paying attention at all to the fandom conventions?
I think you should reward him for defending your honor with sexual favors.
Yes.
And that's how you I'm sorry if I'm bringing up Charlotte Dobre again, but when she reads Reddit stories on how OP's partner is not defending OP, but when OP's partners do defend,
You don't condone violence.
IRL.
she is if you want to get laid tonight, defend your partner. Defend. If you want to get laid
Charlotte. Charlotte is.
I don't know about I don't know the person you're talking about.
She's a commentary speaker.
Yeah, and she's very funny.
I'll take your word for it.
Her latest episode.
Hey, Rosie. I'm not trying to cut you off, but can you tell me about this after? I'm trying to get this recording done because I've got some other things planned this afternoon.
Yep, I am feeling my lip.
Okay. Thank you for wanting to share, though. I do appreciate it when people interact, and it makes it more fun. We're just trying to minimize the interruptions as much as we can today. I know it's a struggle for us all, but we're trying.
Yes.
Okay. Because we're so close to the bottom of this. The insult had started to fly the second Jiang Chung had seen him, and Wuxian had just tensed up, ready to take it when everything happened. Was this what it was like to be protected? Was this normal? Should he be getting all hot and bothered when a fight was breaking out? Fuck. The answer to your question is yes, not really, sadly, and absolutely.
Yes, I agree with all of those.
If you ever touch Wei Ying again, I will end you. The words were cold, and the calm, even tone was terrifying for everyone who heard them, except Wei Wuxian. Did I manage a calm, even tone? Let me try that one again.
You did, I think.
All right, in that case, I'll let it stand. Those words were like a balm to his soul. Someone cared enough to say it and mean it. Tears filled his eyes and he looked away, trying not to turn into a whining idiot right then and there in front of everyone. Lan Wangji seemed to instantly know he was going to cry, though, and it tore another growl of warning out of the alpha before he moved back. Not at Zixin's insistence, but in a desire to comfort Wei Wuxian, who has just accidentally discovered a superpower but does not yet recognize it, and that would be his tears. Linjian, can we go? Wei Wuxian sniffled, hugging the big alpha as he came over toward him. Get in the car, Wei Young. The hug was returned, but Lan Wangji was already ushering him to the door, opening it for him so he could climb in. Jiang Cheng had only just recovered. Scrambling back to his feet, his whole body shook with livid rage. He was speaking angrily as Wei Wuxian got in the car and the door shut behind him. It muffled the words, and he was in a daze, so he didn't know what was going on. He could only see, and right now, it looked like Lan Zixin was the only thing stopping Jiang Cheng from getting murdered.
He is, in fact, the only thing stopping Jiang Cheng from getting murdered.
Yanli better send him some flowers for his service to the family.
Yeah.
Lan Wangji said something before he rounded the vehicle and got in, turning immediately to look at Wei Wuxian and gently reaching out to tip his chin up. It was a quiet moment where they stared at one another, the reassuring scent of sandalwood teasing Wei Wuxian's nose. Are you okay? Outside the car, the debate still raged, this time between Lan Zixin and Jiang Cheng. Ali was calling out repeatedly for her brother to stop. There was a wild fury in Ah Cheng's eyes, though. It was an expression Wei Wuxian had only seen a handful of times before. Oh god, this was getting so ugly. Wei Wuxian's heart was hammering in his chest and his breathing had become erratic. He's feeling very triggered. Very triggered?
Yes.
He needs blanket burritos and snuggles and ice cream and foot rubs, and when he's feeling better, then he needs very enthusiastic sex. Yep. Nanzhen! We shouldn't have come. He was so worried this was going to come crashing back on Shijie. Fear radiated from every inch of his body, making him tremble wildly. Shh. I will not let them hurt you. What about Shijie? Lan Wangji looked out the windshield of the car at the situation. Do you want her to come with us? Lan Wangji is ride or die, bitches. He's like, I will kidnap your sister if you want.
The only time we advocate for kidnapping.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, hi, Eliza. I just noticed your note.
Yeah, looks like they come in and left already.
Okay, well, when they listen to it later. Hi, Eliza. Bye, Eliza.
Hello, goodbye.
Aloha.
Wei Wuxian bit his lip, breathing hard as he thought about it. Madame Yu would be upset, but she'd be fucking livid if Yanli was gone completely. There wouldn't be much she could do if Ali wasn't there to vent her anger on, though. Indecision plagued Wei Wuxian so much that he just shrugged helplessly. I don't know, I'm worried, Lanzhen. I'm so worried. Did I fuck up again? Oof. He doesn't even trust himself to make decisions anymore.
It's not your fault. It is really not your fault.
Lan Wangji's jaw clenched for a moment. His brother was speaking firmly to the upset Jiangcheng, warning him, it seemed. If anyone had fucked up, it was Wangji, by getting physical when he could have just let it go and gotten them out of there. Stay here. He curled his hand around the back of Wei Wuxian's neck to pull him closer for a brief second, kissing the top of his head, then letting go and opening the car door again to step outside. He got a forehead smooch. Well, top of the head smooch, but you know. Asshole is unhinged. I'll be pressing charges. Jiang Cheng's jaw was already swollen from the hit, and blood trickled from his nose. When he saw Lan Wangji come out of the car, fear sparked in his eyes, briefly. Then his anger surged. You fucking lunatic! That's because someone was never taught how to process or regulate his emotions, and all he's got left is anger.
Like, he says that he's gonna press charges, but yeah, as soon as he sees Lan Wangji, he's like, oh shit.
Well, he's responding reasonably, but still horribly angry.
Yes.
When I say responding reasonably, you know, someone punches you in the jaw, usually the cops get involved, and he's right to be afraid of Lan Wangji. That doesn't mean he's not the asshole who started it by hitting away with Wuxian.
He's literally a mini version of, he's like the little mini male version of Madame Yu.
She raised him in her path.
Yes. Yeah. But I don't know how that happened. Like,
I think she did it on
we
purpose.
don't even know. Like we don't even know Madame Yu's upbringing, so you can really say what you want with her upbringing. We don't know what it was.
I'm going to bet that she was a younger sister because she's the third daughter, not necessarily the third child. She's the third daughter of her family, of a very secretive clan. And I'm willing to bet that she is intensely jealous of all of her siblings because things came easier to them or her parents liked them better or whatever. She's just very intensely narcissistic.
And then that gets projected onto Wei Wuxian's mother, who also seemed to have like everything going for her. Like, she had a loving husband. She had really a life of freedom when she didn't have any.
I think it mixes in with an attitude of entitlement. People who expect to be handed everything they want just because they want it become easily bitter when they don't get it, it seems like.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxian's mother actually earned what she deserved.
A little bit of luck too, but definitely she worked hard for her place in society.
Yeah.
And obviously, and obviously that made everyone love her.
Do you know, it's hard to say. I think that she was admired widely for her accomplishments as well as her looks and personality. But I think she was envied more than liked because they felt endangered by her ability because their society is not a meritocracy. And here's this commoner coming up and doing things that they decline to do and getting the love of the common people and the lust of a lot of the nobility. Like,
she actually kind of reminds me of like what like a celebrity is. Like everybody puts her high on a pedestal, but there was only one person. Like there was like only one person that truly loved her
and saw past all that, and that was Wei Wuxian's father.
Changsu.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have a very nice little love story, even though it ended tragically.
Yeah. And also, her and her son have a specific taste in men.
Stern and beautiful. The quiet ones.
Quiet. It's always the quiet ones that are always the freakiest.
What are they using all that restraint for? But anyway, I would strongly advise you to calm down. My brother is quite protective of Wuxian, and you are not helping yourself right now. Lan Zixin's tone was dangerous with its warning. The hint of a command was dancing in the air as he directed it at Jiang Cheng. Whew, if even Lan Zixin is mad at you, you have overstepped.
You fucked up. Yeah, fucked up.
You done stepped in the shit. Lan Wangji glared at Jiang Cheng, another snarl escaping him, before he reined himself in and turned to look at Jiang Yanli. She was crying, but still staying wisely off to the side. It was almost as if she knew how dangerous this could get, and where the safest place to be was. That upset Wangji
Just leave.
more than he cared to admit. Wei Yang is worried about your safety. He walked smoothly toward the woman, hands held to his sides with his palms open and up, so she knew he was not a threat. Jiang Cheng didn't see it that way, of course, and lunged toward Lan Wangji. He was intercepted by Lan Zixin, who was much faster. A hand was on Jiang Cheng's chest, pushing him back. Do not. It was a genuine command this time, an alpha's command, and Jiang Cheng struggled trying to resist the power in that. Betas were less affected by such a thing, however. He wasn't immune to it. Whoo. You fucking assholes! Get away from my sister! Jiang Yanli's eyes were wide and red-rimmed as she looked from Jiang Cheng to the two Lan brothers. Then Wei Wuxian in the car. She didn't know what to do. This was what they'd wanted to avoid. She had hoped Jiang Cheng would stay late with their parents to work through whatever issue had arisen within the company. If he had, none of this would have happened. I'm all right, Wuxian, I'm fine, she called out loudly while she stared at Wei Wuxian in the car. Lan Wangji made sure to block Jiang Cheng from the Omega woman's gaze. Do you wish to leave with us? This is in italics afterwards, a thought, not out loud. Do you need us to intervene? His thoughts were dark and eager. He wanted her permission to turn around and put the brother in his place. This was Wei Yang's shijie, though, and no matter what, he would not do anything to upset her. Not when Wei Yang cared so much for the woman, and she herself had such a good and kind heart. Jiang Cheng was hurling insults at Lan Zixin, who kept staying in the middle, keeping the young beta from making a terrible mistake, while Wangji's instincts were driving him to act. Everything was hitting its limits all at once. The tension of the situation was thick, and the pheromones of two alphas had become almost overpowering, even in the open air of the drive. Lan Wangji hadn't turned away from Jiang Yanli, though, choosing to ignore the brother for now. He needed her consent. Then Jiang Cheng would simply die. And Wangji said this was the only course of action now, so it came as a shock that every thought of murder fled him all at once when the car door opened, and there was a distressed scent of rotten oranges and spice. Lenjen, the baby. It hurts.
Oh,
Cold dread replaced every ounce of fury Lan Wangji had felt only seconds earlier. Wuxian's face was white, and he was clutching at his stomach, gasping for breath. Something was wrong. Peanut was in trouble. Ali was in danger. He'd fucked up. God, he'd fucked up so bad. Panic choked him as he gasped and called out sharply, Lanjian, help me! And that is the end of the chapter.
wow.
What a cliffhanger!
Hours later.
All this stress is going to make him miscarry the baby.
I fucking hope not. Because if it does, Jiang Chang really will die. Okay, well, I vote for the murder, but not for the baby dying. There you have it. If you liked this, please feel free to leave a comment. Will Lan Wangji kill Jiang Chang? Yes. Will the baby be okay? Fucking better be. You'll have to wait to find out.
Yes, and if you like this, also leave comments on the author's fic.
I'm leaving a comment right now that is incoherent screaming.
Yes. And Sariana, thank you so much for such a fantastic chapter.
Wow. What a wonderful way to spend yesterday evening and today afternoon.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I just popped in for the ending.
Oh, this is nowhere near the end of the story, though. We just finished chapter 2. There are 30 chapters. This is going to be the longest podfic I've ever made.
It's so fucking good. It took you 8 hours to finish chapter 2.
It only took like 5.5 hours to finish chapter 2.
Same with that. It's about the same as chapter 1.
Yeah, they're long chapters. Elpie, this fic has more than 500,000 words.
That's sadistic.
It was Liaden's pick.
Yes. And it's so good.
I mean, it'll give us something to do every weekend until we finish. And then we'll just have to start the next one on our list.
I will say, Wuxian Law is even longer.
Wow.
Yeah. Let me...
Even the 100+ chapter fic I picked is only 300,000 words.
Only. It's relative. So, to everyone in the chat, thank you for joining us. To everyone listening, thank you for tuning in to this episode of Messy Bedtime Stories. Hope you enjoyed the chapter as much as we did. We finished it eventually. We're working on 3 fics right now, rotating through. So we'll be back not next weekend with this one, but soon.
Yeah, the next one we're reading is Meant to Live, Built to Fall, and then we've got the next chapter of The Second Hand Unwinds, and then we'll be back to this.
Yeah, and I'm going to be better at actually posting things instead of just recording and hoping that they magically teleport onto the AO3 page, I swear.
Yes. And I'm helping with that because I'm the co-author, at least on the...
Yeah, I just got to get it onto the Internet Archive.
Yes.
Like, after all those fanfics, we can begin new fanfics, so...
That's right, there will always be more fanfics.
We've only got a list of, 28 of them to read?
This is not daunting. This is hopeful. This hobby will not run out. It will not die.
And
If
I
you've got
will also...
suggestions,
That's right. If y'all have suggestions or requests, just let us know.
Yes, and you can join us on Discord by going to Xiao's Tumblr.
That's right. Guests welcome. What were you saying, Rosie? I'm sorry.
Nothing.
Okay. Well, here we are signing off of this one. Y'all take care, and we'll be back with more soon.